forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
We're finally here, baby. The end of the line. Today, the Americas Trophy is up for grabs, and we're ending the season in style. And we are live in Los Angeles, New York, Mexico City, and Sao Paulo también. It's going to be incredible. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas Season Finals Pre-Show. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Mimi. You have Ender. We're going to break it all down. Man, what a season it has been. It's going to be a fun day, too. We're like all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. We had the running tally from 2 stages of play thus far. We have some really great teams debuting in their final. G2 trying to win their first trophy, make up for last stage, and LEV in their first ever final as a squad.
Yeah, the match is going to be absolutely awesome. Also, we've just got tons of people hanging out in the block party right now.
Wingman.
It is popping. There's a giant wingman just going around, having the time of his life, boba everything. It was literally just like a gamer's paradise out there.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. A bunch of VALORANT console setups as well. It's going to be really cool. That's my big thing. I'm excited for that. But yesterday, though, we had a best of 5, lower bracket final between our 2 LATAM squads, Leviathan and Cruvisa and Mimi. I mean, what a game this was.
I thought that this was going to be history repeating itself. LEV goes to a lower final after looking solid and then start to make mistakes, start slipping. It's what happened last stage where they lost in that lower final in that sloppy game to G2. But in this one, they buttoned down. They came back in 5 maps to actually close out and win it.
What they ended up giving us was one of the most exciting series I've watched, right? With all of Crew's late half comebacks, right? Always pushing Leviathan. It was ridiculous. And then finishing it off in absolute style here. That was honestly one of the best matches to watch all year in terms of closeness and excitement.
Yeah, it was really exciting. I think LEV really had to lean on a lot of those individuals to step up, but it was an incredible match from guys like Aspas, like Mazzino, proving just the quality that this LEV team has through and through.
Yeah, a team that was forged to win championships. We'll talk more about your finalists in a moment here, but that means we are down to our last 2 squads. And today, we've got a BO5 battle for the trophy and the #1 seed for Americas at Champions Seoul. Of course, it's going to be G2 Esports enjoying a little bit of a break, a day break prepping for this one. And then, of course, it's their opponents who we saw yesterday, Leviathan.
And that break is so huge for them. We saw the last time these 2 teams played. I think so much of that win for G2 was reliant on the incredible prep and reads they had on Leviathan. And they're going to have time to make another game plan like that. And LEV's also coming off a crazy long day yesterday.
Yeah, the break is big, but also the double map bans too.
Yeah.
G2 get to decide the map pool here today, which is huge for them, even considering they took down LEV on their best map of Icebox last time they faced against.
Yeah, good point on that one. We'll see how that plays out, of course. But after we crown our season finals winner, don't jump ship. Don't turn that channel. Wait, are there channels on? I don't think they're channels anymore. I'm showing. Well, yeah, I guess so. It does technically count.
Different.
Maybe don't change that dial. Anyway, of course, we'll have the Champions Seoul draw show immediately after the post-match interview. So if you want to see who your favorite team is going to be going up against in Seoul, Korea, you might want to stick around and find out.
And that like seeding is huge, right?
It's gonna be crazy.
It can really depend on who you're playing. There's a lot of great teams going.
Yep.
You look across the world, you have Fnatic back in form, Gen G who's won another trophy in Pacific. You really want to get a good draw there. So it's super important for all these Americas teams and everyone worldwide.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to be so exciting. But a reminder, all throughout today's show, make sure you guys are using the hashtag VCT Americas and VCT so we can feature your amazing posts and tweets on the broadcast. We literally run your posts in the corner of the screen, so make sure you guys are going crazy, all right? Have fun with it. Let us know who you think's gonna win. Sound off on the internet, right? What could possibly go wrong? Now, we've had an incredible sophomore year here at VCT Americas, but it's time to go ahead and take a look back at some of our favorite moments. Top 5, let's do this, because there have been some fun moments here. So coming in at number 5, it's gonna be the Shanks walkout. Rich, I love this.
And now, introducing our 2023
There's 2 of them here for
World
this.
Champions of the World, EG.
Love it. I heard he went way more all out during rehearsal.
Yeah, I
and
think
was
Vansili
like
scared
off the
him.
wall. Yeah. I mean, it was a battle between the 2 who could go more hype, and Shanks did a good job.
He did all right. Kind of got mogged by VCT.
I was going to say, Vansili just came up after the fact and just yelled a guttural yell to bring out the next
Yeah,
team.
but he doesn't have a sign of himself. Come on.
That's true. He doesn't have a sign for himself, so obviously he's a fraud. Now, of course, coming in at number 4, it's the Sen baby. Yes. Okay.
It's so crazy to me that this
So cute.
esport is at a point where like parents are like
Yeah.
bringing their kids and like making them a part of it, which is so cool. I've seen quite a few people throughout this tournament who will like come up to me and like say hi. They have their kids with them. It's honestly really cool, like how many different types of people come out for these shows.
And crazy that Sentinel signed a baby to play for the
I didn't
organization.
know they were allowed to do
Youngest
that.
player.
I believe going to be debuting at
Well,
Champions.
he's only like a little bit younger than second.
Yeah, it's close enough.
All right. Let's take a look at number 3. This one took place in our audience. And
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
This one, Liz was playing matchmaker.
Ben, here. She's not here. Talk to me. What is it?
It's like a first date hangout.
Hey, but you know what? They came back. I think they came back together, so that's lovely. Look at
that
us.
was my favorite moment because we were casting that match, and Chrissy was just slowly falling down from
I was
the desk.
curling back. I was like, no, just send me back. I don't want to be here anymore.
Dying of cringe, love to see it. And coming in at number 2, this one was actually a personal favorite of mine, a mid-match push-up contest. And these guys were going hard in the paint. And then I also look like I'm in the 8 Mile music video there, just like constantly going up and down. But yeah, and then I decide to just get in there and go in for myself, and then I just showcased everyone in the back of the crowd. I'm so sorry to y'all. Then I got to the handstand. Yeah, at least they got that angle.
And then it turns into a breakdance. Like, what is going on? This might be the hypest moment of all time.
By the way,
I couldn't join them
was
there.
happening, the players are just in the wings.
Yeah.
Like, their coach is talking to them, but it's a big second half, guys. Just peeking around their mind. What the hell is going on?
I'm pretty sure I looked at Zelsa. Zelsa was like, what the hell is going on over there? So, yeah, good moment for sure. And our number 1 moment, it's Aspas breaking the kill record.
Sentinels fans, look away.
But man,
okay.
This Aspas continuing to show why he is pound for pound one of, if not the greatest players in the world, breaking the kill record.
He's just the GOAT. The guy is ridiculous. He has had
so good.
An amazing year this year. He had a great year last year. He had a great year in 2022. He's just incredible.
It goes on a long time. I mean, honestly, 47 kills in a single game.
A lot of nuts.
Just absolutely insane. I mean, Mimi, you'd be lucky to get that many kills in an entire active rank.
Dude. Catch it straight.
I had an 80% win rate this act thus far.
How many games did you play?
And how many kills did you get, most
I mean,
importantly?
like 14, but I've been in LA for the rest. I don't have a computer.
Oh, she was working.
Play on the console. We've got tons of them here.
Come on.
Your rank doesn't transfer. You know
Join me on
skins
console. All right, well, look, guys, today we're holding it down here at the studio, as we always do. And we've got a couple people in New York, Mexico City, and Sao Paulo. So let's actually go ahead and send it over to Vansili and Riv, who are over at our block party right here in Los Angeles.
What's going on, everybody? Rivington and the silliest events here at the VCT season finals for Americas. Grand finals is about to happen. You can hear it's crazy behind us right now. There's activations going on all day with the teams, with different sponsors. What are you looking to do?
I mean, we also got a nice little Viper going over there. There's meet and greets with a lot of the teams with the 10s, with the booths that we have. EG's already here signing autographs and taking pictures. I'm actually looking forward to what we have behind the camera here. The stage is set. It's going to be full, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to get super loud.
It is going to get loud. There's also a Boba truck. There's tons of things to do here. We got the console version of VALORANT going on, so come get your hands on a controller. Right now, though, we're going to send it over to New York because I think we got Tarek standing by.
Tarek!
Guys, we are live here in New York City. What's up, guys? How are we doing? We're here at Pier 17. We got the console set up, so we got food stations, tat stations. The fans are excited to see a thrilling match between G2 and LEV. I think that it's going to be insane. I'm more than excited. Let's throw it back to Mexico.
Hi everyone, I am Box with my partner Cantor. I am here in Mexico Forum Party for celebrate the grand finals.
And VALORANT on console, but now let's check what's going on with Brazil.
Hey, what's up everybody? It's Tonello at the Brazil block party here to celebrate the grand finals of the VCT Americas and also VALORANT on console. And everybody here is very hyped because they also get the chance to take pictures in amazing places here, take pictures with their favorite influencers too. So everybody here is really happy and of course supporting Aspas and Leviathan, or at least most of us. Back to you guys.
We're all over the place, and VCT is growing every single year. Before I do that, though, to the homies out in New York, 'cause you know I miss y'all so much, because I'm from there, you know, from the boogie down. You already know what's good.
What's Los Angeles shirts you were wearing?
Bro, I just do what wardrobe tells me to do. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I just show up, and then they put me in this great clothing.
You do still have your New York learners.
I actually was. Yeah, I was going to wear a sweater that said Bronx on it, but I feel like that might be a little too, like, obvious. All right, well, look, guys, here's the deal, right? Our community has been getting bigger and bigger. VCT has been growing, and thanks to the upcoming release of VALORANT console, it's going to get even bigger. Why don't you go ahead and check out this new trailer?
Target down.
Hello, everyone. My name is Golden Boy, and I am a console Valorant enjoyer. Ask me anything.
Is the game fun?
Yes, very fun. Very fun. I'm not trying to blow smoke up anyone's booty. Real talk, I've been playing FPS on console since I was like 15, 16. So like, for me, I've kind of grown tired of like the bog standard of what we come to expect on console. I would actually say that Valorant console actually does do some different things that I quite enjoy. Focus mode's really fun to use, but also...
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so basically, you know how in Valorant you walk around, you can ADS, and you can also, hip fire aim, right?
Sure.
But on console, because of, the control stick and using your thumb to aim and aim assist and a bunch of other different things, kind of more challenging to do that at the accuracy that you see people do on PC. So, to compensate for that, when you click left trigger, you actually go into like a vignette mode that creates a more fine-tuned aiming that you can do on top of your hipfire aiming, and then when you click with the right stick, you can go ADS with it as well.
So it's like temporarily limiting your how quick the controller
and it
actually
auto
moves.
makes you walk as well, which is pretty good. So a lot of people use it for
like
walking, creeping corners and stuff like that.
Actually lets you like contact diamonds. That's
pretty much,
cool.
yeah. It's fun. It's super fun. Like I love, like FPS games on console that, go off of the beaten path. And this game 100% does that. It's unique as hell, and I really enjoy it.
Now, GB, you play both console and PC.
Yeah.
Which one are you better at?
I'm much better at console.
Okay.
But you should understand, I used to be a competitive player on controller, so it's like, it comes very natural for me. And that was actually the thing that blew my mind away, is that it was very natural for me to pick it up. So it was quite fun.
That's cool, and all the skins and XP, your account
everything transfers over.
But for the PC players, no cross-play. You don't have to worry about playing against anyone with aim
You
assist.
don't have to play against Golden Boy, because he would
That would be
whoop
scary.
Guys, I'm just gonna be real with y'all. It would have been great for you. It would have been great for me. But yeah, seriously, Valorant console is incredible. Check it out. I wholly endorse it. I think it's a really fun game, and I hope people enjoy it. But
check it out.
Yeah, in any case, so let's go ahead and continue the block party, baby, because we got Vancillion Riv staying outside. You got Evil Genius's Nature standing by and enjoying the show.
We're back at the block party, joined by EG's Nature. Thank you so much for taking some time with us. I'm just gonna say, how you doing? How you feeling the vibes around here?
It's great so far. I mean, it's a little warm. Got a
little warm. Yeah.
Other than that, it's a vibe. We got the gecko suit chilling and everything. So.
Yeah, this is actually the first time that we had the block party outside here. This is going to be a filled space. All the tickets have been sold within like 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So how's it been looking for the stage and everything too? Are you excited to watch this from your booth?
Oh, of course. I'm excited to watch LEV own them. 100%. It's going to happen.
You have to tell me why. Why is that?
Yeah.
Because Aspect's about to have 100 kills. This BO5. 100%. 100%.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and then you just have like a really good vibe with like all the people here, and then all the teams here as well is kind of nice because we're always ops in the season, but now you kind of just chill, get to say hi to everybody, so it's pretty cool.
All right, so I want to ask you some questions about the season. I mean, you come into a team that just had won the Champions, and they come home with a trophy. Is there any kind of like pressure to perform all year and be like, okay, now I feel like I got to be up to that level?
I think people think there's a lot of pressure, but like going into it, I mean, we knew we had like 3 rookies. Coach was really working well with us and stuff like that, so there was no pressure because we felt confident with like Coach's experience, Joel's experience to just go in and do the best we can. So.
I want to ask you about the coach's perspective, because Potter, of course, is the head coach going into EG. We just had a conversation when you told us where you haven't really IGL'd in like the past 2 years, because when you were playing in the Challenger stage with TSM, it was actually hazed and also GMD calling. Then 100Ds calls you up to trial for Red Bull home grounds, and then here you are IGLing for EG. So how has Potter been to make sure that you're comfortable in this role, leading a new team, and then also playing on the VCT stage?
So Potter's role with me, she did like so much work.
Okay.
I actually don't think she sleeps half the time. Wow. She literally does like Valorant for 16 hours and then goes to bed, and that's every day for her.
Yeah.
So she brought almost like 90% of everything for me. Basically how she was working as a coach, and it was new to me because when I was calling before years ago, I had to bring a lot of the stuff. She's just like, I need you to focus on, I'm gonna bring this stuff, I'm gonna explain it to you, and that's what we're gonna work on. Okay. So that's like her style, and that's like what I worked with, and then that's where I got like the success, is when I really understood her level of thinking into some of the strats, stuff like that.
Yeah. So how much is it of a plug and play from what Christine brought to the team, and how much input do you have to make sure that you're comfortable in your calling as well?
Well, especially like I was a little hesitant to bring early on because there was just so much. I was like not information flooded, but I was learning so much with it. But then like especially towards the middle, I was able to bring like I said, oh, we have this strat and it's run this way, but I want to like alter to where we can do like two things in my perspective. So I was able to do that, and that's when we could kind of layer more and stuff like that. And then in terms of the mid-rounding, I was always allowed to cook in that situation all the time. It was always like the start of the rounds and like how she wanted to end, like post plants, retake, stuff like that, as that's where she really shined. And then she would say like, this is good mid-rounding or something like that. She would always DM me these things while we were playing.
Nice. And what is it about Potter's style that kind of feels like she can just take like a blanket and put it over somebody and like everything works? She finds out what they need, how to adapt to that person, new player. Like, how does that always seem to work?
I think it's the way she like reads the game. A lot of the times, every single time we make a mistake, she brings it up and she says, this is how we can work on this. It's very like, we use the word hindsight a lot because that's what we think in terms of it. Like a lot of the time, like we could be thinking we did it perfect, but there's always this small portion, and she focuses on those small portions, which can be extremely frustrating in practice, but extremely satisfying when, because many times in my, like I would know, like the Killjoy on Icebox, I walk up a solo. Everyone thinks it's psychotic. Literally. But I've drilled it so many times, and she's always said like, oh, you need to do this and then check that. It works on stage all the time. You know, like I get owned in scrims doing that. But then I got my very first kill loud on Icebox. I killed him on top 14. I was like, I'm gonna run this A side. That's what I'm gonna do, because I was so ready, because I've done it 1,000 times, and it's failed most of the time. But it's because they're not ready for it in the match.
Well, let's talk about hindsight, because you just mentioned it, the hindsight of what it was like with Potter as a coach. What's the hindsight been for you guys as a team for your inaugural season as this new roster under the EG banner, trying to defend the championship trophy? Unfortunately, and it failed. But what's your take back on it now that you look back on the season?
Thinking about the year, I think that we struggled like at the very beginning, and it really bit us like throughout the whole season, right? With how it works and not making the first playoffs. We lost a lot of experience not going to Madrid with that loss in the playoffs, and then not making playoffs in the first stage because of our first 3 games. So if we take that out, I think our progression throughout the entire year was really solid. We got much better as a team because we looked pretty trash at the very beginning. I'm not gonna lie.
You still won a game though, right?
So that was the first 3 games of the season were really rough by us. We weren't playing very well, and then we kind of found ourselves and had a lot of confidence. We won against the big dogs, right? So that's success in itself, that we were able to overcome that and win against the top 3, top 4 teams.
For sure.
That's something to look back on.
Yeah, well, Nature, we thank you so much for your time, man. And I'll go hang out with you at the booth, and good luck for your career next year.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks, brother.
All right. Well, I mean, overall, though, a lot of insight that we got from Nature there. Ender.
Yeah, I mean, well, one of the cool almost endorsements for Potter, hearing how, you know, the hindsight calls, like focusing on so many different micro details. And, you know, I'm going to log that away for personal use in the future here.
Of course. And I think also, too, Nature, obviously, seeing how the year had went, man, if they had been a little bit tighter at the beginning of the year, they definitely would have been a little bit more in control of their own fate.
For sure. And I think that this year, I think a lot of people saw EG's success last year and kind of had this expectation, oh, another miracle can happen. But it's really hard to get to that place again. They got really close, though, almost getting their slot in playoffs. And I think even if not all of these players stay with EG next year, they've proven that this system works to develop talent, and that's really important for the longevity of an organization.
Without a doubt, EG, one of the teams, perhaps my team, that I'm like #1 so excited to see what they do going into next year.
It's going to be interesting.
It is going to be very fascinating. But let's go ahead, though, and send it back over to my neck of the woods. We got Tarek standing by. He's apparently handing out some food to fans.
Awesome.
So we're live here at the New York City block party, and we're checking out the food station here, where I'm actually going to be able to give out some food to the fans. We have a fan favorite here called the Tarek, which is chicken over rice. And our second option on the menu is Radianite over rice, which is falafel over rice. So let's get into it. What would you guys like?
Can I get the chicken and rice?
What is it called, though?
Oh, the Tarek.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so here's your plate. I have a mic here, so it's a little tricky. We got your white sauce, your utensils. You can get to pick hot sauce or I think that was green chili pepper. Green chili, something like that. So you can have both of them because I like you. And that's for you. What's your name?
Eric.
Is it your first gaming event?
Yes, it is.
Sweet. Thank you for coming out, man. Enjoy. Thank you. Nice to meet you. And we're on to the next. What do you guys like?
Can I have the Radiant Night over rice?
The Radiant Night over rice? I got you. Not a fan of the Tarek. It's okay. Everyone is, I'm kidding. Your Radiant Night over rice, your white sauce, your utensils. It's my first time actually working out of a food station here, so I'm sorry for my lack of speed. But what's your name?
Courtney.
Do you play Valorant?
I do, but
not anymore.
Yeah, my fiance is a big fan of you.
Your fiance's a big fan? I see. So you're kind of tagging along. So he's the gamer in the house. I got you. It's great to meet you guys.
Great to meet you.
Sweet. And yeah, that's the food station here. So the fans I think it's actually free food, so it's actually kind of sick. So I hope you guys enjoy. And next time we're going to have even more better things. So back to you in the studio.
All I'm going to say is you out there handing out some halal food to the homies. I mean, I want some chicken over rice.
Dude, he doesn't even know your name.
He definitely doesn't. He doesn't. I mean, listen, that being said, though, that all looks delicious, and I want it in my stomach. Also, I'm hungry, so that's also my problem.
Go outside. We've got food trucks.
I'm working, Ender.
Okay,
all right, well, here's the deal. The Americas region is stacked with talent, and right now, we're going to recognize the best of the best. So we figured we'd create the Americas Super Team.
Okay.
I love it. And here's the thing. This is my team, okay?
This is your team?
We didn't do this together. This is my team, and I'm
You're
always
the
right.
arbiter of superness?
Yeah. Yes,
All right.
exactly. And my pitch is basically if I was going to build a team to win champions this year and still, poaching is legal, this is my team. I am starting with Valen. Okay. This guy, the absolute goat. He is so, if you just look at, performance in the Smokes role, this guy is top of the line. This guy is consistently top fragging on G2, even over the likes of Leaf, which is absolutely insane. But not to mention, he is just the best IGL we have in Americas right now, hands down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an argument with that. I think the other players you can maybe put in conversation, a John QT, maybe a King, but I feel like just the calling he's been putting up on top of the individual performance makes him a pretty clear choice here. And also what he's done for talent development and bringing up new players. I think he's a good person to build around.
Yeah, from Ascension to now. My second one, Usboss. Speaking of talent, and try to argue with that. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
There's no duelist that comes close.
Second?
Nope.
Okay.
47.
Look, honestly, you make a great case here, and the case is Ospas. That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
You don't really have to say much else because the guy is unreal.
Maybe something more contentious.
Yeah.
I'm very happy thus far. This is good. Very super.
Give us some meat on the bone. Give us some meat on the bone.
Next up, I'm going to double up on G2, and I'm going with Leaf. For Sentinel, I think that he has been the player that is performing consistently at the top level throughout the year. I just think that, literally, he has been kind of the glue next to Valen that has consistently been performing for G2. Gives them very strong, solo sight holders, too, with that Leaf guy.
Devil's advocate, Tex. LEVIATAM player. He's had a great year, some of the best performances he's had. But I think that what Leaf brings behind the scenes, with being kind of a big nerd about the game, adding ideas, being a really vocal player, helping with the mental, too, I think good choice.
Yeah, no, his proactivity, he's great. He's always amazing on the lurk. He's always a reliable set of hands for them. So I can't argue.
The great thing about Leaf, too, is that he plays so many different roles that he can bring some flexibility.
But did you step outside of the zone? Did you step outside of G2 and LEV here?
Yes, I did, of course. We're going Heat for my initiator. This guy reinvigorated this crew roster since he stepped in to the shoes of MTA back in stage 1. Right, this team went on an insane run. And I think, when I'm looking at the other initiators in the league, some very talented ones, but in terms of a guy that turned an entire team around, no one did it like he.
He seemed like the catalyst for crew to really have the comeback that they found this season. My other suggestions, EU I think has been incredible. In my opinion, I think he's the best Fade player in the league. Maybe Heat's a better shooter sometimes, but I think EU adds a ton to a roster. That would maybe be my pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, can't really. I like the pick of Heat also just because it steps outside of the box of G2 and LEV, but also he really did bring so much to this team this year. And even in the match that the one that they won against C9, I mean, that pop-off was crazy. Sure. He absolutely, he kind of teetered off toward the end, but man, absolute great year from him. Yeah.
I almost went Kalinzine, to be honest.
You did. Honestly, wouldn't have been a bad one either.
You got something for the duelist turned initiator players that are crazy.
I love it. I love it.
I think people will like reflect too much on Loud going out in the groups, but Kawa was.
This guy's top fragging every game, can play all the different initiators,
but not on the super team.
He's literally never been bad.
Yeah. not going to make it today, but now is where we get contentious because. With how Valen likes to call his games, he loves to lean into double smokes comps. I think that my roster that I'm building to win champions, they're playing a lot of double smokes with Leaf on Ascenti, perhaps, or even a Sky. I could see him flexing over to. My last player is Bang. This guy has been lights out all year. The best defensive player in VCT, in my opinion. I think that the way he plays off angles, especially, like, he was the guy that made 100 Thieves bind absolutely untouchable, how he worked different angles around the B site. I think he is locking in Viper the majority of games for this team, and they are frying on the defense side.
I mean, the logic is sound. I like what you did here. You know, you seem to be.
I'm trying to think who I would pick instead. The player that comes to mind is Tens if we get a bit of like a flex roll off.
That's fair.
But I do agree with you with what Bang's been able to achieve. Seems well thought.
In terms of Viper players, I think Bang is the guy. And then on maps where you want to run, a second smoke, and Leaf again can play those initiators.
I think like Leaf opens you up so much to like kind of put whoever you want in those last two roles because he could play duelist on a map, he can play initiator, he can play patrol, like he can do anything.
That's a good team.
Am I winning champions with this team?
Honestly,
you might be.
Let us know if Ender's winning champions with this team. All right, make sure you sign off on social media. VCT Americas, VCT. Is Ender right? This is a solid squad, though. I quite like it. All right.
Pick Potter.
I would also pick Potter, but I'll be your assistant coach, and then next year I can coach 100 Thieves.
Oh, that's so
look at
true.
that. Okay, I like that. You guys are out here making deals. Do your job. All right, well, here we go, guys. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we've got more from the block parties and a breakdown of our season finals between G2 and LEVIATAN. We'll see you as always on the other side.
Nosfer no consigue nada a raíz de esto. 1 por 1 por ahora. Nosfer ha caído fuera. Atpas es un agresivo de Chant. No se le esperaba para nada. Y es otro más. Sola multikill. Si está el defuser por parte de Furia.
No huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now. And they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of Crew.
We're live here with Zelina at the New York City block party. How are you doing, Zelina? Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited. I'm having a really good time here, and I'm also learning a lot. So it's,
It's your first gaming event, right?
Not my first gaming event, but it's my first with Valorant. So yeah, it's definitely exciting to get into something new.
Absolutely. For the people that don't know, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
So I am a WWE superstar. I am wrestling every single week on Mondays on the USA Network, and I'm a huge anime and gaming nerd, and yeah, so and I'm from Queens, New York, so.
She's a native, so we like her. You actually told me you have an anime tattoo as well. So.
All anime everywhere. My legs are both anime. It's like Demon Slayer, Naruto, everything, so yeah. Inuyasha, I'm obsessed.
Nice, we love that. What do you think of the vibes here? Is this like a pretty unique experience for you to see in terms of like what we have going on with the watch party and all the fans coming out?
I think it's really cool. I love the stage. I love how everything is set up. The vibes are really chill, very nice.
Yeah.
And although it's competitive, it's like a nice, friendly competitive, which I like.
Yeah, we haven't even started yet, so things will pick up pace soon here. But I heard you got to try out console. How was your experience on that?
It's fun. It's fun. So for me, I love getting into something new and being able to say, okay, I want to cosplay this person. I want to get really good with this person. So I'm kind of into Viper right now. I played a little bit with her, so I'm like, yeah, I think I'm into Viper right now.
I think you were telling me you like doing cosplays. Would you do a Viper cosplay?
I would. I saw Valkyrie did it, so I'm kind of like, should I stick with Viper? Should we go more Reyna? Might kind of err on the side of Reyna, so we'll see.
If you guys want her to do a Viper cosplay, pog in the chat. We're going to send it back to the desk. Thank you, Zelina.
What? Zelina Vega was there? Oh my God. I just watched her go up against Liv Morgan for the WWE Women's Championship on Monday Night Raw the other day. She's incredible.
Wait, who won, G2 or LEV?
That's
at Monday Night.
At Monday Night Raw? Yeah. Who won, G2 or LEV?
G2 or LEV, yeah.
And I said Liv.
Oh, sorry.
Liv Morgan.
My bad.
Why can't these people watch wrestling with me?
I think she would be a good Reyna.
She would be an excellent Reyna.
Yeah, I think like slick back the hair, dye the other side.
She's done a ton of cosplays. She like went through the list, but her IG is just like a bunch of different cosplays of her. She's awesome. Worked a few events with her in the past. Really great person. So yeah, shout out to Zelina Vega. Happy to see you here as well. All right, well, folks, welcome back as always to our America's Season Finals, and we're throwing a block party here at the Riot Games Arena, and we're celebrating. Of course, you just saw in New York. We had Sao Paulo as well as Mexico City. So for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to Vancilia and Riv. Check out what's going on here in LA.
Back at the block party because we want you to feel like you're right here with us. So let's check out some booths. Let's go to, we talked about the Viper booth before, so let's check it out.
Yeah, so we're actually joined here with Becky Bell. Becky, actually I know you from an aspiring Valorant caster, but now it seems as though you have hidden talents as an artist. So talk to us about yourself. So how do you figure out like the proportions? Because me, when I have to try to draw stuff, it does not look like this.
So a lot of it is going to come down to, I like to print things out. I like to do sketches over the drawing so that I kind of get a feel for the overall proportions of the piece, especially when I am doing a big mural like this. It does come down to, like, you can see my little piece down there where I've gotten like the middle point, and then I kind of just work out from a center point. That helps a lot. There are going to always end up being some differences, but I think that's kind of the beauty of going from digital painting to a live painting here.
How long does something like this take?
Exactly.
So they kind of take anywhere between 10 to 16 hours. Normally when I'm doing chalk murals, I do it over the course of 2 days and do 8 hours each day. This one I did quite a bit of prep work beforehand just to get it here. And normally I am doing them on concrete, so I basically had to reinvent concrete, but then this is on a frame, so I'll be able to put it up later. It was a whole process, but I had a ton of fun doing it, and it's probably taken me about, at this point, I'm at like hour 18.
Wow. Okay, so you were here since like 2 a.m.
No. My tiny apartment at home, I like had it up and was taking up my entire living room, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm actually intrigued because you just told us that you had to reinvent concrete. So what does that mean? Did you have to like do any type of extra mixtures going into the painting?
So it's actually wood framing. So it's gonna be 2x4s and then masonite on top of it. I then did wood glue and sand mixture as a way to get this kind of texture that's gonna get the chalk to cling to it. And then that was pretty much what the base of it was. Then did chalkboard paint on top of it.
That's wild.
And now we're here.
Super wild, super cool. Becky, thank you so much for your time. Good luck. I can't wait to see the final result. And let's toss it back now to GB.
I just wish I had an iota of talent to be able to do that. That was amazing.
It looked like it was all hand. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is. Valor community constantly impresses. So much talent across the board, all right outside here at the block party. But for now, we know everyone, we've been having fun, you know, yapping about the good things we're doing today, but let's go ahead and get down to some business, shall we? Let's talk about what we are here to watch today. A BO5 matchup, G2, Leviathan. And what's wild is that we have a bunch of rookies up in here. We have a guy who's probably going for his second America's title. This is just unbelievable that we've gotten up until this point, but these two teams deserve it so much.
And I think the story of the day is the guard core making the run to now be in the finals here. This team stuck together after not making partnership, went through Ascension, and won as a squad. They split up a little bit from there. The core went to G2, Tex took a different opportunity and went off to Leviathan. But now both of these cores will join back together in this grand finals to go from that Ascension trophy to the Americas trophy.
I think it's safe to say that that guard team is the biggest success story in the history of Valorant. Like, to go from there qualifying and now re-meeting against each other in the final is just absolutely ridiculous. To have that growth over the course of the year, to carry it over and go like a full tier leap and all of a sudden be the best, ridiculous.
And G2 didn't start off by doing great this year. They came into the league, they had a bit of a disappointing kickoff. People had really high hopes for this team, but they fell flat there, and then they took a big risk. This was the team that was the brothers that stuck together and did it, and they made the hard decision to drop Net from the team, to go a different direction, and kind of place their bets on an unknown player in Icy. But the turnaround after that was incredible.
Their placement after that is just insane, and it took a while, right? At first, there was a lot of concern about Icy coming into the team. The first few performances weren't super hot, but the rest of the team stepped up, and more time together with the team. All of a sudden, you're going off to a Shanghai. Icy is having some big games on the international stage, and this team is looking like a serious contender for it all.
No other team has gone on a run at an international event. DRG qualified, but all of the other Ascension teams have gone to their international league and been solid. No one has had the performance of G2. No one else has made a grand finals. To go from tier 2 to one of the best 2 teams and maybe the best team in this region is insane.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it goes to show like that Ascension pathway, right? Like, I mean, there are a lot of kids right now that are playing challengers that this could very well be them, you know, in a short amount of time. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but it is doable.
He wasn't even playing challengers. He was a tier 3 player, and now he's here.
And next year, we're going to have another team. Like, we know how much talent there is in the Americas ecosystem coming up. G2 is the proof of that, and the final cherry on top would be lifting that trophy today.
And they're the main proof. But you look at our other teams, and you have players there too. Tex on Leviathan. You have EU, who is in that Ascension finals but lost, finding success with 100 Thieves. The depth of talent in tier 2, and we're just talking about NA tier 2, is so deep. And there are players like that in Brazil, in LATAM, that are waiting for their opportunity.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what we can get next year, but the proof is in the pudding. But though, let's go ahead and reiterate that this is going to be the 3rd time that these teams have met this year. Now, they're 1-1, so this is basically the rubber band match.
Well, 2-1.
Oh, that's right. They're 2-1. I forgot.
Because it was those 2 critical playoff games. G2 has beaten LEV both times when it mattered.
That is right. Yeah. So, I mean, you got a situation here where you have 2 teams that are going into a grand final, big game, and they know each other very well.
Yeah, it's such an interesting matchup, right? Because on one hand, you have LEV that are, going undefeated in stage 2 in the map pool, then fall to G2, have the close match again, but have now a couple of best of 5s under their experience against a G2 that is so clutch when it actually matters, showing up in playoffs during stage 1, showing up in Shanghai too. This team lives for the big moments on the stage.
Yeah, they truly do, and we'll see if they could live for that moment again today. But here's what Tex had to say over on the Leviathan side about facing his former teammates.
It's definitely fun. I mean, I love playing against them. The first time I played them, I wanted to literally dominate them in every way possible. I remember on Breeze, I just ran at them and just destroyed them, and it felt great. Honestly, after that map, I felt so happy inside. But yeah, honestly, it's the hatred has definitely died down a lot. They're still my boys. They always have been. But I definitely still want to take them out. I'm not gonna lie. They're also like their playstyle kind of punishes my playstyle a bit, based on because I'm kind of aggressive. I take my timings, and they're a very like tight and strong team where like they punish you if you make mistakes. So I'm just going to be focused on playing really well fundamentally, and I think I'll play a lot better like that.
Their Tex talked about G2's style punishing his individual play, but what they also did in the last match was punish Ospas. This guy is a danger to any team playing against him, especially when he has the operator. And I want to highlight some of the absolutely incredible calling from Valen to get them that 2-0 stomp win the last time they beat LEV. We're entering into this one on Icebox. It's round 8. G2's on the attacking side. They've had a good go of things thus far, and their big priority is figure out what Ospas is up to with this op and find the gap in the defense. LEV is starting this round with 3 players over towards A. They have their Harbor here, who's going to send an early cascade down this line to set up Ospas for an early fight here. But G2 are going to send their own early utility here. You see that Killjoy Molly come in combination with the Dizzy, with that cascade of their own as well. That's their standard utility to scale and start to take towards A. But Leviathan give a little tell in this round that sets G2 up to make an amazing call. This Killjoy Molly normally remains unbroken because the only place you can really break this Killjoy Molly from is either when you're playing up top, on this angle or this angle. You can actually go and fight and break that one through. And you're only going to really do that when a player is actually looking to go forward and fight. So that's a tell to make them realize that, hey, they're breaking that molly. It's likely because Ospas is going for a forward fight and trying to get one of those opening kills. So G2 will rotate back and instead put pressure towards B main. What they're going to try and sell here, after realizing that there's a likely stack on A, is that they're going into a basic hit on this B site. We'll speed up for a second and see how they set up for this one. You see that Harbor, that Sova, both setting up in main. And they're going to show the normal utility that makes you think, hey, this is going to be some kind of hit in this direction. A drone's going to start coming through, a cascade's coming through, but that's not actually where they're going to finish this round. Look what's going on in mid right now. This cascade will block off what would be the default turret angle right there, and players are going to walk through this orb to pinch. Because they think that Ospas has a heavy setup on A, they're suspecting that there's only 1 or 2 players anchoring on B, and at most, the rest of LEV is slowly rotating over through spawn. So, with that pressure in main, this Viper player is forced to fall back, and G2 catches an absolutely perfect timing as 3 come through the orb, get a 1-for-1 trade onto King here, and they've already set themselves up in a winning position now. They're going to get into a post plant, but the round's not done yet. It's a 4v4 at this point with that spike going down, and they'll commit a lockdown in a bit of a strange position. You're never going to see a Killjoy putting a lockdown here. But because of the space they gained in mid, this basically stunts LEV's ability to go for a retake. Everyone who wants to push through is stuck out here or would have to reflank all the way back through. And this means that G2 is able to get into a really good post-plant position. They know there's going to be a fight from mid, so multiple players are setting up to take this swing under 2. They're using mollies, utility to delay on this one, and they come out favorable from the trade. But there's even more than that. They have insurance policies in this round. Leaf dying there is fine because he's bought time. Look what Trent has on the board. The Hunter's Fury. They retreat this post plant all the way back into main, and despite the fact that this util is going to come in, that there are tools for LEV to retake, they have enough left to stall this one out. All of this round started because of a very simple little piece of utility that Valen read and rotated off of. And he had rounds like that throughout this game, where he's taking the little cues, the little reads he has, and transforming them into round wins.
Crazy to think one small thing, you know, shooting a molly, a Killjoy molly, leads to a cascading effect, as we saw right there.
And I think the thing that is so impressive about Valen, it sometimes gets some flack for playing like very slow rounds on the attacking side, but all he is waiting for is that critical piece of information that tells him exactly how to win out the round. Sometimes that's going to take him a minute, 10 seconds. Sometimes it is just as simple as that molly gets broken and he finds the immediate solve. But no matter what he does in a round is seek out that information and then break the team that he's playing against.
Valen is only 21 years old. He's been on this roster for a long time, almost 3 years now. And in that time, he has grown so much as an IGL. They went from the team who choked in Reykjavik 2 years ago when they went on their miracle run to now a team that is great under pressure. They can come back at big games, at international events, and now they've made it to their 2nd finals in a row here in Americas. His journey's been incredible, and G2 would be nowhere close to the quality of team without this IGL.
G2 is Valen.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with that. The man absolutely has contributed so much to this team. Let's actually hear from Valen, and Leaf is actually standing by outside with Riv and Van Silly. What you got, guys?
What's going on, everybody? We're here at the block party, joined by Leaf and Valen. We're going to get right into it. Leaf, I have to ask you, if you think back to last year, you fell just short of LCQ to none other than Leviathan. Then fast forwarding to this season, joined as a duelist, but then switched to Sentinel, and things are changing, even though it was a comfortable role. What, though, do you think you've kind of grown and learned as an individual or a team that allowed you guys to be so successful in this run?
I think as an individual, like I've grown a lot. I mean, obviously swapping to a different role requires kind of a different mindset, but I think I'm pretty like smart at the game. Compared to last year, I think that I'm a lot more patient and like disciplined, and that's just like the general team. Like I feel like our team as a whole is very on the same page, know what we want to do, and we don't like try to, you know, there's some rounds that we do like overextend, but I think as a whole, like we try not to make mistakes that are avoidable. So I think that's just like the main change.
Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, to piggyback on that is to find yourselves on the same page, and it's a question for you, Valen. In a similar vein, you had to go through, you know, different roster changes, but compositional changes, role changes. When did you finally see it finally start clicking here for G2 to finally get the results here to get to this moment today?
I would say right before or when we qualified for Shanghai for Masters 2, I felt like that's when we built a lot of inner confidence within ourselves, but also within the team. It kind of proves like, hey guys, if we, you know, keep devoting our hard work and efforts into this project, let's make this work no matter what, we can win. Because we went through some rough losses throughout the whole year to kind of build up into this point. But I would say that's when it clicked for sure. It was right before that tournament. We had a great run there, so that was the little cherry on top.
Yeah, yeah.
And I got to ask you, kind of for both of you, but more to start with Leaf. You have both been coached by MCE in the past, and what have you kind of taken from those learnings? And also, how can you kind of compare that to Josh RT's coaching?
I mean, I don't think Matt will deny it, but there's definitely a lot of differences in terms of like, what they both like provide. I think Matt, MCE, is very good at like teaching people, and he's very good, like very smart too, but I think that's like where he shines, is like getting that like foundation of like fundamentals and stuff like that and discipline. Important. But Josh kind of just takes it a step further with like he's very like, he's more discipline focused, I would say, from my POV, and he's just more like minuscule, like the minute details, which like make us even like 1% better. He's all about like that 1%, which I feel like kind of makes it so that we don't make as many mistakes because we're just focused on that like one detail, like that 1% detail.
At least you guys have found success with MCE, now finding success with Josh RT, and I don't think you really had a chance to like take a step back and breathe through the whole journey that you went through, Valen, so far, from going to Challengers, winning Ascension, going to Grand Finals of Stage 1, top 3 Shanghai, this Grand Finals in Stage 2. So how's it going so far? Like, tell me about, like, you know, the vibe and how you feel going through this journey.
I mean, the feelings is definitely a lot of like gratitude. Honestly, I'm very grateful to be in this position. This is what I love doing. So being able to play a lot of matches this year, get the experience, hang out with my boys at LANs, like nothing beats that. That's the best feeling in the world. You know, when I look back a bit, it does show that I've had a successful couple of years, but it doesn't really like change me at all. I feel like I'm still the same person I was in Challengers. Obviously I've grown, but in terms of my mindset, I just take it day by day, game by game, and you know, hopefully I can keep coming out with wins. I don't want to kind of get ahead of myself. I think that's common to see people get ahead of themselves a bit. I'm just, you know, focused in the now, focused on the moment. Hopefully I can win this grand final.
That's awesome. And one of the final questions for you, looking at playing LEV 4 times now in the season, if you think back to Shanghai, Heretics kind of had your number after 3 games. Like, is there any worry here where you guys are trying to make sure they don't have your read, that LEV won't be able to just look at those games and come in hard?
Yeah, I would say for me, I'm definitely someone who thinks rematches are challenging, but I will say I feel like I've talked about it with my team. I talked about it with even the performance coach, and I feel like sometimes I overestimate the opponent's ability to adapt from a loss. Okay. So for this one, I'm just going in with the mindset of these guys don't know how to beat us. We're going to go and doing our thing, and as long as we can execute that well, we're going to win.
Same for you, Lee.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd also just say that like they didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this, so I think having like that kind of mentality is better than over worrying. I think Shanghai, like Heretics, a little different because it was just like a lot more stuff, but I think like here and now it's like nothing really changed. Like we know how good we are, and we know, you know, they didn't have a lot of time to prep, like I said, so I think we're very comfortable going into it.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time. Best of luck in the grand finals.
Good luck, guys. It's going to be kick-ass.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in over toward the Big Apple. You got Tarek standing by.
Yo, guys, it's Tarek here, live from New York City at the block party. We got the beautiful crowd here. Yo, guys, can we get a yeah? And we're about to go live to the match. We'll see you guys soon.
there were at least like 8 people in the crowd going, "You're." So thank you guys. All right, well, let's go ahead and give some love over to G2's opponent. You got Leviathan. Now, this is a squad that has been engineered, forged in the fires of roster mania to create a championship roster.
I mean, look, LEV signed champions to be champions, bar none. Like, obviously, the OSPA signing, ridiculous. You've got, you know, a VALORANT champion from 2022 in that. You've also got the Americas champion in 2023 coming back to defend that trophy here today. The only player from that Loud roster. But also, the fact that they got Calm at the last moment in that offseason is massive.
And people criticized it at the time, but I think his impact on the team has been massive. And he's now the only player of that EG roster that won champs last year who has a chance to defend his title. This is a team whose expectation is simple. Go to international events and win them. That's why this team signed superstars in this way, and thus far they haven't been able to perform in the matches that matter.
Yeah, and now this is, well, the biggest of matches for them, right? Aspas, of course, being one of the game's biggest stars, a world champion, the global kill leader. He's probably going to be the league MVP at the rate that he's going at. But I guess the question is, right, we really talked about Valen's value, but does Aspas, you know, do it in a different way? Like, let's have that value conversation here, because it's quite fascinating.
I think Aspas is the obvious answer for who is your league MVP. He has put up performances 3 years in a row as a superstar player. However much utility, how much assets are put into him, he is always succeeding. He is the X factor, no matter what team he is on, to take over matches and win them.
And obviously, Aspas, you know, god-tier duelist, right? One of the greatest, probably the greatest over the history of the game here. But I do think there is a serious case to be made that Valen is the league MVP in America's 2024.
All right.
This guy literally carried his team from Ascension to that trophy, brought them here, and then has looked so good. It's not just the fact that he's the leader on this team and a great IGL. He's the best IGL right now in Americas, and he is the top performing smokes players in Americas too. This guy is constantly top fragging over duelists on his team, over Leaf, who's an insane fragger too. The impact he has both individually in server and also the calling aspect of the game means that if I were to build a team, it would be around Valen first every single time.
Yeah.
These two players are both the win conditions for their team, but in very different ways. Aspas is around his individual performance, opening kills, taking over games, what he can do in that regard. That's why he's a superstar. But Valen, he's the reason that G2 wins matches. We've talked a lot about his calling, his story, his history.
Yeah.
G2 is successful in large part because of Valen. And I think both of these players will be the make or break if their team wins today.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and go back to the block party. We got Rivington Vansili standing by because we're going to hear from Tex and King.
The block party's still popping off, and we're joined by King and Tex as we're hanging out here from Leviathan. Tex, I want to start with you right away. You come back from a bit of a shaky Masters to dominate the stage 2 round. What do you think is the biggest change there for the team as you guys came in?
We really just had to fix some of our mistakes. Honestly, I think Masters exposed a lot of our flaws that we were getting away with in Americas. So really, it was just, you know, just focusing on really specific things and just locking in on them.
All right. And then for King, for you, this is the first time here in the VCTs that you get to IGL an international roster built to win championships. How different has it been right now outside of language barriers? How has the culture been versus the old LATAM team that you had?
I mean, to be honest, the main difference, not that much about culture, because like with Ian, for example, we've been like already bros since we like met, you know. But I feel like with the LATAM teams I've had, first of all, I had way less experience, like literally learning on the fly, and it was more like a team, like to be friends, you know. Like we were friends, we were like kind of scared to say things to each other. But here we're also like really close. But here we are like a team that really want to win, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's the main difference.
And to follow up on that, though, because you're saying that you were inexperienced as well as IGL, and do you feel now in this year for 2024, like, you know, like, the perfect calls, you're able to read every team? Like, how do you feel right now as an IGL?
I mean, I don't know, like, the perfect calls. I think maybe it's too much, but I do feel, and I know for a fact that I've improved so much since last year. Like, my understanding of the game last year was like really small, And with all the coaching I've had, with the experience of having Tex, Aspas, Corvin, like I've opened my mind literally, and I've just like been like sponge, like just absorbing knowledge, you know. I'm now at a point that I feel really confident in my iGelling, you know.
Now the calls flow.
Yeah, now the calls flow. Staying on the topic of improving, it's been several months since you started in a new role. Like, what do you feel like your contributions have been, and you know, are they better than on previous teams now that you've kind of started this growth?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I've been trying to be a really good teammate this year. I know learning a new role is one thing, but I think you can also evolve as a person as well. And really, it's been, you know, trying to be there for the boys, always trying to be motivational, trying to bring up the vibes if things are going, you know, bad. And I think it's important to have people like that on the team.
Absolutely.
But yeah, overall, it's just, I'm just happy, and I think the boys are happy too. And like, at the end of the day, that's really like, it really helps everything.
Thumbs up? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. See, the other boys are happy.
I still think it's cool because you pretty much went through the same type of like transition as Leaf did. You guys were star duelists, going to Sentinel roles, and now both kicking ass in that role as well. And now you were talking about evolving with the team. You had to evolve with a different roster because now you're not playing with that G2 roster you ascended with. So going into today's game, it's a grand finals against them. How much would it mean to you, for you, to finally beat them if you can?
Honestly, it's going to be the best feeling of the year if I win this grand final, I'm not going to lie. I love the guys, but I also want to not prove only myself, but to everyone else that I could have easily been on that roster, and that's really all I'm coming for today.
Hell yeah.
All right. King, final question for you. We had a long 5-map series yesterday. How are the energy levels coming into today? Give us a vibe check, as it might be another 5 matches.
I mean, to be honest, I think we've been going through a lot of series these last couple days, but we have like 2 things in advantage. First of all, we've been scrimming a lot, like in the days, 4 scrims. Like we put the energy enough all day to prepare for this specific situation, and also it's the last step, you know. Like we cannot fluke, we cannot stop at any moment, and I don't care like anyone. They might be tired, but the adrenaline, the will to win is going to be way higher than that. So I'm just happy about that.
Especially when you want to chase after your first trophy. Yeah. So all the best for you guys here for the VCTs and the grand finals, and we'll see you guys in the server.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting down to the wire. 1-minute warning. Here are the predictions from the entirety of the Talon team. And wow, we only have 2 people going for Leviathan, Ender and Uber. Mimi, why you went G2?
I think the case for G2 is simple. They've had a day off to prep. Lev just came off a grueling BO5. A double map ban advantage for our heaviest prep team in the league. I think that Valen and Josh RT are going to come out with a fantastic game plan and replicate the success they had against Leviathan in their last game.
Mimi, I can imagine what will be. Unburdened by what was that series against G2 a few days ago. I have been ride or die with Leviathan all year long. Yesterday was 50% of their power. 2 days ago was 30%. Today we're getting 100%. Aspas is going to be frying. King's saying they're locked in. GB, they're locked in, ready to win this thing.
They're locked in. They say they're ready to win it. All right. Look, no matter how it shakes up, we're going to be treated to an excellent matchup between 2 phenomenal squads. This is it, though, folks. The wait is over. It's time to get this best of 5 started. You got G2 Esports versus Leviathan for one final time, baby. The VCT Americas season final starts right now.
A lot of eyes are on Americas. We've shown that we've had the best teams throughout all the years. Winning the Americas trophy is no small feat.
Forcing his players out from the wide open space. No way, adjustment, Valen, ridiculous. It's magnetic in the moment, sticks it to half, win God's hurt, and a round, 1 out. That is ludicrous.
There's no way they know. 1, 2, 3, every single one spotted. Better late than never. Calm gets his 4.
G2 is the only team that's beaten us in Split 2, so it'd be nice to get back at them.
But they're not accounting for this Octagon. Flash is perfect, Jonah B!
They've been looking really good, they've shown they're hot, but now when the pressure's on, can they perform? We lost them pretty convincingly last time. Now we just got to come back and show what we really are.
I was very close in Split 1, and I saw 100 Thieves lift it before my eyes. That's definitely motivation going into this, but I'm not going to let that happen again.
I'm very excited for the grand finals. I've never won Americas. I would like to add Americas to that trophy case.
This time around, I'll be the ones lifting the trophy.
Fast man! What is that?
Riot Games Arena, please join me in welcoming your first Stage 2 Grand Finalist, G2 Esports! Give it up for Icy! And now, let's bring out their opponents in this best-of-5 series for the VCT Americas Championship. Make some noise for Leviathan's husbands! Let's give it up one more time for your grand finalists!
And the wait is finally over. It is now time to crown our America's champion. On one end, you have G2 Esports, a team that has been forged through the fires of resiliency. And then on the other side of the stage, it's a Leviathan roster bred for greatness, created for perfection and championships. You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better setup for this matchup.
G2 ended last year winning Ascensions after sticking together in Tier 2, passing up on opportunities to go to the Partnership League. Now this year they have been on a run, made a controversial roster move, then took off with their run in stage 1, with their performance at Shanghai, and now they have a chance to hoist their first ever trophy in Tier 1.
On the other side of the stage, a former teammate in Tex, the rest of Leviathan coming in without vetoes. G2 decide to take away Sunset and Icebox. Icebox, a map G2 just smoked Lev on the other day, but it shows they don't have hubris, right? They know that is still Leviathan's best map and are taken out of the pool.
And that's clear respect given. Both these maps have been great for Leviathan all season, so they go into a lot of G2 strengths to start out. A Lotus and Haven, both maps where I think Valen's IGLing has been excellent.
And to finish the series,
I was gonna say,
go to 5 on the brand new map of Abyss.
I want it so bad.
What?
I want it.
That would be
I want
incredible.
it so. It would be unbelievable, man, if we got over to Abyss to determine who is the America's champion. What are the chances of that? And look, the reality is the chances are actually quite good, because even when you look at the maps that got taken out for Leviathan, Icebox and Sunset, you still got to be like, well, you know, it's still Leviathan. They still have the firepower to be able to take it to G2 on some of these more preferred maps for them.
They absolutely do. My biggest question for Leviathan is how well are they going to perform under pressure? Because you can't help but draw back to Stage 1 playoffs, to Shanghai, where they disappointed, and honestly almost losing that BO5 to Crew yesterday. This is their opportunity, though, to lock in, to let the past be in the past, and go into Champions as America's #1 seed with the regional trophy.
Yeah, because the best version of Leviathan is the team that didn't drop a map during the regular season in Stage 2. The team that hasn't lost a regular season game since their first one against Cloud9. Playoffs have been tough for them, but if they come in that form, they are going to give G2 a run for their money.
And that's the difference between these teams. Lev has been the consistent monster in the regular season, whereas G2 has been the squad that steps up in these big games. Look at that run in Shanghai, the comebacks against teams that they had no business beating. They have a chance to do that here too.
Another big question about who shows up is what Icy do we get today? This guy has been all over the place. Sometimes he can deliver back at Shanghai. Last few days hasn't been that same level.
And he's facing up against Osbos, far and away the best duelist in our league.
But they have done this before. Let's not forget. Yes, it wasn't, Osbos was popping off, but let's not forget, G2 walked away with a 2-0 victory. Put Leviathan in that lower bracket to begin with. Here comes your agents, though. We got Icy locking up the race.
I do think that Lotus is one of Icy's better maps. He gets to brawl a little bit more with the team here and really get set up nicely by his teammates. This is one he performs very well on, but it's also the 47 bomb of Osbos that he's got to go up against.
And Osbos is playing on the Neon now. This is where Leviathan debuted a new comp, playing that Breach and that Fade combined with that Neon. A bit of a new school comp, but I actually think they play it really well here.
We'll see if they can actually break the defensive side, though, of G2, because obviously you've got Leaf that's so fantastic on the Killjoy here. But Jonah P has been playing absolutely out of his mind in playoffs. This guy is an absolute superstar and not an easy man to shut down.
And Leviathan is starting on the attack, where I think this Neon comp is a little bit harder than those fast rotates you get on the defense, and also where I think we have seen this team struggle at times. G2 is a great defensive team on this map. A lot of the time, they're coming out the better on their defensive side, which is super rare for teams on Lotus, and that honestly all comes down to the immaculate mid-rounding that Valen finds.
Valen is truly the genius on the defensive side. He finds ways to either get flanks going or rotate, get stacks going up against your opposition. He never over-rotates his players. He reads teams like a book.
Well, let's go ahead and do this thing, shall we? It's time for map #1 in this best-of-5 series, the trophy. The glory. It's all on the line. Let's go ahead and send it over to you casters for this one. You got, of course, Bryn and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, what an honor it is to cover this one here. Our finale in Americas for 2024. Two worthy competitors. Listen, they've had their trials and tribulations throughout this entire year, but it's right here, right now, where they're going to lay claim to be the best in Americas.
It's certainly our two best teams, and they have followed very different paths. Love the way that Mimi set it up. One team that we've been worried about in bracket play, but has still made it all the way through. Difficult matches, pushed to the limit. Leviathan maintain their spot in the finals. But G2, it feels like there's an aura around this team where when the game matters most, they deliver. Having said that, Valen spoke earlier about seeing 100 Thieves lift that Stage 1 trophy and vowing not to let it slip out of his grasp again. I'm expecting this to be a banger, and we open up on the map that Leviathan have been banning recently.
Exactly. Definitive advantage here for G2. They came through the uppers. They were right in the wrongs of what went on for them in stage 1 in that finals. They had to battle it up from the lower bracket. They know how tough it can be. You had Leaf and Valin talking about the preparation difference that they're expecting, at least, that LEV have had really no time to reset and think about this match. Too much icy. An opener. Potentially closes at a pistol as well, just from that first kill alone. Let's put a pause into the step of Leviathan.
It's very difficult to pivot away from A now. You're lacking smokes. How could you possibly go to B?
And the call is made to just take it slow and steady. A bit of contacting plays. There's a gap in the defensive protocol here. Jonah P, it's up to him to try and close that one still. Aspas right back in. And now, down to that 4v4. Getting a bit of a run on. Leave here in the footsteps. Sets it up nice and easy. A bit of that squeeze once more occurring, Com. Just flanking straight from main again, but it's difficulties here. The spike's been dropped down.
They've actually managed this 4v5 situation really nicely, apart from losing the spike here. G2 allowing them to collect it. This fight is going to go on to B with no smokes.
And straight into it. Trying to take the brawl right into the fray. I see! That is an opening you can only dream of here in our best of 5 grand finals.
Questions about this guy's form? Of course there are going to be, with the extraordinary success we've seen from him in certain matches. What a way to answer those questions early on. A 4K hitting such excellently precise shots with the Sheriff. Rumors, stories about him dropping 40 in scrims and G2 choosing him above all others to fill the role of duelist. Vindicated, at least here at the beginning.
Sets it up more than nicely here. Leviathan. Game plan's made easy for them. Just seeing if they can vacuum up any of these ult orbs. Farm up some potential ults just to at least carry it forward into the next few sections here. But you mentioned earlier, Josh, just how much Valin wanted it. The whole team wants this trophy lift here. Not just vindication for, you know, some of the decisions that have been made by this G2 org, but also just the ability to go from strength to strength. They won out Ascension. They made a finals. Even making international events their first year in partnerships, but here and now is where they can really cement themselves as building that legacy.
And I think you couldn't get a more stark contrast than the two duelists that we have. Icy is not only part of the team that's come through Ascension, but he is a straight-up rookie. He hasn't had even the tenure that the other G2 players have. On the other side, the duelist for Leviathan is looking to be the 2-time trophy lifter in Americas.
Trying to cement that GOAT status here. Bit of pressure definitely applied now towards these anchoring players. Valin, it's up to him to offset that. Again, plenty of bodies just ready to wade right in front of him, and he will mop them up. Assistant to the rest of his team, ready by their sides, and Aspas will be that last one left.
It was on this map that we saw magic created from Aspas earlier on in the season. A ridiculous amount of kills. I think Leviathan, though, as we head forwards and start to think about what their attack side's going to look like, it's very easy for Valin to get a read on Lev if they use a lot of initiator utility early round to take map control. You might be thinking, okay, they have Breach Fate. They should be able to take Rubble really quickly, take Mound really quickly. But if you use your double initiator util at the start of the round, G2 are going to know exactly where you're headed. So Lev are forced to save that util to deny information and make it difficult for G2 to tell where they're ending. So we might see some slow-paced beginnings to these rounds and then explosive executes.
One's going to be used nice and early here for Aspas. That's TP disengaged from Valin as well. Horn potentially to get Aspas back up onto that line. It's being pushed back. Leaf's making a go of things here with the Outlaw in his hands. Even rattled off one of the shots, so they're aware of that. Big weapon into his hands. Plenty of targets potentially, or literally at least just the one Tex on the half armor that would have gone down to it.
So having used a lot of initiator util over towards Mound, they've dragged 3 players from the defense to C, and now they're going to look to try to retake Rubble. But you see how obvious it is where Leviathan are moving around. You kind of know now that they've left C because you're hearing all of this noise on the other side of the map.
Only being maintained as well. One player to lock down Rubble. To C's at his feet. He's tethered, rooted to the spot, makes him an easy pickings target here for Leviathan. He's taking that A rubber control, and they've still maintained control of C-Man the whole time. You might see the pivot occurring. King's going to be making that call for the rest of his team and eventually following suit.
This is a lovely call. Going back to King, who was inserted there, it means now there's only one player defending on C.
And it's all on Leaf as well. Not the weapon for the job as well, but there's going to be that swarm approaching. Overwhelming them. At least with the nanoswarm still available. We'll slow them down for but a moment to try and buy time for the reinforcements. G2 to get back into the fight. Waiting for the right timing once more, and as the tap not quite walking into the smoke, they choose to face it. And it is overwhelming at that with the rifles in hands. Pure weaponry advantage at play here by LEV, but what a call to make in the midst of it. A world in which Valen surely doesn't get away with it. It's 2 though. Well, I can't imagine it's a possibility for Trent. It's made just that a little bit more winnable here, but with only a stinger in hand. It would require LEV to slip up almost entirely to win a round in this capacity, especially with time taken away from him.
5 health on Aspas, but on and off angle. Does get cleared.
Just
so that's
one.
A little more damage. Another rifle taken out of the hands. Up until they chose to fight against Valen, this was looking like an absolutely flawless anti-bonus. And Leaf did invest, so he's going to have weaker weaponry here heading into the next round. Not a big fan when we see teams doing that kind of thing. Now he's going to be working with, look, light armor stinger in this one. A lot of the Americas teams are going for these slightly more invested looks in the bonus. Doesn't make too much sense to me, but we'll see if Leaf can get value out of the stinger. He's mostly going to be playing that anchor C position, which you do get a lot of close range fights, especially when there's a neon barreling into your face.
Aspas going to be trying to hunt out those opportunities and chances. Obviously, very much enabled. The rest of his team, the double initiator comp here, not opting for a gun. Instead, he does have that overdrive sitting in his back pocket, and here it is, trying to go for a bit of an electric opening. Valen, he just stands his ground. Will not let them pass the initial choke point.
Excellent read.
Pushing them back.
Excellent read there. Valen was waiting for that off the turret contact, off any kind of explode into B. They're ready for these fast B hits. They were on the pistol as well. And this is where Leviathan's composition struggles a little bit more compared to the normal Viper setups, where you can try to contact into rubble.
Toxins going up.
Making a good go of it, though.
Trent could get pinched here. King doesn't have the paranoia, but Trent's quite alone.
Potentially there in the danger zone. The door's rotated. It's alerting a lot of G2 to the possibility that they are outside this A. A few bullets spraying away. Jonah P. Almost thinking about the timing here in this corner. Will it get cleared? It's half, and it's sloppy at best, really. But LEV eventually making their go straight through into the baby door. Again, it's being shut down. G2 are very quick to respond. Rewarded with a spike in their laps too, so will be no chances anymore for Mazzino. Just forced to really scurry away, save this rifle into the next.
10 seconds
What ends
left.
up winning this round for G2? Valen's read on the game. He may have a chance to deny this final rifle as well. Mazzino's going to keep it in hand. Get that breach ult online. But a silver lining to an otherwise very G2-focused defense there. I love the read at the beginning. They very much focused on the fact that LEV, with the double initiator comp, are more likely to run BXX. It just suits their composition more. So Valen's there with paranoia, swings into the neon wall, and able to isolate that. And then Valen's also there to clean up and help Trent towards the end. Stops King from being able to pinch, also takes down Tex. 8-1 before Mazzino ended up knocking him towards the end of the round.
It's always going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think, for Leviathan, coming from that lower finals. Band's advantage, but maybe a player like this is enough to upset it. Aspas, this guy is not willing to step back, not willing to take things lightly. And a slight misstep, but still cleaned up in the end by Mazzino.
What a way to open up an eco round where you only had a single rifle to work with. Mazzino throwing it to the player he knows will do the most. And they've managed to turn one rifle into 3. A 4v2 that now looks extremely difficult. Con playing for the jiggle, getting info on Leaf. It's almost a save. You're looking at the economy for Trent and Jonah P. They need the rifles into the next round.
The money's been struggling, I think, despite the fact that G2 are ahead in rounds. They've been surviving with 1 or 2 players basically at most.
I've got to say, I don't think of Aspas as being a spray control guy as much. And normally, he's got that super precise, clean headshot aim. Here, barrels his way forwards, takes a 2v1, deletes both players, spraying with a Phantom. Absolutely beautiful.
It's the kind of firepower you get from a player like Aspas. He himself as well said many a time. There you go. Damage done through the wall there, I believe, towards the end, but it was only King that was dropped. Just about missed it, but this is a player on your screens that, he's yearning for that trophy himself. He's one of the only players left standing in the playoffs that even has a chance of claiming back-to-back from the prior year. 2023 lifted that Americas trophy.
What was this?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the spray control onto Jonah's swing as well, the prediction of it. Perfection. That's turned the map already.
The money situation, not ideal here for G2. Even that early bit of damage. Leaf dropped down to just 10 HP. Has to respect that now. The angle's given up out towards C.
There.
Can there be a player on G2 that steps up in the same kind of way to win a Thrifty and answer back? Turret taken down and very little response to that. No immediate execute into B, so G2 holds strong, thinking that that turret break is just designed to pull people.
It's a heavy committal, isn't it, by G2? Out towards this A rubble fight, but understandable when IC is only working with a Sheriff, but a Showstopper might be the difference maker.
I mean, this is going to be a fake over towards A rubble here, but I think G2 have got a bit of a read on what's going on.
There.
Because there wasn't any additional pressure behind that utility. Where are they going to end right now? Probably into Leaf and Valen.
Yeah, into Leaf and Valen. Wait a second.
Indecision with 40 seconds left. I'm not feeling great about this from Lev's point of view. They're going into Icy with a Showstopper.
It's worked though. G2, hook, line, sinker. It's only Icy who's going to be left. And you are right, he does have that Showstopper, but one tool against entire army that's now going to be facing him. Reveal time and oh no way, the Sheriff! Not even any time to let loose with the ultimate, but still with that weapon in hand, maybe he's made it that much more difficult. That is ridiculous. It's all just gone to pot. LEVIATHAN forced to barrel their way through with brute force in the end. Only 6 seconds left, but the spike drops down. Valen with the paranoia has to be stuck. There's no more time. It's too late. He missed it. G2, all they have to do is hide and run away, and it's a round 1 for them.
What an unbelievable round there. I think King had time to get the plant down if he'd wanted to plant in an unsafe position, but he chose to tuck himself in as tight as he could, and the numbers on the clock were just not there for him. What a wild round. We heard from King earlier on in that interview with Riven Van Silly saying he's learned so much this year in terms of his calling, but when the pressure's applied to that kind of degree, there was mad indecision in that round. With 45 seconds to go, they wanted to see execute. They realized they hadn't cleared out rubble enough, so they were thinking about G2 having the read.
There.
Doubt, hesitation creeping into the minds of Lev, culminating in back-to-back Thrifties and G2 straight back in the driver's seat.
Got the money back.
Cage triggered.
Tech's under a lot of that pressure here. There's even an ult expended. Normally a risky endeavor here by Icy as well. It's unlikely to really get too much value. Everybody scurries and backs away from it, so at least Lev can slow it down and be happy with that, but now going to have to make a play to potentially re-clear out A rubble just to make sure it's not overly obvious where they're going to be ending.
And of all the ideas to go for here, Aspas with an attack side operator. So your Neon, the person that you want to be making space for you, picking up a weapon that runs counter to that. This has got to be a slow round to make a pick work for Aspas, but you've only got 50 seconds left after the initial skirmish.
Exactly. It's the hourglass running dry already. All in game plan for that slow siege, hoping that Aspas would get a pick opening with this operator, but now they're directed straight into C. No util's been cleared. Valen and Leaf are side by side. The stun and fault line, at least with the Nightfall, it's all going to be combined, concatenated in to see if they can get this site hit. But again, like I said, the Nana Swarm's not there. Swapping it over, it's a rifle into the hands, but again, a fight taken straight into the smokes. It's so damn disjointed. Door opened up, noise cues cut away. Nobody can hear a bloody thing. Mazzino sticking into the plan, but nobody's watching these angles at all. It's on to Aspas and Tex. They've got to try and stave off the aggression, stave off G2, but it's inevitable at this point. Surely Tex can't do it, just overwhelmed into the corner. And another one for G2, racking up the rounds up to 5.
Another moment where the calling from LEV looks a little scrambled towards the end. They're struggling here with the clock. But also, what a play from Jonah P. The professor makes use of silence in the university library, runs in behind, guns down 3. That nightfall, there was nobody in the post-plant positions that could hear him coming. I don't think they even realized the door had been opened. The reaction late. And Jonah P gets easy ones. Going into attack timeout here, actually, and there was just a flash of a strat towards the bottom there. Couldn't claim that I saw exactly who was typing it, but whichever team saying, you know, let's take A, let's play for A control, so.
Yeah, a lot of pings on the minimap by Leviathan, at least even now.
Yeah.
Sitting in their timeout, so out towards stairs, into the side, just all these angles that potentially they want to make sure are covered.
You know you've got a large LED screen when you're using penguins to block up the dead pixels.
Yeah. Gets expensive otherwise. It's a little Easter egg. Throw it into the mix.
A beautiful look for these two teams coming out as well with the trophy there too.
Oh, yeah. And that's what both of these teams are fighting for. Listen, it might look like an amalgamated piece of metal, but it is important to absolutely everybody on the stage. I don't mean that in a negative way as well. I do quite like our trophy.
It's a beautiful trophy.
Yeah.
It really is.
This goes here.
Op Odin, G2. Trent taking his position in tree. Plenty of opportunities to get use out of that weapon. They can turn the walls to paper. If you're looking to try to play for an ult orb, if Trent can get a good haunt lineup, so many ways that these two weapons are going to cause LEV trouble. And look, LEV wanted to take A control, and G2 wanted to fight them for it.
Immediately going to be feeling the pressure, aren't they? Straight from the Odin spam. Hailing down with a lead. It's another wall that's just thrown up into the game plan of Leviathan here, but they're not slowing down as the door opens up. Trent second guessing, backing away now.
Yeah, good break on the horn from LEV, because otherwise that Odin would have rattled out.
Nice, he's still staying vigilant. Operator into his hands. Might have a difficult task ahead of him here, but at least giving it up. Dodging the initial fault line and util that comes out. Trent again having to give up this space. Up to the corner, this time Jonah P not into the usual one here. Ult's now going to be used by Aspas. Potential indicator. Slight pause from LEV. They're just hoping that there's some initial util going to be used out and through. Tether and Prowler in through the back. Clears out most of it. Dropping down. Shots though. And there's a covering fire from Trent. Satchel back up onto the high ground and safety in numbers. G2 looking to play this one strongly together. King, risk to be taken. Out through the back. Com gone for flanks and finds it. At least rewarded. King on for another. Everybody dropping here. Leviathan are looking strong in control of every possibility here. The retake shut down before it can even begin. G2 left reeling, and Leviathan at least one step closer to potentially even up this scoreline.
Huge round from Com as well, finding that value. Great read on where the G2 players were going to be coming from and the timings they were going to take too. When Aspas overstepped, there was the potential for this post-plant to crumble, but Com was there for two very important kills, controlling stairs and that flank. If Com loses either of those duels, suddenly it's on for G2. Surely not. Another time.
Okay.
Back to back, basically.
Onto the other side of things. Not liking what the game plan was potentially being called here. Josh has got some strong words potentially for the team.
He's just spoken to them. Bear in mind, you know, when LEV take a timeout, Josh can still have input. But of course, G2, everything was working fairly nicely. Apart from that thrifty round where Aspas just tears you up. Which, listen, what's a coach going to tell you to do there? Don't get sprayed down.
Oh, it's just an Aspas moment.
Sure. But here, needing that time to talk to the team, right the ship, G2 are going to be going into the next with a thrifty. And LEV's comp is still going to be exceptionally strong on the defense side, maybe even stronger because of the potential to flood defend or set retake behind Aspas, who's going to send it on the neon with double initiator util.
Yeah, I mean, I agree strongly with that. Really, the overall rule book of Lotus, the way we are used to it playing out, very strong in terms of the attack side and calling. When you see these different comps being run out, LEV very strong with the retake protocols. rewriting what we might be expecting here. G2 on their half buy, looking for a bit of a play. Trying to take the fight straight up. It's a skirmish that they are trying to force the handoff here. This is the aftershock into the corner. Valen's going to be forced out wide, but not taking any damage into the process and not punished for it either. Instead, full rotations now. Abound by Lev. Nothing to do with the A site.
I like this. A little bit of pressure from Tex over towards B. Stalls out those rotators, and it's only Leaf.
Yeah, still, he's got the funny gun, the silly gun into his hands. We've come, dropped in the process. A lot of damage onto Aspas. Locked down, even committed. It's a big ult. Using it into this one here just to push them back and away. They are in through the back of the site.
This is a big risk from King and Tex. Remember, you're on an anti-eco. If they fall, the round falls with them.
Still, they've got site control. Now they can put the Pencer onto them. Then the Wiser here from G2, but again, shots need to be rattled here with the satchel. Not enough to offset the movement. It's time to just leave as well. He's open into the sight lines of all the rifles in play. So, Lev, one more round and they will be nice and even. 5-5 with G2.
I think Leviathan will feel great about that round as well. Getting the lockdown out of G2. You can understand why Leaf went for it. It did cause a bit of disruption to what Leviathan were up to.
Yeah.
But in the end, the ult not finding the round victory. So not available for the future, not going to be available for the rest of this half. It feels very much to me like these two teams are still trying to get the read on each other. And we're in round 10. The half's already over almost.
The back and forth has just been incredible. Adjustments being made, Aspas takes a cheeky one.
He missed it in the previous round, make sure not to. Go on, hit the button.
He finally gets hold of it here. There's a fault line to push them back as well once more. Lev again cascading his util forwards, making sure that they can scale up and take deep control throughout the back of the site here. And they're going to be applying that pressure once more. G2, they were ready for this last time, a bit of an aggression, but there's that extra element of flash to peek through and around, and King, he will deliver it, rips away 2 of the lives of G2 again from the high ground perch, but unable to stand against it. Leviathan.
This aggression in the postman from Lev has been lovely. Combo with the breach flash there, slight distraction to turn Trent. They have not allowed G2 to set up for retakes. G2 are trying to create utility advantages where they are the team that has a Paranoia, a Haunt, maybe a Prowler to work with, and then they'll get ready to overwhelm and try to retake the site. And Lev are not allowing it, forcing the fights, trying to pick those timings. Get hold of G2 before the retake can happen, and they plummet them again to another Thrifty.
Second to last round into the half. They're not seeing any signs of life here, other than the Horn that's not quite dealt with. Real onto Aspas, backs away with the door opens up. Slowly but steadily, they will be making their way over towards the A side. Trent, it's an off-angle Prowler though, alerts him to his position here. Might be feeling a ton more of that pressure where it came from. Again, the Prowler's going to be dodged just narrowly. Again, there's a fault line at his feet, stunned up as well. Will he be able to get anything here for his troubles? Mazina with the plant, haven't cleared up backside. Second wave of things now. Leviathan trying to go for it, and inside the smoke they go. There's defensive util that was laid down by G2 here just to even stand a chance, but they are picking them apart now still. Sheriffs in hand, but it's overwhelming again, and full committal hive mind mentality. Mazina the one to clean up the most. And come to finish.
It feels different today, Brent. We saw these two teams clash very recently. G2 2-0, knocked Leviathan down, earned themselves the right for double map vetoes in this match. It feels different today. Lev are on fire individually, coming up with the right adaptations on their attack side. One more chance for G2.
One more chance indeed. Leviathan. Insane, does feel different, man. I mean, all the adjustments they've been making as well. Almost everything going their way here. G2 haven't been able to put a string of rounds on the board in quite some time here, but at least they do have this defensive Viper's Pit. This will make it a lot easier to allocate where the bodies might be, where the players need to play over towards the map. Ult online though, this Rolling Thunder is going to force the issue here for G2. Smokes are laid down. A little bit more where that came from again, but this time G2 not shying away from the fight once more, but there's pivot options here available. Not even a minute mark left onto the round itself here, and the door just waiting. Now's the time to strike! Leaf! This off angle plays them apart just from the side. Aspas still just causing all sorts of a bit of mischief. Leaf still locking down this extremity. They do not know how to navigate this scenario whatsoever. It's gone to pot for G2 though. In control of it, still not expecting it. Mazzino slipped his way in through tree once more, but only one left to stand on his text. With an operator in his hands. Hunting for the rifle. Noise being made. Cage is down and away. He's looking for a way to slip past. Potentially, the eyes of G2 players. A 1v3 would be a miracle for him to pull this one off. Icy, ever vigilant. 6-6 is going to be that finish that we see here for the first half of Lotus.
Switching sides.
I loved how G2 were ready for that pivot through B. Valen throwing the paranoia at the same time as Leaf, ready to take contact. The A hits were working for LEV. Their aggression in the post plant threw G2 off. But in terms of the slower pace play and the maneuvers around the map, Valen was still a step ahead. And now he's got the opportunity to take hold of this game on the attack side.
Definitely has. I mean, so far it's been anyone's game at all. We're going to be finding out just who takes Lotus after this.
So I'm joined here by Khalil from Fúria from Brazil. Of course, I want to know from him what he thinks about G2 and Leviathan, who is going to win. Então, Khalil, quem que você acha que vai vencer? G2 ou Leviathan? Você tem favorito?
Mano, eu tô torcendo pra Leviathan particularmente, porque pô, eu gosto muito dos caras de lá, eles jogam muito bem. Eu acho que vai ser um jogaço, porque os dois times eles estão vindo de uma fase muito boa. E eu também, a gente estava treinando contra a G2 quando a gente estava nos Estados Unidos, os caras estão jogando muito bem, o individual coletivo muito bom. Então, mas eu acho que vai dar Leviathan.
So he said that he's supporting Leviathan because he really likes the guys from there, but he said that G2 is also in a really good phase. Of course, it's going to be an amazing match, a very close one, but he thinks Leviathan will win this match. So, sending back to you now, guys.
So mixed expectations there, and of course, you know, Khalil's going to be rooting for the team of Aspas on. You got to, you know,
yeah.
Of course. Listen, he's one of the only Brazilians left, really, here in our playoffs. So why not going to go for it? And that trophy is what everybody is setting their eyes on.
I'm looking forward to this half coming up. When G2 played against LEV, it was Valen's attack side calling that really set the entire tone of the game. He was impeccable in terms of avoiding Aspas and shutting down that superstar. Best duelist in Americas. I think strong argument for best player in the world right now as well. But in the game against G2, despite the high numbers, the impact was lessened because Valen always found the gap.
Valen's attack side calling will be on display yet again here, beginning for the pistol round 13 of Lotus. Jonah P, potential for the punish. He wasn't careful, he was just sat right into the one-way, but now backing away, and Mr. G2, as per usual, will take this one with a bit of caution in their step. Potentially hearing that jump spot as well. Wants into the corner! What is that shot? Very nice, he's just coming straight back at him, man. Aftershock in. Probably seeking to delay and deny at least his plan, as well as that paranoia, sweeping past and away. Come to play off of it, and the rest of his team now flooding straight back and through. Still, G2, they have the angles. They bide their time and wait to strike back, and leaving it just now to Mazzino. And a 1v3 here, just for the pistol. Util out into the hand, but straight into two. Waiting with open arms here, G2 happy to oblige.
Good try from Com, and I really think that those flood defenses are going to be good if Aspas can get involved. But he was taken out of the round instantly. Icy finding that same level of value as he did in the pistol to begin. And G2 take them both. What is that shot? And look at how nice this is as well. LEV staying inside of the smoke, swinging out in an anti-flash position. Valen also playing the same on the other side to shut down that retake attempt. We're going to be seeing tons of that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Just one example of G2 being so well drilled when it comes to those flood defense protocols.
Danger.
And with a lot of bodies, yeah, the danger is mounting here. Despite the fact that LEV are really only working with the pistols. They can't give up that gun, that's got to be reclaimed, and at least it is. So, getting a move on now.
How many people did they actually see from Leviathan? They'll start adding it up as they see the utility and footsteps coming through. Do they know for sure, though, that C is open? Still using Prowlers. They might think this is more of a 1-4 setup. But it was all 5 players from LEV just stacked in the same spot.
Plant up for mountain control, too.
Aggression into spawn here, though, is dangerous.
Absolutely. Up against an eco round.
This,
really trying to take this fight here. You might even just hand over a couple of guns.
Yeah, it feels like a nice way to make a charitable donation with the Bulldog and the Stinger.
Molly and a nade. Loaded nice and early here from G2. Just a little bit to push Leviathan out of the picture, but now they're going to be swarming back in. Not feeling disincentivized here. Icy. He's the one who wants to receive most of this. Still stunned up. That util again. It is potent into the right hands. And G2, they know how to use it. Alongside the guns they've got as well. Massive weaponry advantage here. Running back into the fight as well. Might be just donating a few more of these kills. It's an expensive round here. Despite the win, everybody falls.
G2 denied Tex from getting the ace against them. But you're right, that's extremely expensive. Had they just backed up towards the end, they could have still saved 3 pieces of weaponry. Sure, the Bulldog would have gone missing, but... This is going to be a next round where G2 are essentially on a full eco. Can't bonus. Can't really full buy into it either. You're not feeling confident about it anyway.
It's a bargain bin buy. Look at that. I mean, you got the Buckies, the Stingers, a bit of a sheriff in the mix. Rifle in the hands of LEV.
And so that 4K from Tex, extremely important because it should give them this round.
Oh, we've seen crazy things with that weapon. Playing Bucky.
Aspas is tapping the door here, very confident in his own abilities, looking to fight over towards Mound, but also clear this front area of B at the same time. G2 found a bit of a gap.
That's a lot to watch for here, but again, Bucky into the face and into the cage! Tex, you did not stand a chance. He's made mincemeat. And now the rest of his team by his side once more. The same util going to be flooding out back and through here by Leviathan, looking for a way to get back into the fight. Again, but a nade. Ricochet's backing away. Push them back, gives that space for Trent to at least get the plant down. Extension now. Into the post plant we go. With all that space afforded to him, it doesn't really matter about the weaker weaponries now. Close quarters is where they thrive. G2 with more than a handle onto it. Paranoia just could not quite be dodged. Icy still weaving in and out of that smoke again, and as the double face comes through, decay damage. Enough for the cleanup. Jonah P in action. And G2, monstrous call when they were basically working with almost nothing. It was just a bunch of scraps coming into the round here. But they've walked away with a win when LEV had all the money, all the advantage.
Icy has been such a low-buy warrior for them on Lotus. Pistol round, he's delivered huge impact. And then also, Bucky in hand takes down Tex, who got the 4K to set up this massive economy advantage for Leviathan. And in terms of the strategy on the B hits, I love the way that Icy nades to counter the breach flash, and then they follow that up with Jonah P's Viper Orb. And so when Aspas eventually tries to retake, here they've taken so much of that decay damage. Lovely. A lot of Vipers in the past, you know, throwing the Viper Orb in multiple spots, picking it up, relocating it. That's not possible anymore. You've got to pick and choose the spot for that very carefully. And here you see Jonah throwing that more standard setup so that he's creating a lack of information for LEV on A.
It's a bit of urgency. It forces Com to take the initiative, maybe use a bit of util, but again, you can feel how difficult it is for him. The rest of G2 as well, going a bit of exploration out towards C Mount.
The high-low setup might be a little difficult to break here. Nazino, Aspas on top of each other, and Aspas the one you're least likely to have good crosshair placement for. He's got a Vandal in hand.
Ready to do some damage. He's praying that anybody walks right into that cross, the setup, the high-low that you were discussing. Pointing out, might get his wish momentarily here. G2 don't have util, not ready for this one still. They do have the bodies, but after that first kill, not going their way. Leaf dropping, they want nothing to do with this. Doors opened up though, looking for a pivot, potential options. Again, not clearing text, but luckily saved there by the teammates. Again, the call is made left. That is explosive. Trying to react into it. A fight taken straight up here. Com, head on a swivel, doesn't know which way to look, but he was spotted out by these players. TP's forwards, Valin making risks of his own. And it has to be. It's a 2v4 situation. Tucked to the corner, Jonah P. Waiting out, but just spotted into the corner and cleaned up. Knows where Com is. Valin will drop him. 12 seconds remaining though. He's got to get a move on, and he's going to be chased now hot on the heels. Left. The rest of LEVIATAN going to be ready to punish this one. It's a tap and avoid. He's hoping for an easy fight as well, but at this point, no more options to him. LEVIATAN is wrangled by controllers around here, and again, it's one where they just didn't quite have the weaponry for it.
Good reads on the defense side. G2 head towards C, straight into that high-low setup, and then Tex is further forwards. It's not necessarily the kill that Tex gets, because he does get overwhelmed, but it's that delay. It stops G2 from immediately pivoting into a B hit or through the breakable door to A. LEV keep this one close. They haven't knocked G2's economy just yet, but barely a gap here.
It's 2 for Nail. Blessing in disguise here for G2. I see has earned his way up to the ultimate at least. No pushback as well out towards A rubble, but there is a very deep push from LEVIATAN out through C Mound. They've got all control of that, and they know exactly where G2 are going to be playing. Out towards front B or even A. Fog of War getting cleared up ever so slightly for LEVIATAN to make all sorts of plays, and they are running into these players, but sound being heard, door opened up, Aspas. Maybe not, actually. Maybe just a game of timings that he might have missed, but he's sticking around.
He did this last time, and then he backed up.
The Prowler faces into it as well. Stray bullets, not enough for the kill. He's going to be lucky to be alive.
Jonah P on the other side, though, is super deep over here towards A. This could still end up being a feint.
Not sure what the call is here, still with the Nightfall.
Yeah, nobody caught.
Out and over, Haunt as well.
You know that the C site is free there because of the ultimate thrown out from Trent, and especially due to Valin doubling up.
Aftershock, delaying. 35 seconds left, Neon Wall into the site.
And now Jonah P becomes a crazy late lurker, the backstab for the post plant.
He's going to try and catch his timing and catch it well, especially with Leaf falling once more as well. The options are starting to run dry at short. Ults are forced out. Icy is getting into it now as well. He just misses it. Goes straight over the top. Now you're seeing it. Haunt as well follows through and around. G2 going for this. Still trying to take this one with the rifles. In play again, down to just Tex. 1v2. Drop down to 25 health. He's avoiding it, trying to isolate it, find these fights on an individual basis. Jonah P. He's taken out, but can't claim the second Valin. It's the IGL. He'll seal that one up. 10-7 now, sitting at that scoreline.
What a round. 3 the difference here as G2 get to double digits. Valin at 21 kills. That showstopper just designed to try to buy time, but Icy went forward, forced out, no kill. Jonah had to do a lot, picking up 2 on his lurk. And that's the advantage of Valin's attacks like calling to insert people into these positions. If the Nightfall catches 2 or 3 on C, he can always go back over to A and fill that space that Jonah P's created very easily.
Yeah.
But if he decides to commit to C, Jonah can be that backup element. The ace up his sleeve. LEV, back foot again. It has taken miraculous rounds, honestly. Think back to how they first got into this game with Aspas spraying down 2 with a hero Phantom kept. And it feels like LEV are keeping into this one, keeping the gap somewhat close by relying on those miraculous plays.
Oh, absolutely. And that first half performance, I think, as well, really necessitates it. But you know, cast your minds back to when G2 and LEV last played. G2 kind of dismissed them almost as well, and it was mainly off the back of these attack side calling and performances. It was the outplaying. It felt like Valen had access to all the information, and you're almost seeing it repeat here and now. Listen, the round's definitely been close. Trailing, past few at least still, but this is a G2 dominance on the attack side that we're starting to respect at this point.
Let's make them dance.
Barring any miracles here for Leviathan, though, it will be round 19, the next after this, where huge ults are online, economy's back. But don't count out this international super team. They've been given that label early on in the year for a reason, before we'd even seen them play a game, just based on the talent on the roster. And with Aspas taking contact behind the cam, it's really disguised.
Cam's going to be dropped. Bit of damage as well.
You see that neon stun, though? You know it's Aspas. If there's any hero rifle, it will be on him. I think it's the right call to go in a different direction.
Yeah. Jump spot and a shot fired. Kingdo trying to bait him in here with a jiggle peek as well, but he's at least rattled away. Revealed a little bit here, still trying to go for the play once more. It's a paranoia. King not looking to evacuate. Oh my god, he's dropped down to 1 HP. We're seeing it here. Leaf still just maintaining control of that B main angle. Mazzino. Jump spots away. This is getting so damn precarious. A series of fights that are going to be taken out and across in through the map. Two though looking to now at least take this one with the body advantage into the guns. And I see left alone now to his own devices. It's a 1v4 to try and tangle with. Can't quite get through it.
Another round where Leviathan pull it out with tiny pieces of weaponry. How do they keep finding value in these moments? 2 rounds only on defense for Lev, and both in remarkable fashion. Mazzino's kill being able to get him that Rolling Thunder online. Economy flips again. Lev with the rifles. Lev with the better weaponry. This has to be the time where they finally capitalize on one of these opportunities afforded to them and get back into the game on even footing, rather than having to rely on winning the Thrifties.
It's big miracle moments, as we've been dubbing them. Comma's going to be feeling very alone, though, out towards this A site.
This time, Leviathan making a hard read that it's going to be a finish on B. You see the positioning of King, of Tex on the B site. They're hoping that this is fake A pressure that will lead to a pivot, because that's how G2 would get the best value out of their light weaponry.
Player positioning of Lev as well, indicating that they're expecting that. Aspas still holding it down out towards C-Mao, and he's ready to punish here with a fault line and a peak. Con wants to try and take this fight into it. It's a little bit whiffy, and maybe might not be paying off for them. It's a rolling thunder that has to be expended at least to try and save the day here, but Mazzino, he's not going to get any value from it. Everybody's disengaged.
There's no follow-up possible from that, and now he's tucked himself into essentially a one and done.
Oh no, just not expecting it. The wraparound of G2.
An on and done.
Full site control of a pit into the post. It's looking inevitable for G2 to wrap this one up. Retakes in this fashion. Leviathan again. Sound like a stuck and broken record here, but it would have to be a miracle. Tex to cam up into his face. Icy playing a forward approach position. Hoping that somebody would just walk straight into it. Still the nano swarms. First wave of things. There was no tap onto the spike again, but time is going to be running it short and shy away from the mark for them. Leviathan is starting to realize and recognize it, but maybe going for a bit of a pincer play here. It's a paranoid that sweeps through alongside the door opening up and a wide. Icy looking to relieve that pressure again, but they are cleaning up still these through players into the back. But again, the spike is ticking. It's gone away from them. A lack of control at the time on the clock. It's the only element that was missing really from otherwise a pretty clean game plan. And still, it will result in that thrifty win. An 11th round for G2.
We've seen so many of these. It feels like Leviathan are willing to take risks when they're the team on lower weaponry, but then they can't help themselves from taking the same level of risks when they're favored or when it's an even situation. Mazzino, I understand why he goes for the ultimate, to relieve the pressure, to buy time for Tex to come in and help him. But to tuck yourself into tree at that point when you have a rifle to work with, rather than taking a step back, that's just a plain old mistake.
be afforded this operator here. It's a little bit of an engagement as well being occurred. G2, they look to overwhelm it, but that delayed re-hit from LEV, the re-clear again, it did at least overpower them. So G2 now going to be still a player down, not that it stopped them in the past.
4-player stack from LEV on Rubble. They're clearly having a game plan here to drive G2 into sight.
Aspas!
And into the Aspas op.
Exactly, the one to deliver that one. Like a railgun straight through mid. No one going to be passing straight back, but Leaf maybe creating some openings again. He's skipping and hopping around, maybe not even expecting his second play of Mazzino, because why would you? So Prowl and Util out into the hands, but the movement, just enough. It's elegant in motion. This guy with a rifle aim as well, he was so calm and collected under the pressure of it.
Mazzino's been having a fantastic map. Team's still down, but they're going to look to tighten things.
And a shot baited out. Mazzino swinging off of it. You are right, Josh. He's having an absolute monstrous game on an individual basis. I mean, dead impressed with this guy's gameplay, I think, all throughout the playoffs.
Mazzino and Valin both having enormous impact with their rifling and finding value in scrappy situations. Again, mirrored with the fact that it was a bit of an error from Mazzino in the previous round that opened the door. But you take the highs with the lows. G2, once again, are on a thrifty round. This is where I feel like a broken record here, Brett. LEV cannot be taking the same level of risks in these kind of rounds.
And so close again, these teams are just on the precipice, and what kind of advantages might they find? Aspas, at least with the overdrive, it's now in his hands as well. It's going to be shocking G2 to their core. Jonah Beto locking it down, not expecting the aggression to be coming swinging for round two. Leviathan.
We're doing this or what?
They're accruing up these rounds, Josh. They're certainly accruing them.
I like it. They play together, they play aggressive. Overwhelm G2. When Aspas goes deep, there's players behind. And Kickoff finding great value off the back of a horn that wasn't broken. So now that lead narrows to just one. For G2 to close this out, they're going to need some of that big attack side calling and slower rounds too. Anytime it's an early round clash, LEV are in the lead.
Usually going to be favored. Smoke and committal again from G2. They can see Mound. Off the orb tap, a potential play ready and waiting as well. They do have.
How do you follow up?
Exactly. I mean, Aspas has got the operator. It's not even like he's got a rifle lockdown.
No raise on the other side. No raise nade for Aspas to deny this. You have to respect it.
Clear open the path into action here. Entertainment onto Aspas. Can't play into it. I see. He was so quick. In through the back lines. Looking to at least alleviate this one. Make it just more winnable for the rest of his team. Trent now finally committing to this plan as well, with the door opened wide and around. Tex making a peek and a thing for it still with a showstopper in through the back. No casualties there, but again, this has fallen to pieces here for Leviathan. All eyes once more onto Aspas and Mazzino. In through the back of the site, afforded a bit of that space once more, but again, the obstacles they have to navigate are numerous indeed. It's a seize. Laid out on top, at least with Icy going to be removed. Now to Nightfall as well. In through behind Mazzino. He just follows the traces, a point-and-click adventure game, but can't manage it. Tucked behind, at least through Mound. Every player possibility is there. Time is completely against them.
All of that investment, too late for Leviathan. G2 keep it simple, they keep it safe. A lockdown to open.
Match point.
Valin throwing the Omen ult in there as well, because that lockdown has a small gap in the corner, making sure that Aspas couldn't play there. Push Icy deep, he controls the space with the nade, with the ult. And at that point, the round is pretty much sealed up. LEV do their best to try to get into things, but I think it was an overinvestment in the end from the Nightfall, because the time was just not there.
Yeah.
You can tell that this is not just a playoff game, but a game for a trophy, because you're seeing both teams willing to take the risks, but also making those small errors, over-investing into situations, allowing the feel of the big match to carry them away in some of these spots where otherwise perhaps, especially for LEV during the regular season, they might have maintained a bit more composure.
I think that can be the case with best of fives as well. Often the most winning element isn't necessarily sometimes the strats that you bring in or, you know, the form factor. It's about how long you can hold on, that endurance test as well. making sure you don't crumble under the pressure of potentially seeing that trophy across the stage, looking to the side and understanding that you are literally one match away from lifting it.
And G2, despite winning the round, their economy broken again. So many thrifty rounds for G2 in this half.
Topsy-turvy.
And yet they're one away from winning on Lotus. But if Lotus is this close, and that's the map that LEV have been banning recently, anything's still possible from here.
Could be in for a barn burner here for the finals.
I mean, we could easily be in for overtime as well.
Nice pass again. Loves to be posted up here onto this angle again. Will respect the smoke into his face. A little bit too many angles. Boombot, nade. What a shot! Takes the peek straight into a King. Just could not quite get out of there, though. The TP forwards and in. It's a committal by Valin. Dodging and juking, at least from the stun and away. Now the second round of things once more. It's a rolling thunder. Let's try and push them back. Aspas, rifle in hand now, trying to make the play in a moment, and he makes it work! Leviathan, they crushed them!
That's insane to go for Aspas and Mazzino. First of all, what on earth was King up to? And then they decide to commit 2vx into the retake.
Yeah, I mean,
ignoring the fact that common techs are miles away on the other side of the map. Mazzino and Aspas are just like, should we go in and just win this round?
I mean, that is, I think, to a certain degree as well, the difference between maybe just playing to win rather than playing not to lose. In scenarios like that, Leviathan, they've been guilty of freezing up in moments, a lack of hesitation. There was none of that there. They took the fight straight to him. G2 still one round away from closing out Lotus, but now LEV one more to get that extension into OT.
Tex dodges the Nightfall, makes it feel like C is completely open. Can he work a pick here to put his team at an advantage? He's going to look for it.
His kill trips a little bit deeper as well, just in case there is that backside control for him, but it's revealed up, at least by the Prowler. Cage forwards. Made again rebounding. Plan finally at least going to go down.
But he's also stopped Icy from taking that area of the map. G2 with Pit.
Oh boy.
It's going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. They want to try and go for this one rapidly. Full attack, slowing him down. Tech still alive and kicking. Overdrive. Aspas, but lit up like a storm and a hail, and the bullets raining down the Pit. Still, it's going to be dropping. And a potential opening now for Leviathan, but again, that pressure is there. It's all for the map. Our opener here in this best-of-5 grand final, standard to take some space out and through. Door opens up and wide. Leviathan flooding through, at least with the kills. Trent, he's got to dodge and juke and weave away, but too much to overcome. Leviathan still alive.
All smiles from the LEV players. They know they've just pulled off an incredible retake there. The timing, the patience from King Adore. He was waiting there just to pull the trigger and throw the paranoia. And I think this kill that you just watched, Tex onto Icy, I think that made all the difference.
Yep.
If you've got a duelist inside a pit that takes out the first player and maintains that space on the map, you are probably winning the post plan. Tex slams a dagger into G2. Little bit of revenge. And takes his team to overtime, 12-12. What a recovery from Leviathan. Look at all of those rounds. 4 out of the last 5 that were played on this map. Valin's calling has not looked like the thing that can make the difference just yet.
When he gets into OT as well, it's anyone's game. The nuances, the differences that have just been piling up, building all sorts of little bits of conditioning, sometimes just go straight out of the window.
Trent's been trying to make his position work inside Tree, but he's more been trying to just lure out the utility. He has been backing off and giving respect every time that door's opened.
Not choosing to fight it. G2 though, anchoring it down here. They're doubled up and holding. There's at least a Hornet sent flying.
Think back to LEV's attack side. It was the A hits that were working. Nothing else really was finding too much value, and the A hits were great.
Exactly, and punishing that flood defense protocols that G2 have waiting, but this time there's an extra element. They all drop down to support and supplement, and at least dropping 2 of the bodies. Aspas decayed down, at least to the double digits, and Jonah P just walking around and away. Still claims the one. Aspas did lock his sightlines onto it, but he's no more for the world, and G2 find that edge. 13-12. One more round to do it.
Switching sides.
You were talking about playing to win, Bren. That round epitomizes it for G2. They have the tiniest gap there before LEV set up into their post plants and start pushing them again. And G2 find that little moment of respite and decide to pounce and put the pressure onto LEV. Not going for those set retakes that they were favoring in the first half. Now LEV go for a very similar setup to what we've seen before. 4 players over here on the A side of the map. Jonah P is going to back this one up. Can Jonah give enough info to Valin so that they can call the hit on C? This one, though, actually looking like it might be a fake C, pivot B, based on where Jonah and Leaf are playing.
G2 making sure that they still have those options.
Tripwire destroyed.
Trip spotted out by the Prowler.
Generally speaking, you do not want to be going for the fake C into a B pivot because it pulls the A players over.
Aspas, heavily committed. Side by side, I mean, barely a wall to cover between them. And this could be everything with a minute left. That's a one-way, or at least the smoke propped up. I'm not too sure of the sort, and it does force Aspas out of the picture.
They had a high-low setup there going.
There.
Aspas and King.
Still waiting.
Gets broken.
A lot of awareness.
Yeah, like making it feel like they're going back in to take space on Rubble. But King reads it. The LEV players are going to be set up so quickly to flood defend on C and help Tex.
A lot's going to be asked of him. Tex, that anchoring spot as well. Stalwart defender out through the back of the site. It's a cacophony of util up into his face, and he can't quite do it still. The players are there, the door's open wide, and Aspas and Mazzino will at least seek to deliver a bit of respite. 13 seconds left, the plan needs to start going down, it needs to be committed, and spam down, Mazzino, all turned, out and through, rolling thunder, they want to go now, it's a rapid play and approach, at least with the paranoia again to supplement. Everybody's blinded up, nobody can stand their ground, and Leviathan, once more, stay alive, 13-13.
All about the map control, all about the excellent calling there from King. They had full lock over towards A. Deep info at Rubble.
Switching sides.
And Valin calls for his team to throw the horn, to pop all the Viper util, and make it feel like it could be an A re-clear. That's supposed to keep Leviathan players on A. And King calls his bluff. Jumps over the top of it. There's no one here, guys. Go get ready to defend C or B. Beautiful call. Excellent read. The two Omens playing the mind games, and we go again in overtime.
What sort of adjustments are we going to be seeing from either side? We already saw it from G2. Heavy committal at the backside of A. But there's layers to it. Viatan might not be so obvious. Aspas. Ice cold, knowing that the teammates have got his back in terms of breaking that utility. Glides away, but doesn't quite dodge that one. The Prowler still connecting. Lights him up as well, cuts away to sound cues. Here's Aspas in through the back of the side again. Snow Heaven smoke. Valin is way ahead of the rest of his team and they're trying to supplement and support still. It's a crossfire setup that is not expected. Leviathan. All the space in the ward out through the A site. Leaf, it's definitely a chance to respond. Maybe he can make it winnable and doable, but just backs away to Haunt. Makes the decision easy for him. Again, a roll in front of Mazzino. I don't know how he's building these up, but this guy is on fire. And from the wraparound, Tex. It's a dagger and a blade straight to the back. Mazzino collapses. Straight onto him now. This time, Leviathan. One round ahead, one step to close out the map.
If Leviathan end up winning here on Lotus, on the map that they have usually been banning, they have, broadly speaking, one guy to thank, and it is Mazzino. Back-to-back rolling thunders.
There's no way.
In overtime. Not just that, 32 kills across the 27 rounds that we've played. He isn't just producing insane fragging output, he's keeping it up over a very long period of time. Way ahead of everybody else, outperforming superstar duelist Aspas on his own team. He's been unleashed. He has absolutely been unleashed by Irupada's coaching. It felt like he was caged, trapped a little bit within the structure of LEV earlier on in the season. Mazzino's a guy that thrives under finding his own timings and relying on, you know, flashing for himself and swinging.
Yeah.
In some of these spots, he's just been monstrous.
synergy that he's had in the tail moments of many of these rounds. I mean, the lack of hesitancy to go for plays, the rolling thunders committed, the go button being hit.
And broadly speaking, LEV's defense strategies have been working. They've stacked 4 players A, they make sure that G2 cannot take rubble, and then when G2 end B or C, LEV flood defend. It's quite a simple plan, but it's working so well, and G2 cannot come up with the answer for it. You might at this point need to genuinely re-clear rubble instead of just faking that you're doing it and ending A.
Very passive hold here initially by G2. Again, Jonah P, question's going to be asked of him. How much of that util did he hear? How much is he going to be calling for the rest of his team? Adjustments already being made. LEV, triple stacked up. 3 players now. Make sure they can try and clear the front section of B.
It's looking so similar from G2.
Jonah P and Leaf themselves are also holding this one. This is a cheeky angle. Just misses it. Turret takes contact, still is a fight. But they choose to take it, baiting Leaf back in, but it's still being watched for. And again, what timing does he choose to take? Again, with the util coming through. This time it does need to be alleviated, and the pressure, surely Mazzino again, holding it down, rifle in hand, tapping away. It's precision, it's surgical. And LATAM ripping away the opening map of our best of 5 grand finals.
It really does feel different today, Brent, compared to the time that these 2 teams faced last. G2 had double map veto, chose to take LEV to Lotus, the map that LEV have been banning recently.
Yep.
And still, LATAM persevere. We were so worried about this LEV team in terms of crumbling in big moments, not turning up in bracket games. You don't get a bigger moment than this in Americas.
Starting from the lowers, you know, every single disadvantage is afforded to you, like a prep time, an opening map that is just your uncomfortable territory. You don't want to be landed on it at all, but LATAM are up. We're going to be stepping away. GB in the analyst desk, breaking it all down. Don't go anywhere. Line's been drawn. They're picked to pieces.
Cloud9 are so good.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
what a way to kick off this epic final between Leviathan and G2 Esports. LEV, they managed to pull it through in overtime with a 15-13 victory. But there you can see all the people enjoying the block party here today. We're having a grand old time. But most importantly, we're watching some damn good Valorant. That was awesome to watch. Of course, Goldenmore here along with Mimi and Ender as we break everything down from what we just saw. And let's just jump right into this, because coming into this, all eyes were on, for Leviathan, Aspas. For G2, the IGL, Valen. And for the most part, they both delivered big time. But man, oh man, Mazzino had a case to be made today.
Look, if OT was going to keep going, he was going to drop 48 on this map and beat the Aspas record. Mazzino absolutely came alive in that second half. I mean, he was plus 19 kills over deaths. No one on G2 apart from Valen even got 19 kills to their name. He had his ult up in every single OT. Just absurd play from him.
It was ridiculous. This was G2's map to win. They had a great start to the game. They won the pistol. They had a massive advantage.
Both pistols.
Yes, and then Leviathan came alive. They had a lot of sloppy moments at the start of this game, but in these last 2 rounds and in OT, it was really incredible. I think they played around Aspas's Neon super well. He was delivering a ton of massive moments, and I think Mazzino is just so good as that second man, following Aspas up, setting him up with util, getting those trades, and because of that, he so often goes forgotten because he's on a team with Aspas, but this guy has been ridiculous all year.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. It's also interesting, I'm not sure if I'm fully bought into the attack Neon up in the majority of rounds that LEV were playing, but it ended up being Tex and Mazzino that were entering in a lot of their attacking rounds later on into the half, and Mazzino was still coming up with so many different kills.
Yeah, no, it was certainly weird to see that play out, but it seemed to have worked out for them in the long run, right? They walk away with the dub. But for now, though, continuing to dive more into that, I do feel like what we saw from G2 early on, though, we saw some great defense, saw some great ideas. We saw them really work the map, work Leviathan. Unfortunately, it just petered off toward the end there.
They have the best defensive Lotus in the league right now. They're winning almost 10% more rounds on average than the average team in the league. They are excellent on this map generally, and I think we saw a lot of moments of that. I think Valen had some really good calls. They were shutting down Aspas early on a lot of these aggressive looks, and honestly, the synergy between these players looked super clean, but that all slipped in the second half for G2.
Yeah, I think obviously Valen was able to actually get a lot of these stacks going, even into the B site after LEV got into good situations when they tried to work back through Baby Door, through the door from the mound area. G2 just had stacks over here, and this round was a bit bizarre. The spike isn't able to actually go down, be planted, so that round slips away from Leviathan. There's another round later in the second half of the game too, round 17 here, where again, LEV have great winning chances, but somehow watch Jonah P over in Waterfall on this flank, fully sprinting through, getting that kill, bringing a 3v5 back into G2's favor. I think without some of these heroic, strange rounds from G2, Leviathan would have actually run away with this game.
I was honestly pretty convinced, seeing these rounds in particular, that we were going to get something similar to the lower final in stage 1, and to some extent that game against Crew, where Leviathan, under pressure, start making mistakes, rounds slip away, but they locked in when they needed to, and it was G2 making those little mistakes and snowballing this game out of their control.
I think also the adjustment that Leviathan made to start playing much more aggressively on their defense paid off massively. You saw it in so many of the later rounds of the second half, but especially in OT, that final round, right?
Yes.
Fighting up into the front of B. As they're getting pinched, they're paranoying, they're fault lining out into mound. They were so decisive in really a chaotic round. That could have easily fallen away, but they were fully committed to the call, and it worked out beautifully.
And I think that defensive aggression all came down to Mazzino and Aspas playing on that Neon and the Breach respectively. And that has some tidings for the rest of this series, because we're going on to Haven, which is another map where LEV has been playing that Neon Breach. They've looked good. That comeback win on map 1 very well could win them this final.
Yeah, well, LEV is setting themselves up for success, but map 1 was undoubtedly incredible. Good news, we're just getting started. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for Haven. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, map 2 now coming up. We got Haven in our best of 5 grand finals here for the Americas 2024 season end. And honestly, it's a map where, you know, I used to think about it as a bit of a playground for IGLs like Haven, like with Valin, Finesse with that attack side calling and such. But for Leviathan, it's the first map that they have decided to select in this very kind of one-sided, skewed, almost map select, where they don't have the option of removing some of their least favorite maps from the pool.
At the same time, we have seen some slip-ups from LEV, and we actually haven't seen them play on this map very much. They've only played it twice, I believe, this season. I'm a little concerned, though. I'm going to be looking at Valen's attack side calling, and that seems like a weird place to be at very early on in this BO5 final. But the reason that I'm focused on Valen here, heading into attack side Haven, is because I feel like he was unable to pick apart the defensive setups of LEV on Lotus. And when that's your first pick, and when LEV are broadly speaking just running 4-player control rubble and then retakes, I think higher of Valen. I think his calling recently over the course of certainly the back half of this season should have been able to dismantle that. So we're seeing the most standard compositions for these teams in terms of what they've run recently. Aspas again on Neon, so the first 2 maps, we're going to be seeing him on that pick.
We're certainly about to find out, aren't we? And this is a map where Leviathan have put a lot of work into. Defensive half, aggressive setups as well, just trying to crunch players out towards a lobby, whatnot. Been breaking it down. They've only shown it twice, as you mentioned as well. One of the maps was, you know, them getting pushed much more than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday they lost it to Crew. And a reminder again that this Leviathan team has just come through a BO5 lower bracket final that went the entire distance.
Yeah.
All 5 maps, barely any time to reset, prep, recover. And yet they're looking really strong here out the gates.
Let's get it started then. Map 2 here in our best of 5. Haven for the pistol, and a lot of aggression by Leviathan. Up on the defense, straight away. It's that A lobby control. That was on the cards for them, and they're rewarded nice and early with IC being dropped. Aspas the one to deliver it and waiting it out as well. The smokes are going to dissipate and fade. Still committed, still grouped up.
Some revenge for Aspas on the pistol. It was Icy that delivered G2 both pistols on Lotus, and they still lost the map.
Right here, revealing area.
Down through the back though, clears out most of B. A lot to be asked of Leaf here into this spot as well. It's a common angle. Surely should be seeing this one coming as well. Plenty of more players gliding past, cuts up the crosshair placement.
Reaction.
Up for the trade.
Right here.
This is a reaction, isn't it, as well? You can hear the scurrying in the footsteps. Com is the only one that was, well, he's going to be seeing this one. No way does he miss that. My God, shot got off, but again, adjustment by Trent was just sublime. Spike going to be planted now. They don't have control of most of this one. Here's a flash inside the smoke. That is cheeky to catch out King, suspecting that they lost control of that part of the map, and it leaves it just down to Tex now.
Well, that is fantastic deathballing from G2 there. Spike not planted for the rest of the team, though. No aftershock.
Yeah, no one's...
There is a chance here that Tex could get at least half and make this difficult.
Paranoia to start. He at least gets the half as well. There's that win con earned as well, and he's chopped this one up. Sight being divided, but just can't quite wrangle his sight onto any sort of the players here. So G2 with a pistol round win, despite the fact again that they lost that opening. Icy dropped. G2 have a habit of that, to be honest. You know, they get themselves down in these player disadvantages, 4v5s, yet somehow always the calling is enough to sail them through it.
Yeah, I think that was a fantastic pivot, but also, what is that shot from Trent onto Com? Most of the time, 90% of the time there, Com is getting that kill very cleanly, and I can't blame him. It's just a nasty flick from Trent. Really well done in that moment to bail his team out of a tough spot. G2 take their 3rd out of 3 pistols. LEV have really struggled with pistol rounds in some big games this year. Lower bracket final of stage 1 against G2. They only won 1 out of 10 pistol rounds. And the first 5, I think it was, yesterday all went the way of Crew.
Very committed here, at least onto the eco. Com is able to get the one, trying to bait it up and set it up here. Pistols in hand, they are doing the work of it, Leaf. Doesn't quite have the weapon for the job, does he? Still flashed up, blinded up, but he's covered. Over the shoulder, that's Trent. Making sure to lock this one down. Aspas in the midst of all of it, the chaos, he's found himself that upgrade, and maybe a few of these players, again, sights need to be trained cleanly onto these angles. He hears it, just the 1 footstep, and on just enough damage, disengages that discipline. at work. Aspas thinking about going for a second go with things again, but it leaves it just out of Trent now. 1v2.
He's heard both footsteps leaving. Excellent information for him to be able to play around.
Yeah, I mean, LEV not interested in hiding their intent, are they? Open the sound cues, and as soon as that dart is revealed into the mini-map, they realize, oh, wait a second, giving up the entirety of A. Very winnable still for Trent.
Shock dart would take down Aspas as well.
In times like this as well, doesn't really want to risk pulling out the util. It's doubled up from LEV again. Going to be using Aspas as a bit of bait. Still ADS up and spotted a second one. Needs to just land it. The composure not quite there, Tex. Got to be careful dropping down from there, man, but still, he'll seal it up. That is an eco round win and a misstep from G2.
I guess it doesn't matter if you're not winning the pistol rounds as long as you can instantly respond with a thrifty. It was a series of thrifty rounds that got LEV back into the game, or at least kept that gap minimal throughout Lotus, to the point where Mazzino could completely take over at the end. G2 letting the fundamental stuff slip here. Unusual to see a team as wonderfully structured and very tight as G2, letting anti-ecos slip away from them.
The economy's right back up there here for Leviathan. They've even managed to afford to get the operator into Aspas's hands. G2, deep smoke and a dart as well. Mazzino to flying at least with a stun and an aftershock, seeking to delay. Now stacking with a couple of these bodies as well. The drone's broken, kill trips as well. This is being a real nuisance. Icy, of course, is going to be falling. Players are going to be swarming, though, into the site as well. Bodies trying to play with that player advantage. It's G2 with control of it, at least now for the C site.
Deploying drone.
Was praying at least maybe for a bit of chip damage being done here with the shock darts.
Spike planted.
Flying through. Slight miss there in terms of these lineups as well. Has to deal with a little bit of it, and playing this retake, the Yob Aspas wants nothing to do with it. Maybe there's a gun to be retrieved, but it's risky business. Not quite.
Hoping that he could stop G2 from being able to get those upgrades, or at least get himself a rifle where he could have tried to commit to the retake.
Do you even play this?
I don't know if you can,
man. Trying to head into this one with the operator again. The first flick and adjustment to shot missing from Aspas. They expect it. Suspecting the backside player with Valen removed again. Dart laid forwards, but that stun just connected with a friendly fire. Leaf. Oh my, still healthy and still in the fight. A thrifty win is answered back in kind. G2 up to 2.
So similar to what we were seeing in the back end of Lotus. Teams trading blows with lower economy. The LEV players perhaps overcommitting slightly there to the anchoring on site. That swing from Mazzino. He has been so good today in terms of getting kills in difficult spots like that. But there have also been some moments where the looseness with which he plays has ended up being a lifeline for G2 to grab onto. Economy flips in the other direction.
Yeah, once more familiar scenes here. It's an early fault line though.
Aspas pushing
and
mid.
the aftershock, and Aspas deep push down mid. Paranoia as well, sweeping through. A lot of chaos and a lot of noise. It's all about expectations, whether or not G2 are going to be ready to receive this one, but
Leaf is watching.
Aspas doesn't want to overstep it. That drone as well, the re-clear. There's that discipline.
Yeah, nice.
Aspas is trying to make the most of it here. He's kind of out alone though, on an island. There was no support.
Really, really well done. Aspas used his wall at the beginning of the round and Leaf was listening out for it. Realized he got past the turret. These are the kind of things that you need to see both of these teams controlling. Scrappy situations, other team trying to make risky plays to see if they can get the win on the Thrifties. And you just got to control the game. Here's another risk being taken.
Yeah, and it's Leaf on 30 health, watching the flank as well. One shot will do it to the chest as well. A little bit sleep at the wheel, still manages it, but he's not going to be expecting King. He wrapped his way around and through, and now rejoining potentially with the rest of his team. Rifles gained.
What do you do? What do you do if you're G2 here? Do you try to push spawn? You only know that there's one player behind.
Yeah, not a lot of information to work with here, and they've even planted for the front section of the site. So instead, looking to try and fight hard and fast now, out through the short angle. Trent jiggles, takes the contacts. Util flies, but a bit of a team flash as well. Blunders occurring, and up through A long as well. They've already walked their way through. Icy, he's not watching for this cross-up. Connor's got so much space in the midst of all of this, and a tap reveals his position once more. Fights to be taken, out through short. They're smoked off and away. Com blindly away here with the dart as well, spraying.
but it's well covered, out and through. He's taken matters into his own hands, pressing the advantage. King now sticking, having a defuse, but managed in kind once more. To deliver that round straight to Leviathan. It's another bloody thrifty round.
No team able to stabilize in these spots. Whoever's willing to take the risk, whoever's willing to play to win, the team that comes out on top. Feels like one of the moments where G2 actually give way too much space and respect to their opponents. I think you'd said it. Con was just afforded a ton of space on site there. The plant goes down, everyone plays for short, but that also means that you're allowing the LEV players to stand in any spot they like.
Yeah.
All right, how are G2 going to win this one then?
He's going to be following the script once more. I mean, it's literally part of the course, isn't it? A lot of util being expended out towards C. The difference, though, is that Aspas is here. A lot of these Leviathan players ready to put a stop to it. And G2, they don't want anything to do with it. Not for now. Nana Swarm breaks some of that util out through Garage. It's just sowing a bit of deceit into the mix as well. Just trying to see if Leviathan will go for a bit of that re-clear.
Finding these timings after the drone util is used, a very common tactic that Valen likes to go into. But they're worried that somebody could be posted up. So the drone in the other direction, making it feel like they're going towards A, but I don't think they'd ever really be pathing in that direction and giving it away with the Sova util. LEV have got a nice read here.
Yeah, it's a crossfire. Dart in the back as well. Needs to be managed. Stun. Is that connection? King stood in place, anchored, feet onto the floor. He's the one who's got to push this one back. That's if G2 even choose to commit into it, but still 35 seconds left. Might not really have any other options. Aspas has full control of the deep long section of C.
30 seconds
There is no pivot possibilities, and so they're going to have to meet these bodies head on once more. LEV have to do it. King dropping them all down to the ground. And the cross up as well. Leaf just about finding it, but still his position is noted. Time running short, and away here, everything being watched for Leviathan. This time it goes to the expected result. The team with the better weapons ends up winning the day.
Who would have thought? LEV had such a nice read on what was happening there. Once more, you know, Valen's attacks like calling, not finding anywhere near the same level of success compared to the last time that these two teams faced off. I really did not expect LEV to have been able to adjust their defense and the reads that they're getting based on that one clash, especially considering they were going straight into back-to-back BO5s. But they've got such a nice idea about how Valen's moving around the map. Aspas fighting straight in.
That's a solo play, man. He's heavily alone here. There's a Hunter's Fury. Cuts it up, not enough for the kills. A lot of damage done, though. A lot of players from G2 going to be weak here in that rotation around, and Con was just none the wiser. Not expecting that mid could be pushed up and pressed like that kind of position here, but it's a double face out wide. No util in their hands, not even necessary. Instead, it just cuts it up enough for Trent to be plucked out of the picture, and now setting it over towards A. G2.
Mazzino.
Yeah, ult committed. Mazzino again, might just be that playmaker. No way, straight through the box. It's Icy. Just drops him. Fades to black there, sent back to the spectator screen, and massive player advantage now for G2.
A fake smoke, making it feel like you're smoking that off to retake through the normal avenues, but King gives himself a little area if he wants to try to push through it.
And they are low.
Jonah's got to watch both of these. It's his job to try to cover long and short. Valen's got the spot.
And it's still not solid. And these players are as weak as they are. They've all started to fall. Leaf is miles away. No FF reveals it, and now he has to get a move on. Nana Swarm, not potentially even there as well. It's just being stuck all the way, covered into the corner. Nana Swarm will force it back away, gives him that lifeline, but swinging wide. Tex controls it all.
How have they pulled that one out? A horrible opening to the round from Leviathan. Salvaged. King's positioning. Honestly, they had players watching it. Valen, weak in hell, but then also to have Jonah P a default, and King dismisses them both.
It's these girls here. I mentioned all the players were weak. It didn't even matter. It was all precision. It was all headshots.
Yeah, that's just fantastic impact from King, who has recently been the heaviest fragging from an IGL that I've seen across any league.
Yeah, the calling, what was it, like 0.8 kills per round that he was on?
I mean, he's just been delivering. At various times, Valen has been outperforming him. You know, the peaks have been there, but in terms of consistency, throughout these games, since Shanghai, King has been on fire individually. The questions have come more around, what do the defensive setups look like? Is the calling there? Do they perform in big matches? But today, turning up. 3 rounds in a row from LEV. And like I said, that one off the back of a really wonky play to start things off. If they can recover even rounds like that, G2 are in trouble.
So Leviathan that pushed to the limit in the match the other day. As we've been saying, not a lot of time to rest, recuperate, prep even into this matchup against G2. But so far, looking well on their way to potentially stealing away this Haven map.
5 light armors here for G2, headed into Aspas, who has an outlaw. This looks like carnage on C.
Yeah, he might be about to clip farm. Sky, it's a drone in his face at least. We'll have to dodge this one. No one's ready here. Won't stretch as far though. Duration's going to be breaking. Still with that as well. Hopping, skipping, over and about. He's playing skip rope over him. And the Hunter's Fury in his face will not deny anything. He is lamping him up. My God! G2 left flustered into the mix. Wondering what went wrong there. Where was the possibilities? Couldn't get a handle or a grip. Losing control and sight now of the round. At least they have the C site in its entirety. Still LEV are going to play this one with that discipline. They're holding. They're waiting. They know that the win cons are in their hands. A jiggle peek from Commie gets all the info that he needed.
They are giving G2 a little bit of space to work with, but obviously Leaf and Trent need kills here.
And it all comes down to this. Just missing the sides of each other.
Saw him.
Oh my goodness, Leaf just spotted and pinged out now. The rest of them hot on the heels. Patience played, but as they twist and turn around, only one to remain is Leaf. He's gone, he's finished. 5-2. Leviathan are just dominating this map.
Aspas having that Aspas impact. I called out the Outlaw. It looked like he was set up to just plug people off. It's the ult in the end that gets the value. You see that all of the utility coming through is expecting a player to be behind Plat. They're not actually throwing that Sova ult to try to clear that corner. And so, huge amounts of utility and ults invested, but just a small gap that Aspas takes full advantage of.
And here's a full aggressive play here. Nothing being held back by G2. But you've got to take A in 2 waves of things, and he's already spotted out, and that's going to force it out into the open. Aspas will be traded. Gives up the gun too.
It's not the most useful gun to work with. Everybody on LEV has full armor. I think Icy's got to do more.
Tanked up, committing some ult. Whoa! All in Thunder, refinding Mazzino. And this is him just trying to make the play as well. Expecting that one, he's out open. Util away, oh my goodness, single digits of help, and remaining will be dropped at least in an analysis will come. He's got to do a lot, but still can. Not against the overwhelming pressure of G2, leaving it to that 2 versus 2. You can feel it. It's frantic.
This is where G2 need to calm things down. They got a 2v2. Had weapon upgrades, techs. LEV constantly looking for these moments to re-clear, to go for the solo pushes out. G2 now with the information, they know where both of these players are. They're going to look to try to book it in the other direction. Jonah with ult. This round now should be favored towards G2, but we've seen absolute madness so far.
Yeah, who knows which way it's going to be pivoting towards.
Spike planted.
Leviathan, Tex and King, shoulder to shoulder. Tex way ahead of the rest of his team, in fact. Look at this guy. It's all the way in through the back of the site.
A little bit of pressure first, then a breach ult, then the recon dart's going to come back online.
There's no way. The call's we made. They know on the first tap the Rolling Thunder's going to be coming out. Jump spot around, surely. Noise indicator. Jonah P's got to suspect it and know it. They're walking right into him and maybe just into the trap. But Trent round and through, flanking around here. King, surely he's revealed it. Potentially, it's there.
The recon's good.
Yeah, forces him backing out. And now Trent knows he's not going to be sticking it. That is right on the money, I think. King's going to stick it all the way, but he gets off it, hearing the footsteps, the rumbling coming straight towards him. And G2 barely squeezing away with a round.
It's another situation where Leviathan end up throwing away an anti-eco round, I don't mind the play from Aspas necessarily, but it is a little bit of an overinvestment. It's Mazzino once more. It's so strange to have a player who's clearly dominating and yet also making decisions that are tossing away some rounds that should be played a little more safely. The Mazzino breach ult and the follow-up off the back of it caused absolute chaos in short, and the chaos is going to favor the team at the disadvantage. Can you get the good without the bad from Mazzino today? Can you allow him to play loosely and get all of the success of Lotus without the thrown rounds? I have no idea. And here you have G2 again.
Yep, might have another chance, I think, here to Rolling Thunder again, sweeps through most of the site alongside the rest of the util. Aspas is early, been taken out again, takes us so far ahead of the rest of his team. He's praying that nobody would be onto him, but that high ground angle, Icy could see all 3 players versus the 5. Leviathan. To turn the tide to this one, you'd need a lot. And it might just not be possible.
They still have Flash, Paranoia, Recon. You know, the tools are there for them to be able to attempt to retake.
Backing away.
I'm a little surprised by that. I know it's a 3v5, but trying to do economy damage to G2, and with all of the util that LEV had available in that moment, I think it's worth a little bit of a punt in a spot like that. But it looks like they just want to maintain hold of the operator. Aspas, of course, the only player on LEV with really bad economy. He's been buying the big boomstick for himself.
Yeah.
So G2, that's a pretty easy one for them to get on the board. They just go for the breach ult into C, keep it simple.
I've got to say as well, one thing that's really subverted my expectations for this is I think the pace that G2 are coming at Leviathan all the time. There's a lot of these rounds that are opening up. They're just making a decision based off the first initial pieces of util. Leviathan are forced to take a timeout, step back, reassess. Losing those back-to-back rounds there. But yeah, it's a different look from G2. I mean, maybe potentially playing a part by the fact that they're in the finals here, maybe feeling a little bit flustered, panicked, feeling like they have to make the plays in these moments.
I think so. I think that generally speaking, G2 have been horrendously calm under pressure. I mean, scary levels of calm under pressure. But this is a different beast. They've been in spots like this before, in stage 1, and they did end up losing to 100 Thieves.
You escaped the wall.
I agree with you, though. I think the frantic pace of this game, quite different to the last time we saw these two teams. And perhaps just because of the pressure of the moment. 4-5 can go in either direction. But a round win here for G2 would do some level of damage to the economy. And King still with 5k to work with. The fact that they saved in the previous round has given them a bit of a buffer to not worry about losing this one too much. They could even get the ult back online again. They know that Leaf has been putting this turret down on top of the headshot box at Grass. Does Aspas go for the early peek here and try to pick off the Sentinel on G2?
They might be looking for it. Glide forwards, maybe take that early time, but no, just holding it. Slightest of angles. And does Leaf step into it? That's the big question. Aspas, we know his reactions are up to scratch. Close quarters, in through the door. Leaf is gone!
Suddenly gaps emerge all over the map for G2. You're not sure if somebody's pushed out C, taken mid control. You feel pressured here to end A, but there's still a minute and 15 on the clock.
Rotation.
You could still go and get info. They're gonna come in.
They're rushing into it again once more. The anchoring player is still out through the back this time. Com is deleted out through the back of the side. Finally, Mazzino cleaned up. It's still a multitude of damage that has been done, including the spike drop down towards the back. Finally reclaimed. Trent going for the plan, but it's still that 2v3. And as this smoke fades, options are plenty. Aspas misses it. And Icy needed to take a risk like that. The duel is being earned. Drop down from Tex. I'm going to go for this one. A rapid play. Paranoia sets it up beautifully. And now that 2 versus 1. Trent up and above the start will reveal quite a lot, but he needs to pick his timings well. It's attack. Recon dart is going to be broken. Doesn't know where the 2 of them are. Doesn't even know if they're still potentially now off of it. So their second tap. Waiting round. Shorty in his face. King needs to hit the shot and will. The IGL coming out with the goods. Buying his time, waiting to, I mean, there we go. Got to it eventually.
There wasn't much feeling in that, to be honest. His brain's being overworked thinking about the next round. How does Icy survive in this situation? Flashed up. Mazzino much more focused on shutting down the people coming in after the duelist. And getting vindicated by making that decision too, because LEV end up winning the round off the back of things. You see there how that early pick onto Leaf forced Valen's hand though, and played exactly into how LEV wanted the round to go.
Deep fault line. Com will be playing this position almost every single round.
But they
defense protocols.
They do change up who's around Cops. Sometimes it's Aspas, sometimes it's a 3-player stack like we saw in the previous round.
Here, it's King pressed up straight up against the wall here. Now this drone needs to be broken. King, what is your exit strategy? I mean, Aftershock, TP away. Aspas is covering it. Cloudburst dropped down, maybe even just helped him escape. Leaf does answer though, returning with that fire and a rifle, still revealing it up now. The Hunter's Fury is going to be offloaded. G2 again pick up that pace, increase that tempo, and taking the fight straight into that C site still. Players approaching the position here. LEV not willing to give this one up, not without a scrap and a fight. And Jonah P, yeah, no way out, man. There was an abundance of it. Shakhtar Aftershock, slow to a crawl. Did not stand a chance.
Trent's going to try to apply some pressure over towards A and pull people off the C side, but he could die to Tex.
He's got the spike and dropped from behind. Tex,
it's over.
It's the round-winning moment. There's nothing left really for Valorant to do. We'll try and keep this rifle.
2 and 8 from the attack side IGL, I think showcasing in the numbers how difficult he's found it to get a grasp on this game.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good idea at the beginning of Lotus, that first half, and then it all slipped away from him on his favored side. And now, with the opportunity to have his impact again on the attack side, he just hasn't been able to find it. Surely the rifle taken away from him. And one more chance for Valen to try to stun his impact on the game in round 12.
Yeah.
But it has all been LEV. I don't know how King kills Leaf in that spot either, but the LEV response to what's going on, the help utility, the constant people rotating over, G2 have not been able to find those gaps in the defensive setups at all.
Oh, and I think they've just been forcing the issue a little bit too much as well. LEV are so eager to take these fights to re-clear space, even if they're just doing it on their own.
And it's been working so well.
Yeah, they've just been disrupting the timings that G2 are taking. That's
no
TPT, that's committed by Valen. Out through the back, there was at least a dart there, and he has at least flashed up, needs to be defended, no way. It's not being held down with Tex dropped. There's a potential for G2, even with those weaker weapons. Let's get that round and maybe make the half respectable. Dart over the top, Hunter's Fury now. This is all going to be used to see if they can claim at least one of the kills, one of the tags, at least damage done. Com can't quite claim it.
They used Recon Dart in the midst of that to try to find the pick, so now they're not going to have it available to go for this retake. They can wall, they can paranoia, but G2 should be pretty solid here.
Aspas, he split up the site. The paranoia is perfect as well. Blinds it up towards the corner, but the lead is being covered. No way! King! No way! 3 found in Com has been given this lifeline, but still too much to deal with. Expecting a Heaven player, just it, round and away, reload. And a stick. Com onto the defuse, Nano Swarm, narrowly avoided, half at least it's a wing on there, but he can't quite stick it again, time running short, Leaf to deny.
A 7-5 half here that we end on then for Haven. A lifeline to grasp to for G2. This round given a little too easily. Tex overwhelmed in his anchor position. Mazzino, you see there, saying, didn't notice the Omen ult coming through. In the midst of all of that chaos, Valen finding that final round, the final impact to make this one doable. Every pistol's gone the way of G2 so far. They look like they need another.
We'll see if the trend continues on for Haven. This has just been purely explosive so far, and plenty more to come.
What's good, everyone? We're outside at the block party. How you doing? Incredible stuff. All right. Well, we got to do some business here real fast. Let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw in that first half. And boy, oh boy, in the beginning, it felt as if it was going to get a little muddy there. A lot of eco round wins on both sides of the field. But it's interesting to see how it all stabilized toward the mid.
And honestly, it did get muddy. I think that G2 gave a big opportunity to LEV in losing that first map. They came out here, they won 2 eco rounds in the first few rounds of this game and have catapulted that into a massive lead now with a lot of the same win conditions from map 1 continuing here with Mazzino and Otzboss and how they're setting the team up for success in these early rounds.
Yeah, I mean, those early rounds, it allowed them to get the op in Otzboss's hands very early on. He was super dominant holding down into C-Long. Even when he had the ult, getting 3 kills down there was absolutely insane. And this is a Leviathan that are winning map 1 ahead at the second half here.
Yeah.
Against a G2 that has won 3 out of 3 pistol rounds on the day, which is crazy.
Yeah, absolute insanity. We're going to be going back to the cast in a little bit, but first, we're going to give some freestyle!
I mean, GB, ever the showman. Ever the showman, this guy.
He knows what gets the people going.
Exactly, he knows how to work a crowd, and I respect it, man. But we are heading into that second pistol round here of a Haven. Just to set your sights onto this one here, and the analyst desk is right. G2 won 3 out of 3 so far. The ecos have been swinging wildly, oscillating back and forth, so maybe the advantage hasn't been that much there for them, but they'll be looking to potentially get another one under their belt. We'll see.
Trent has got to call for help here.
Yeah, already
make a decision. Do you anchor or do you leave?
It's a little bit of hesitancy still. There's defensive smokes that have been propped down and placed. Still, flashes evened out on either side, but no swings from G2. Players are barely in position onto the approach, but are they going to be ready for this one? Locking it down, pistols in hand. It's Leviathan. We find the day, and the advantage now here for them.
That's such a sick idea from King.
What? Oh, how has that happened? Leaf's just wrapped his way all the way around, and the spike has been dropped down into short. King, suddenly, it's a 180. What should have been theirs. The timing was taken against them. That's Leaf giving them a taste of their own medicine. All those quirky timings that Leviathan was so eager to take as well were catching G2 off guard, but not this time. This time, man, all G2.
I was all ready to praise Lev for a great pistol round idea. King bought a shorty on the pistol round because he knows that that smoke is going to be thrown down on A. So look, he jumps into the smoke with a shorty, jumps out of it. Lev have got this round, and again, a G2 player steps up and saves the pistol. Very similar to round 1 on this map, where both felt like better ideas from Lev, and yet G2 come through 4 out of 4 pistols secured, and still looking like the team on the back foot in this game.
Yeah. Matters into his own hands here. Nice, he can't quite dodge fault line in his face. But he won't be feeling too much more past that. Lev just inserting King into this forward spot, out towards C, and now it looks like the goal might be a little bit of A pressure, maybe the orb if it can still be reclaimed.
This is the kind of stuff that Valen wasn't really calling on his attack side. These slower rounds where the burst of early map control inserts a player there. Perhaps they were worried about contacting into the Aspas AWP later on. Or maybe thinking that Lev would go for reclears and people in these inserted positions would die.
Only text revealed by the drone.
Well, Trent forced to take a risk here on the anti-eco, but he does get good information back for the team. With the one-way short and the jiggle peek A, you're feeling fairly good that it's headed in a different direction.
Shadows onto the eco. Very quickly, this could turn onto the heads of these G2 players. Starting to get a move on now. Nanoswarms at least will delay this one. Hit's still going to be attempted to come through by Leviathan as well. Through and back, and the stuns do their job. Icy, he can't quite stand his ground and take the shot. He's hoping to see if he can push them back, but it's an open sight gained and granted now for Leviathan. Come with the plant.
Spike planted.
Texas being watched for. Fault line as well. These shock darts, where the hell are these coming from? Leaf is dropped, and you can't let this escape you. Another pistol round into a Thrifty would just be dire for G2. We've got to try and take this one now. Potentially together with that utility in hands. Well, they just sweep through them.
Safe hands from G2 this time at least. So they've drawn things back level 7-7. this round, we saw Trent pushing out over towards A. The flank didn't actually end up having the value. He reconnected with the rest of his team. But that means that 2 out of 2 times on the defense here, and what a ridiculous shock that is. 2 out of 2 times we've seen somebody push aggro as the execute is coming through. Leaf got that flank timing on the pistol, and now Trent's trying to do it on the other side. Something to keep an eye on. It's tough to go for those kind of defense side pushes and not get punished, especially when you should be running into the trips from Tex.
Heavy lean though from LEV here.
Blocking sight.
It's a dart over the top. That was dealt with as well. Cleaned up. Icy still looking it down, but with that outlaw in hand. Nails a shot into Mazina, but unfortunately not enough damage. No half armor in sight.
I think that's an extremely bold play to go for. You know, even if you're peeking into one, they're probably going to have full armor.
And here comes the play here. Just a drone supplemented in. Buys him a bit of that space and time. It's an aftershock up into the corner as well, but it's being thrown out on Ivan's side here. It's an even exchange with the util and potentially the guns to make a difference. Leaf, he tucks himself up and cuts it up close into the corner. Mazzino! He's delivering death blows, man, raining them down onto G2. And the options limited now for Trent to go for. He's playing a bit fast and loose into this, but it's a 1v3 and you've got to do it. Still doubled up the discipline. Will sail it away for a 11-round win.
If Mazzino keeps finding impact like this in the middle of rounds to pick up 2 kills, 3 kills, these big multi-round series of kills are the thing that rocketed them to success late on Lotus. He's so sharp with it in these scrappy moments. He's not rocketed up towards the top of the scoreboard just yet. And G2, Leaf once more, I mean, investing into the bonus rounds, so he ends up round 16 with a Stinger light armor. We saw this on Lotus as well. It does confuse me.
Economy's going to be lacked in that certain aspect here. Still, it's slow and steady by Leviathan, all holding out through a lobby. It's a stun to follow. Wait, is this play that's occurring here with the Hunter's Fury? At least it does supplement it, but that's at least on the attack side. They're just trying to offset this one here. Aspas glides into the fight, willing to take it. And heads are being ripped clean off in the process. Deep lurks occurring. Jonah P and Valen have got to lock down their section to the side. They're still locking this down, but time has been bought. And that's for the Tex wrap around here. Strikes them right where it hurts. Right where they weren't looking here, but they still haven't dealt with Jonah P. All being considered. Rolling Thunder to at least delay, push them back, and around Mazzino. He's on an island, needs to be covered here. Not doubled up by the players of LEV. Still eager to take the fight, but through the box, Aspas will land those shots. Leaf, he was out of the fight this entire time, just wondering which direction to even take it, but now, finally, making his moves.
He broke 2 trips. One over here, one over here. They realize that Leaf is probably going to be behind. That's why Leviathan are checking short.
The plan isn't even good for them either here. Leaf, potentially a great spot, but with Mazzino's ult online, attack is in order. He's not going to be able to get a half, is he? Aspas knows it. He's running him down here. Kicks it into overdrive.
Nicely done from Leviathan. As I said, as soon as Leaf was breaking the trips outside C and then outside A, Lev responded by looking to try to take spawn control. I mean, reacting very nicely to what was going on there. Even with Jonah P throwing out the breach in the midst of all of it. The gaps that Lev are finding already early in this half, G2 didn't find a single time. And Tex lurks his way through B for the backstab, taking out Valen in that spot off the back of all of the pressure. Way better attack side calling already. King subverting our expectations.
Yeah, expecting that battle of the IGLs as well, where Valen would be holding that potential advantage. It just hasn't been the case. Cool, calm and collected, it feels like Lev entering this grand finals from the lower bracket, not flustered, in control.
This time, the C pressure does not leave somebody inserted. So balancing that out, sometimes depositing somebody in that cubby, sometimes not. Always threatening that they could be going in a different direction. Can they dodge this drone?
Right here.
Doesn't see...
Yeah, doesn't see anybody.
Doesn't see anyone, I don't think. There was a ping, though. And people are starting to come to A.
They're not really ready for anchoring utility. G2, these players are going to be overwhelmed. They don't even have the weapons for the job.
Take flight.
Giving up all the space out towards A, and now you're going to see the util exploding out onwards. That's a shock tower. Will at least take him out of the drone animation. Not going to have that one to set the stage in for this A side. Instead, a pause has been called by LEV, but now looking to try and strike straight through and around as a smoke into their faces, but they do need to deal with lighting these players up. Util is plentiful, and the rifles alongside it. Viatan very clear in terms of how they wanted to take this round and this site in general. The game plans are definitely there for them. It's a paranoia that's used basically in vain. No follow-up from it. Only 2 to remain here from G2.
One enemy remaining.
Not long for this world, it seems.
LEV have put some serious work into building out attacking protocols on this map. Not only is their macro pathing really nice, but as soon as they get to A and they realize that Valent's defensive smoke is going to be up, they've got multiple ways of dealing with it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's going to be King jumping in there with a shorty, like on the pistol round. Other times, they throw a stun in there with the shock dart to try to clear it out before going through it. They've got Sova utility that they can use to clear it too. Look at the amount of pressure being put there onto Icy and Jonah P when they try to play around the smoke. Last year, when we had the Viper meta, a smoke in that spot, teams just did not know what to do. You're seeing the constant evolution of the game. And LEV, really impressive the way that they've come into this match. Super prepared.
It looks excellent. Top to bottom. Tiny little changes, and even this one throwing it in. Look at this, all this pressure applied. Aspas is trying to squeeze these players. They might be anchoring into the link, but rifle in hand. Valen will save the day just for now. Potentially with that lifeline, and now a Hunter's Fury. Trent will take spotted out, lit up like a beacon. Mazzino through and out, side by side here, alongside the flash as well. It was an anti-position that's played and swinging out wide into it. Do not let this slip, G2. But a massive advantage leading into this. Viatan in the middle of all this chaos as well have managed to carve out a place onto the seaside. It's a plant down now.
Com has to be the difference maker. He knows he's got to make the play.
Doubled up through, in through Garage, Icy, and Trent. Combine their might there, at least to drop those players. So G2 not out of the fight just yet.
No, a set play, straight from the strat book out of Leviathan. Different to what they've been running, usually going for that more defaulty approach. And this time G2 come up with the answer very quickly. It's one that they've seen before. The fake B exec into applying a lot of pressure to top garage. Been a strat that teams have run for a long time, and G2 with the protocol nicely deal with it. One away from having a Hunter's Fury there for Com. Leaf on the other side. One away from the lockdown. Might be a bit of a race as to whether Leaf can get it in this round before Com has the answer.
I'm looking at Icy with his op too. Potentially stunned off the line, but he might be able to tuck if he's fast. Fault line for a fault line. Just being held by Mazzino. It's a dart. Being exchanged on either side as well. TP from King is good to cut this up.
Dart didn't get broken, so he doesn't go for the stun. Is he going to pop it out again?
Smoked off though. No. Drone deep down A short.
You can tell though that they're aware that Icy could have an operator. They're keeping track of the economy pretty nicely. But that fault line has been saved. How do they navigate this? It seems like King has a read that the op is playing A long.
It's a pretty heavy one. And Texas entire time, he made sure that nobody could cross the boundary straight down mid. Viatan now all grouped up. Once more, looking to light up this B side, potentially get that plant down on top of it. Tex has been eager to take these timers against them. The alarm bots.
Inch by inch.
Yeah. It's going to be holding them back. Mazzino with a plan. There was nothing to push this away here. So Leviathan now going into the post plant, and it's all about how you play. With Tex removed, that's one problem out of the picture here for them. With a lockdown now dropped down, that's also going to be creating some opportunities. G2 pushing back these players. Leviathan out and away in through the window. Leaf just takes the peek at just the wrong timing there. Unfortunate not to get a kill, and Trent also wrapping all the way around. Is it going to be watched? Plenty of backs towards him. They know how this one's being played. Valen, a tap onto the defuse as well. Noise and chaos into the mix. It's pandemonium, but maybe that's where they might thrive. Trent delivers it. A death blow straight from behind. A full flank paying off. Rifles in hand, but not enough to stop the defuse.
Slightly concerning towards the end there that they gave Com the double, but generally speaking, lovely defensive setups again from G2. I spoke about the battle of getting that lockdown online before the Hunter's Fury is able to counter it. And that's what really makes the difference here. I think Tex did a great job at slowly slinking his way into position, but he just picked a slightly wrong timing. Leaf gets the kill, lockdown's online, and then the taps on the defuse is just fake pressure to allow Trent and Leaf to get those flank plays working. Very nicely done there. And again, Leaf beating Com to the punch on the ultimate, getting it online in round 19, ended up being all the difference maker. LEV now take a timeout. I think the slow rounds were still working very nicely for them. Their ability to push Tex into backstab positions, I think he should have a pretty nice read on where Leaf is placing all of his Killjoy utility at this point.
Yeah, it feels like it's been getting a ton of value throughout the second half, but last 2 rounds, the G2 have been able to win for whatever reason, you know, forcing LEV to hit that panic button, discuss it and talk it out, because you are right, you know, the slow play. Tex has been finding all sorts of gaps in those defensive protocols.
And what a battle that is between the 2 Sentinel players. Tex replaced from the G2 roster. Leaf originally was coming in to play Duelist. It didn't work. They had to pivot things around, remove another player, net, and put Icy in.
There's not as much bad blood between these 2 teams, but Tex did say today in the pre-show that a win here today, this would probably be one of the most impactful highlights of his career.
Yeah.
Just because it would be against, you know, his former compatriots, his former teammates.
I think that resentment from early on in the season has been hardened into some cold determination to try to rise above this G2 roster that replaced him.
This is very different from G2. There's nothing to set up Icy with this operator. He's very much alone over towards A. In an almost committed position. LEV have walked all the way up, but so does G2. With the wall up in his face alongside the util, he will respect it. He's backed out and away in his flank now. Has to be the defining moment here for G2 as well, as they're wrapping this all the way through. Putting a bit of tempo into it. The dart is dealt with. Drone as well. Now going to be supplementing. Tex might even just press the advantage and push forwards with this one. Have they missed Leaf? That's the question here. Shoulders peeking out. Tex still opts into it.
That's a great
fight. One out. Hunter's Fury! Just from the low ground. Aftershocks all combined. And the fall damage for it. Trent and Icy left alone here. Aspas, this guy. Precision is off the charts.
G2 on that round were trying to make it impossible for LEV to figure out how many are on the flank and how many are in spawn and heaven. They push 4 players on the flank and then Valen ults back into heaven to make it impossible for LEV to react in a certain direction. The LEV players just end up finding so much value stuck on the site.
Yeah.
Aspas with 2 brilliant kills and a 3rd to follow up towards the end. And then on top of that, being able to deal with those players, I mean, it should have been a very difficult situation for LEVIATAN. But the player quality, the game IQ, off the charts.
Exactly.
That is not one that you're going to be able to scrim a spot like that.
No, I was just thinking that, man. I mean, from an individual basis, the reason why we highlight Aspas as potentially the greatest player of all time. Now, listen, for this year, that's yet to be decided. Champs, I think, is going to be the stage that's set that this team will be heading to, both of these teams, to decide potentially that. But at least the best in Americas for now. He's already lifted a trophy last year in the region. He already cemented that. And now he wants to build for himself a legacy. That right there is what he's after.
What a decision for Aspas as well this year to leave Loud, who lifted the trophy in Americas, the winners last year of our regional league. They decided to part from them, which had been such a winning roster, and go towards this international super team, take a new challenge, come in English, figure out how to work with a new team culture. Aspas went from ranked to world-renowned superstar on Loud, and now he's trying to have that same level of success and lift trophies with LEVIATAN.
Different team environment, they've had their troubles, but for now, that's what it all comes down to. All the hardship, all the improvements. Cloudburst to counteract that one, but giving up the side of C. Fully up now for LEVIATAN. They're going to be able to get this plant down once more. Maybe a tap to bait something out, but no, Mazzino going for the full stick. The position is theirs, onto the side. Drone tags.
Do you want to go aggressive with the breach ult?
They do. It's a rolling thunder. It's already going to be queued up. Mazzino holding this one for a rainy day, and that's right now. Here, stunned up still. Covered by Icy. Wasn't actually stunned from that one, so it's quick to trade it out. Let's put a pause into that tempo increase by LEV, but maybe just enough, not quite. Aspas, that high ground, perched up, angle swing from Tex again. Sky has got the confidence, but lines it up for Leaf. And Com now up onto the flank position, more than noted. Trent can stick this one with full safety. Acknowledgement that this team's got his back. There's nothing to push him back and away.
That 2K from Leaf could not be more important. As soon as you see Kong going for the flank like that, you can see he's going to run into the alarm bot. So if Leaf stays alive, they're going to have that info. Leaf didn't just stay alive, he destroyed them!
Oh yeah. You're starting to see him come alive in this map. He's top of the scoreboard for his team, leading it. We've seen it happen with Leaf when he's on the Killjoy occasionally.
Enemy remaining.
He will just take over a map for his team. He'll be that difference maker. Impactful frags right when his team needs it.
Absolutely. And a lot of the time on the defense by getting involved in fights you wouldn't expect. Trent flashed, missed the shock. A little bit of panic there. Lev setting their sights with only a 1-round lead on the C site.
Again, what's the play here for Valorant? There's a wall up. They've been giving this one up, trying to play the retake. It's worked for them so far. Same game plan. Drone used to try and clear out through. Valin even a bit cheeky with it here. Fault line stunned up as well. They're going to be wrapping around. I see. He's delivering them, at least potentially, to a win. Still, he's cleaned up, overextends his hands, and come inside the smoke, trying to take that timing down to just King. With a dart to deal with, off to the side, just pokes out from the shield below. Okay, traces. They point out his position, and G2 happy to spoil the party with that one. So 11-11 is where we stand.
A mirror image of map 1 on Lotus. G2 now the team on their defense side that's starting to come back into the game and find their rhythm. I felt like the attack side calling was going really well for King early on in this half. And now, individuals from G2 stepping up when it matters, getting opening kills. And there's an example. Valen picks off Aspas mid-slide. Not the kind of area where you expect Aspas to fall. He himself would have thought he was fairly safe there. Oh, and that is not what you want to see early on. You can't allow the frustration to get to you. We're only in map 2. This could be going all the way to map 5, as it did yesterday for King.
Your endurance is going to be tested, your ability to deal with rounds that just don't quite go your way. For G2 though, these ults have been earned. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, Deep Shock Dart. It's going to be breaking most of the initial util out there through as well. Leviathan trying to make this one feel like they potentially are squeezing, but it's committed in still. An offset again by that util. Now Ultimate coming in handy. The Rolling Thunder, it stunted the entirety of the push. Leviathan have no options now, but to once more pause into the round.
How would King and Com recover this one? It doesn't seem possible. That opening gambit failed.
I see. Dash active, sees one, knows a second, it's closely behind. And like you said, Josh, how would they recover it? The chances were minute at best. 12-11, G2 now. It's map point.
They take the lead, they're in the ascendancy. Economy flourishing. So different to earlier points in the game where it felt like G2 was on the back foot. They got the read now, they're in the rhythm. It feels like they're getting an idea about where LEV are going to end, and then just setting up to ambush them with huge amounts of util. Icy too, finding his moments here, up online.
This time he's going to be tested, but Leviathan are the ones who want to try and at least find a way to pay forward into this A site. Where's the defensive utility? It's flying up and over, sailing past. Leviathan are going to be given, again, easy access. The retakes have been working for G2, so why would you mix it up?
At the same time here, King, Paranoia, Xeno, Aftershock, these are difficult pieces of utility to get through. You've got to bait them out before you go for the retake.
That means going blow for blow, at least with that U2. You need to at least make an emphasis, G2, to pull it out of them. Ice cold so far from the Leviathan. It's a Paranoia. For a Paranoia, it's traded evenly again, but there's kills still flooding in as well. Players out of heaven. Com just delivering it again, straight to them. The feed is filled up entirely with red here. An inevitability that we go to OT once more.
Switching sides.
Of course we're here again. Neither team able to get an inch over the other, back and forth the whole time. G2 failed to bait out that post-plant utility. Icy committed off the first wave. There was no phase 2 to this. Perhaps just a hint of that earlier flustering that we were detecting within G2. They had a chance. And it slipped.
Now back to the reset here. 12-12, first round of OT for Haven. G2 will not want to let this one slip away. Going down 2 maps early in the best of 5. At that point, almost calling it curtains. It's a very rare feat indeed to try and battle back at that point.
Push down mid.
Yeah, this is going to be breaking at least that turret, forcing potentially that reaction once more out of G2. They are going slight amount of pace again, but the rotations are happening by LEV. They're already here.
This is where G2 need to pump the brakes, but in regulation time, we saw them commit over and over again. It does seem like they've just cooled off slightly.
It's a 5-player stack.
Yeah, but they're pretty confident because of these trips on the rest of the map, you know? Tex is giving them good information in Garage. Leaf needs to get a bit more aggressive and break that util. But I think he's worried because he kept running into Aspas earlier on.
Yeah. Leaf has not seen anything. Smoke. Nana Swarm dart into the back. They want to make this one feel like it's the B hit coming through. Again, it's just to pull players away, potentially to make the A side a little bit more easier. Leave timing! He takes it straight to him now, but they're not expecting that. Cut up into the corner once more, Mazzino. He's there, defending from the side. Valid has to respond and does. Jonah P up and through. Aspas adjusting movement. Not enough to survive. G2 find the 13th.
What a play, what a call from G2 there. Now that is what you're expecting from a player, Valen, who's been looking like the best attack side caller in the game recently. They make it feel like a B fake, but part of the B fake inserts Leaf into a tough position, and that lets them get into A and have a backstab happening at the same time. Even as Leaf only goes 1-for-1, the rest of G2 able to trade out on site. Hugely important individual kills to be had there. And Aspas couldn't go more than 1 in that position. Still having a much, much better Haven performance, by the way, than he did against Crew. And I think that's part of the reason why we're just dead level right now. G2 are going to take attack timeout to try to close this one.
Been going to miss for them on the defensive half. Ever so slightly.
They had a string of retakes, though, where G2 were looking real clean. Yeah. And especially when LEV are not going to have any ults to work with on their attack side.
But yeah, I mean, what you're seeing, I think, is LEV defaulting into a very contacting play. Saving the util once they get onto the sites. And then once you're in that spot, you have util to be used again. I said it earlier, blow for blow, pound for pound, you can use it to equalize and just deny G2 from even getting in through the front door. So maybe that's part of the reason why timeout was called by G2. Maybe they want to adjust some of their game plan, not give up some of these sides so freely and try to play for those retakes now that LEV have made those adjustments.
Icy's picking up the glass cannon operator again, though. I don't think he's found too much value with this weapon. LEV tend to invest some of their refreshable utility early to make sure he can't get posted onto the most aggressive sidelines. Stun, recon used, this kind of util is going to be back online. So it's not as important to save that for a post-plant situation.
Haven't been too many B-pops by LEV, except when they've been on the weaker weaponry and at least regulation.
But it has been a spot that Tex has been going towards, so it might be that Icy is not really hoping to catch the full team, but just hoping that either he or Leaf can get rid of this lurker.
That one individual, G2. It's Valen onto the high ground. He's making sure that he has control of that A short angle. They've got to be worried about the A pop as well from long. LEV setting up now for it. It's going to be util up into their hands. Kills could be happening here. Might see the feed filled up. Snaps to the side. That is just an unfortunate timing. Now a pivot. Ute's getting that kill. Valen's got nothing to do with it. It's just spotted out. Yes, Valen almost there with a kill, but not quite. Now getting a run on. Scampering their way over towards the C site.
30 seconds left.
Time is of the essence, though. Only 30 seconds left. Still, there'll be nobody from G2 to respond and at least receive this. No welcoming party. It will be potentially that easy plant. Leaf is eager to see if he can take that fight.
That was the last piece of breach utility used from Mazzino. Both teams still holding on to Paranoia.
Survival in the map. It's necessary that LEV just hold on to this one here. Got an iron grip so far towards the back of the side, but that might just get dislodged here with the paranoia straight through. It's a stun again. Jonah P. It's util out into the open as well. Maybe that flustered element playing a part. Tex has just dominated.
What a play. Another 4K for him in a huge round. It's got to be bittersweet for G2 looking across the stage and seeing a guy that you had so much camaraderie with just tear you apart in a round like this. Lacey did his best to try to hit the flick shot, but that's so clean from Tex to open and to close. We go again.
We go again. It's 13-13. The round's already beginning. There's a full group up stack from either side. They look like they want to clash. It's a skirmish opted into by either side. Revealed up. It's chaos. But who will thrive in the moment? Leviathan finding the advantages, finding the kills. Up ahead by one player, but G2 make full usage of it. Already lurking up into the spot, and they hear this drone in the clear, and Shona P. It just fades away! And the spray transit just cannot be completed. Mazzino again there with the trade. The plant, though, it's down. Rolling Thunder, this is to clear out the front section. Nobody going to be playing there still. Gives them that peace of mind.
Mazzino's been so big in OT rounds for LEV.
And just catching this one. Barrel, betrayed by it. Trent didn't stand a chance. As Tex collects, it's up to Leaf. Dart out open, shots fired. Revealing all Leaf. Inevitable here. And he falls once more here. Leviathan. A 14th round, leading by one, but all they need is one more step.
The pressure is back onto G2.
Switching sides.
Tension between these two on stage.
Left goes there.
What a skirmish towards the bottom of short this was. I feel like any time you've got these chaotic situations though, Mazzino thrives. Sure, we've seen him misstep sometimes when he should be playing a bit more structured, but if you opt into his chaos, if you go into his domain, he's gonna come up with three in a bonkers spot like that and carry LEV through.
And once more, this could end in a clean sweep fashion. It could be explosive. Over these teams just trying to bait out the util. G2 going for a full play into this. A flash and a paranoia. It's all delayed. They need to save Aspat. He's perched up, locked up into the corner again. The guns are flowing. The bodies are dropping. 2 versus 3. And still fighting, still clawing back, looking for the opportunity to at least make their mark, and G2 survive in this map.
That's a massive win for G2, the huge trade out there. The fact that Aspas was trapped ended up giving G2 the advantage. Now they must not let it slip in order to drag us into another round of OT. And for Tex and King, it's about finding these gaps, slowing the round down and hoping that the defense spreads out, diffuses, opens the opportunities. It is only Trent here. He's got a recon and a spot in heaven.
And honestly, too much to look for. When you're playing retake onto A at that angle, he doesn't know if they've lurked up short, which is exactly the play in mind.
I like this more passive position. Just watching to make sure that LEV couldn't over-push from A through to the connector. They're going to be forced to plant here, and you can just play the advantage.
It's out when he opened. It's through the cage. He gives Trent the timing. And he'll take it. Rewarded for it, King. Double digits of health, there's no way in hell. A tap, a stun, just about missed somehow. With only 15 seconds left to play with, the squeeze is on. Leaf rapidly approaching, knife in hand. Cautious, but G2 take it anyway. 14-14, we go again.
So different to the last time these two teams played. Much more even, anybody's to win. The further you get, the more it's going to be small adaptations. Have we seen G2 fight this hard, tooth and nail? Over A lobby control, not so much. But they throw it in, willing to take the risk and fight for the round within the first 5 to 10 seconds. LEV, though, have been doing these triple pushes down mid. We've seen them go for this to try to break the Killjoy utility early on. Is there a read? Does it get value?
Positioning of G2 spread out. Doesn't look like an all-in. Looks like they're just trying to feign presence over towards C. Pull those rotations away. Deep down mids. LEV will give it up.
The C fake here does seem to be working, but Com staying on this line.
jiggling. This is the danger zone that you're working with. Yes, you pulled the players over, but only for now.
I think you've got to realize at this point it was a fake. No follow-up on the C utility. LEV gonna double push out garage.
They can never go of it here. There's no util. But now, at least spotted. Nothing being disguised here. They've taken up that mid-control once more to util just to stop them. There's still a minute left on the clock in this round here.
So all of this fake pressure just to take A long control for free without having to worry about running into a potential Aspas glass cannon operator. And LEV are constantly trying to contact re-clearing spots. They're dealing with A right now. Here comes the B fake. It is going to end A. This is a massive clash.
Plays at the back here. There's an updraft to Dart. Is avoided, dodged away. Crouched to the back as well, but these players are over towards A once more. It's a clash occurring on multiple fronts. Aspas cuts it up. Close to the corner. Spotted them out wide as well, but being defended. The rifles spraying and praying. Still locking it down. Out through short. Nobody dealt with Tex. And this is just key. Trent had an opportunity, but it's all been stolen away.
What timing from LEV! They're so bold to be going for these contact re-clears around the map. They pushed out garage. They pushed out mid at the beginning of the round for starters.
All over the place.
Then they pushed out garage. Then they re-cleared over towards short, constantly grouping up and trying to regain information on their defense side, not allowing Valorant to win the informational war. And that one towards the end from King is mockery. Turning Trent's attempt into the core jester. LEV, they themselves now have a map point.
And Haven here sets them up beautifully. Aspas, my goodness, he's gliding right into the fray. It's a wall up in their face as well. This relentless pressure. He's so damn eager for it. Icy though will defend. Mazzino still. He's there with a bullet straight through and beyond, and just indecisiveness. G2 have crumbled. 2 left to stand, 2 left to pick up the pieces, but Mazzino another ult earned. And a rolling thunder might be all that's necessary to close this one out. Peeking through it, advantage is found, and a map win in sight. Leviathan, they've come out swinging from the lower bracket.
Cover going out.
And now in our grand finals, stage being set for an early 2-0, leading by those maps, with all odds stacked against them, and Valen can do naught but cower, man, in this spot. The util, the obstacles, too much to face. The time is running short and the bullet ends it.
Attackers win.
16-14. These teams are pushing each other to the brink. But again, that early advantage in maps, it lends the way towards Leviathan.
If G2 want to come back into this series, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep for the trophy. A chance here that Valen could end up going home empty-handed again in the same position, watching his opponent lift the trophy. And for a moment, again, can we dwell on Mazzino? 4 breach ults in OT in this match so far? What is this?
The level that he is stepping up is ludicrous. They have absolutely taken their turns to turn up at Leviathan right now. Online with form, the calling is good. They're being pushed every single way, but the series still yet to be played. Don't go anywhere.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
We're here on stage after map 2 as Leviathan take down G2 are now on series point here, and it's been an incredible series. I just want to get your thoughts on it. 2 overtime maps already. Is this one of the craziest you've been a part of?
Yeah, I would say so. It's getting pretty spicy. We're making some really good plays. They're also playing really good, and I think right now we're in for a third map that's gonna be, I think, the same, honestly.
All right, so what are you going to talk to the team about? What are you going to tell them to stave off that any kind of lax play or letting go of the momentum? How are you going to keep them going?
I think the most important is to just keep our communications up, because it's a high pressure situation where we're making mistakes, they're making mistakes, you know. So the team that stays mentally in the game is going to win the series.
All right, Coach, good luck.
Coach Itapata talking about the mental resilience that both teams are facing right now. Of course, Golden Boy back here with Mimi and Vansili joining us. But yeah, I mean, that was overall, I mean, great to hear Coach Itapata really talk about that.
I think what he's talking about there at the end is really apt. I think G2's win condition is their pre-prepped stuff, is calling really structured mid-rounds, and I think we've seen in both maps now, these games descend into a little bit of chaos, especially in these later rifle rounds. We saw a lot of thrifties this one, and I think that LEV has proved that they're just so strong in those situations.
Yeah, and I think if we look at it from the first half as well, of how Leviathan played the defense when Itapata is talking about, hey, their communication has to be good under the chaos, it's been pretty good. And once again, all thanks to the utility of Mazzino, able to combine a lot of these good stuns and aftershocks with the shock darts, getting a lot of kills and really blocking people off and not allowing G2 to get side control.
And G2 has won every pistol round this series, and they're now down 2 maps in a row. They have to make a reverse sweep happen if they want to come back into this one, which is going to be really challenging. So, I mean, both maps, I think it's the same story. G2 have a lot of opportunities to come out in the lead, but LEV show great resiliency, win out in the crucial gun rounds, and have big step-ups from individual players in these late rounds. This map, I think it was, again, about Mazzino.
Yeah, we got to start putting some respect on Boyd's name. I mean, we don't talk about him enough, and he's now forcing us to have to talk about him here, Vansili, because he has been popping off.
And I think it comes back to an interview that came a couple of weeks ago when they were figuring out how Mazzino is like finding like pop-off moments, especially on that Sunset game. And I think going through the conversation of how LEV is just jiving so far throughout stage 2, they wanted to give him more space, let him do his own decision. And when he's doing that, I mean, look at how much pressure and how much value he's brought into these overtime rounds. If it's not for these Rolling Thunders, for these type of utilities, for those battles that happened towards the A choke point that went in favor of Leviathan, this would have been a different story, especially when G2's been winning all these pistols.
LEV's a super team because it's not just us Aspas. It's not just Mazzino. All these guys can step up. Calm, who's had a lot of people be critical of his performance throughout Americas, had a great map here as well. I think what was really impressive to me about LEV, when we're talking specifically about why they're winning these late gun rounds, it's the synergy between those two initiator players. I think Mazzino and Calm are really good at having the perfect piece of utility at the perfect time to set up to win these situations. It's just like the round we were just watching, right? The stuns, the flashes, the aftershock, all that is on the fly, but so well done for LEV.
And doing that without talking about Aspas just popping off all the time too, right? So when the supporting staff, once again, it's been that game plan for Leviathan when this super team was built, was the amount of utility and the support system around Aspas. And then sometimes you have this storyline where it's always Aspas fragging out, but when you have a lot more coming in from Tex, from the initiators, this looks like a championship team once again, and it looks night and day from their performances from Shanghai for sure.
Yeah, LEV 100% look back in form, but how does G2 respond as we get ready for map 3 to send it over to Rivington?
I'm standing here on stage with Josh RT as we head into game 3. Josh, it's already been 2 overtime maps. This is going crazy, but looking at G2 here, what do you think is the main reason that they have not been able to close out the maps?
I think LEV is doing a great job making plans faster than us. They're kind of reading ahead of our plans so that they're able to disrupt what we're trying to do. And so I told the boys, just like, let's be more decisive. Let's get things in order so that we're faster in making our decisions here. Yeah, it was 2 overtime losses that we lost. Not great, but I always believe like BO5s are an endurance game. As long as we get this map down and keep extending this series, I believe we'll close it out.
Before I let you go, I'd just love to get the idea of the boys. How are they feeling as they head in the map?
I mean, obviously they're not happy, so it's more like let's prove that like we got this, okay? So let's get one map. I mean, it's as cliche as it sounds, like 1 round at a time. Let's start the momentum, get some belief in, and then we'll see what happens, right?
Awesome. Good luck on that. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Like Josh was talking about, G2 is a team who has made these comebacks happen before. We saw it in Shanghai, in stage 1. They're good at digging deep, but they need to get down exactly what he was mentioning there. These late round situations when their initial plan is disrupted, how do they bounce back and come up with something on the fly faster than these adaptations and mid-round ideas that LEV are succeeding with?
And at least they won here against Leviathan last time, right? And into the upper bracket finals, 6-13 was the loss for Leviathan. They look really good at this point for G2. This is the right moment to turn around on a map like Bind.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to be fascinating to see how this all breaks down, folks. Map 3 is next. Question is, can G2 pull off their biggest comeback yet and truly show that G2 resiliency? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. Once again, it's Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out really here. Bind is the map that we're going to be heading into between both of these teams as well, and it's really on G2 to pick up the pieces after that, because you've had 2 maps where you've been pushed to the limits, pushed to the brink in overtime, and you've just barely missed the mark on them. And now you're facing the opportunity basically to get that title, to get that trophy that's behind us there. You've got to run it all the way back.
You got to reverse sweep. You got to end on abyss as well. If G2 want to lift that trophy, it comes down to a map when, if you even get there, on the game's newest map. That is going to be so tough. But as you heard from Josh RT, it's just a round at a time. I think he's bang on the money as well in terms of it being about pace. I think last time we saw these 2 teams play, LEV didn't really have too many responses to what G2 were doing. When G2 took map control, LEV were not instantly trying to take it back, clear those question marks, re-find out information on the map. And instead, they just allowed themselves to go back and back and back and eventually give up. This is a version of Leviathan that are not afraid to lose. That's scary.
It's very scary. The firepower they've got in spades of this team as well. And I mean, like you mentioned, the tempo of which they've been making these decisions. There's a lack of hesitancy with this team. Sometimes, you know, it's just an individual that's having to step up, of course. But I think at all points, they're always cooking up plays, like you said, to clear up any misinformation in the round, the question marks that might be on the map, wondering where G2 are. Here we are on our attack side, though, of Bind. G2. They've been good for the pistol rounds, maybe not so much the follow-up, but the pistol rounds have definitely been consistent for them.
Looking instantly at what's on the board here, wouldn't be surprised to see a faster-paced short push here from G2, but LEV look like they want to clear sand immediately. Aspas hiding, trying to tuck himself in. And look, LEV immediately taking this sand information. They are going to be on a fast flank.
That decisiveness now on Aspas as well. High ground angle, couldn't quite get too much going for him. Still, this wall cuts it up and places a bit of difficulty now to nade. The molly all being combined, wingman with the plant. Trent has to defend.
Here comes the flank from short.
This is the pivotal moment. Lamp's control still being maintained, at least by G2 as well. Shots wildly going to be traded there, but Leaf is going to be worse for the wear. Hasn't quite gone down just yet. Calling for the fight and straight into it. Damage at least done. Chews up those players again, but it has to be that regroup and patience played. 3 versus 3. In through in the back. Zeno might have just slipped his way through and found that timing. Nobody was ready for it, but he's deleted them. Right click, classic in hand. Aspas on the board of that one here. Mazzino fully sticking it up. That's a pistol round finally here for Leviathan.
It's taken them long enough, but they have eventually got one on the board there. The flank out through sand, great read, put them in a fantastic position to win, but it's Mazzino always in this match coming up with the most important critical kills. Stops the push from happening, gets back into lamps and picks up 2. 3 in the round. Also, the plant denial, much, much better. I was rewatching the last time that these two teams clashed on Bind, and I think that LEV, frankly, in that match, sucked at denying the plant on A. And the way that Aspas and Mazzino were using their molly and nade was not good enough.
Yeah.
And this round, immediately we're seeing an improvement there, so I think that's been a serious area of VOD review.
China P slips his way in, past the bullets.
Toxin screen
util here. You're right, LEV have clearly taken a good gander and a look. Previous match, things to fix.
And if they have been looking at the VODs, this is exactly what G2 like to do when they lose the pistol. Just hoover up those ult orbs. Jonah P inserted, King takes the risk, goes and re-clears.
He does have the sheriff in his hands, but doesn't opt in to try and land that shot.
Yeah, you're not expecting G2 to be able to pull this one out.
No.
But if Trent can get a plant down or maybe get a kill, then suddenly,
for the future.
Exactly, that Thrash is going to be online fairly early on. Much earlier than any of the Leviathan ultimates.
Here.
King's quite committed up into the spot here, but committed for a reason. Drops them all down here, Stinger in hand.
Nicely done. Again, playing around with those expectations. When the wall goes up, you expect the LEV player to be behind it. And so, I really am impressed. Obviously, we have seen LEV lose a couple of anti-ecos in this match so far by taking risks that you might say are unnecessary. But when you get to this level of the game, if you're not taking risks, you're just asking to lose.
Yeah.
Because you have to play around with unpredictability. And unpredictability sometimes means taking the suboptimal play.
Yeah.
And just catching your opponent off guard.
Suboptimal, but unexpected.
Exactly. So Trent didn't get a plant, didn't get a kill. He's further away from the Thrash than G2 would want. LEV have a great chance here of being able to do something explosive.
They're going to be trying to take this fight up. Just contact again, holding crossfire set of Aspas. It's done Valen dirty there, man. Just a peek and a shot. It's cold with it. Sees the delay here, out from Calm. We can hear plenty of footsteps. G2 gonna try and go for a rapid play. That's a wingman sent first and flying forwards, at least with that util. Molly at their feet, Icy. They'll have that high ground still. Drops down, Aspas making sure to clean up the stragglers.
Look how much better it is when Aspas has a rifle in his hand, round 3, not an op. That's another huge difference compared to the last time these two teams played. He's able to be so mobile, he's everywhere, he's behind them in Fountain now.
Yeah.
He's opening the round, he's closing down the lurk, and now he's looking to shut the trap.
It's flexibility that's just afforded for him. Trent, second round of things here with a plant. Looking to force a fight out. They need some kills. It's a 2v4. Trent does have the ult now, but surely not a position to really use it, and doesn't quite catch any of the players towards the back of them. The positions are hyper-committed. Icy will have to try and deny, but he just can't do it. Everything is watched for. This is Leviathan. I say it looking very scary right now. Those previous maps, Josh, they were close. They were pushed to OT, but it was with pistol rounds going away with G2 every single time. This Bind map, they've clearly paid attention to the tape. They've sat down, they reviewed, they corrected mistakes, and now they're off to a blitzering start.
And this is part of the reason why we generally say that rematches like this favor the team that lost. But there was such a gap between G2 and LEV. I thought G2 was still going to be able to have the advantage here today. LEV look like they've done such good work in a short space of time, improving on those small details.
Hungry for the win, the title and the trophy.
Now these are the rounds though where LEV's willingness to take risks, playing to win, sometimes has tripped them up. Because they're not able to play safely with that rifle advantage. G2 love to group up, death ball in these spots, and they have been able to get big wins on thrifties.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazers not going to be seeing much. Flash forwards, Icy. Still here. Do they really want to commit? Press forwards, Mazzino. He is pushed back into the fight, sends out a molly just preemptively, expecting that might be that second wave of things here, but there's a smoke in their face.
On a rifle round, this is where LEV would be looking to try to re-clear through hookah.
Everything's just going to miss here. As soon as the Yuto comes flying forward, so does the Teba. Mazzino is tucked up, tight into position. He's got to try and deliver at least a few more kills, and his team should have his back. Up and over the top, though. Trent, he's right there. Stinger in play. Tex. This is rapid now. He sent the flash straight and over. He knows at least there's a player there. Here's that plant going down. Ult as well committed from behind. The Taba's not there. Still being covered 1v1. Jonah P reload. There's no way. Not expecting it. Not sure what's going on, but just expecting it. Aspas was not going to be playing it, at least that fast.
And I mean, look at the timings. I'm talking about taking risks. Tex walking into the backside of B there is a risk, but it pays off. He catches Trent mid-thrash. Honestly, I thought that Shark was about to double back to a U-turn and catch him. Scary moment for both sides. But LEV clean things up.
It's a crazy play, and a big ult that's offloaded in a round that G2 were hoping to win.
King's ultimates were punished the last time that these two teams clashed on Vine. This time, though, no Thrash on the other side, so King's got to get it down in short. Nobody looking to jump inside of it early on.
Well, it's ready.
Aspas still not committing to the operator, by the way.
Where's this going?
It's looking to try to punish a dog. So if Jonah P goes into his Trailblazer, they can try to get a free pick. That's what they've been expected. That's what G2 have conditioned them to expect over here towards B.
This is another LEV Classics. 3 players contacted up again once more. There's a flash up and over. Icy! Isolated.
The timings on these re-clears are outrageous.
Yeah.
It's been working so well. We're used to G2 being ready for those kind of plays and catching them. That has not happened today.
It's just missing. Con with a jump spot as well. He's just making sure that he holds on to a bit of that util to seize that at least will tether them down low enough for the bullet spam to do the rest. Still losing that backside control. Con's going to be notifying the rest of his team for this one here. G2 seeking to at least redeem themselves. Molly at the feet. Maybe it was unorthodox timings that were needed and necessary, but it's all being watched for again. 2 versus 5. Valen, here's this jump, and at least to the side here, still doubled up. Orbital strike is going to be wasted. Now towards it, but a mountain to overcome here for the G2 players. Still jiggling with the movement. Surely King's done enough. Last player is known, notified. Leaf, there's nowhere to stand. And the ground that he stood on as well. It's going to swiftly be just removed underneath him there. Nice little retake. Just Leviathan, I think, on top of the world right now.
If Valen had managed to catch that kill when he goes to the wide swing onto King, he would have had his ult online, and maybe there was a chance that G2 could have won that. But as it is, there've been a couple of moments, and LEV have come out on top. You know, I'm thinking back to the interplay between Trent's ult and Tex's timing in the previous round. Maybe this could be a closer map, but as it is, the facts on the ground are LEV 5-0 in the lead. And looking great with it. Not leaning into the operator, which was a flaw for them last time. Finding all of the timings on their defense and looking here maybe to crunch sand. I think if Com takes contact, these guys are going to bust through the teleporter.
A bit of preemptive with the spam. Knowing that that's a position. Broken out and through, and you're exactly right. They overstepped themselves. That might be the play by G2, just trying to pull out that showstopper.
Possibly. It does look like a bit of a bait at the moment. You can see G2's positioning here, this high-low setup from Icy and Trent, hoping to try to catch LEV going for that same B-long re-clear. But if LEV aren't going for it, then it just ticks seconds off the clock.
Trailblazer. Snake bite. Sent flying by King. He's meant to just stop them in their tracks, which he has done. A lot of players to meet him. G2. It's necessary now that they win this one. The play is called anyway. I don't know what that was off of, but still they want to go for it. Showstopper is out. The fuse is going to be rapidly dwindling here. The TP evacuation is called on either side. LEV, he's pried open the defense now. A site should be theirs for the taking. Open and shut case. And Tex just drifting past his timing taken. Valence hoping that there's at least that sound cue. Okay, the Seeker points it out, and now Tex won't be long for this world, not unless he just approaches and sees this. What is that? A 180 adjustment afflicted aside in the wall in the way, but he will fall in the end. 3v4 for the first time that LEV been in this kind of disadvantage. And the pit is going to be used as that insurance policy. Wingman forwards, stun there. Shorty out and wide, but there's going to be the showstopper that ends it all. Still out and through, rifles are at work and at play. Aspas. At this point now, pit thrown up in his face like a wall. There's just no chance in hell for him. And so we will give this one up, and finally G2 get a bit of breathing room, a bit of respite, but it cost them almost everything.
The big difference in this round is that Leviathan go for that sand crunch basically off no information. There wasn't a player hooker taking the timing and taking the contact for them. And everyone on G2 was ready to go through the TP and end A. This kill, especially onto Mazzino, means that the A site's totally empty. So a mistake there, but at the same time, I do still want Leviathan to be active, aggressive, feeling confident, and taking the risks. Just because it doesn't work one time, you shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
G2 looking like they're grouped up for another exec. You see this mosh pit going over with the Trailblazer to lead it. You know they want to play fast into this A site once more, cutting it up. That is preempted. That's a smoke drop down by Leviathan. They want to cut up this site and hold on to control of showers. That's the important element. It's going to be ultimate enemies sent out, flying, Nightfall, Orbital Strike, all combines out. Leviathan in the driving seat. Plant is still down for G2 here, but a lot to ask for. LEV cuts it up, smoke in his face. He's going to have to again take this one at a battle of timings. Noise has to be made. It's a thrash and a seize. It's over the top as well. This is beautiful. All coming together, collected out, running and gunning to set up the players behind. Mazzino is having to be that bait at the end of the stick here. I see, has to deliver more into the corner as well. Pressure is mounting. There's no way he gets any more from this spot here. LEV delivers, and maybe that lifeline earned. Rebound with the volley and swings.
What a clutch to get LEV online. Icy did the most he possibly could in that situation as well. He bought so much time, drew all attention towards him in short. How Mazzino's molly lands there right under Valen's feet, I will never know. But look at that, everybody paying attention to Icy, trying to get him out of the picture, open the door for LEV. G2 need rounds like this, they need huge moments like this.
If it comes from individuals stepping up, maybe that's the ticket. Aspas, position played. This is confidence at its peak. Flash in his face as well. Satchel, it misses, and the punish is there. Icy, so quick to follow up and through with it. And now, again, the push is being met. Pound for pound. The re-clears, the flanks occurring. This time G2 have got a handle on it.
And this time they're faster. Think back to what Josh RT said. You have to be ahead of the play. Trent's thinking about going forward there towards B-Long. And once they get the pick, he backs up, realizing anybody playing B-Long there is going to be looking to try to take the fight. Great read, ahead of the game, 5v3. Also got the Thrash online. These last few rounds have really seen G2 settle down. I think this map works nicely for them because it gives you those mid-round openings to slow the game down, apply pressure.
Take the right pauses here. It's a Wingman, down with the plan. It's a Dizzy, out and through. Takes us already into the back of the side, of course. Why not? He wants to take the fight. It's not being watched for. Trent, his way out into the open. Double tinked up. Players are weak. And opportunities now going to be granted. Leviathan, there's no way they're pulling this one right back and away. Come on the flank, denying all. But now he's left alone. Two players at least knows what he has towards the back of his mind, and with the Hawk revealing him, that is going to be the confirmation he needed. Sees there, wraps it round running them down, but again, there's no trigger. Onto it, damage done. One player left. God! Insanity!
What a clutch from Com! There's a reason why this is the only player returning to defend EG's title at Champs. You can call him the weakest player on that roster. You can say he should be replaced here on Leviathan. In the big games, when he's fighting for trophies, he seems to make the difference.
He turns up, man.
You can't argue with results.
You can't. It's the one thing that matters. The accolades that go alongside it, and that's a play that has defined the moment into the match there when G2 were just getting their feet back underneath them. Just about.
That was a 3v5. A 3v5 that they're able to recover. Com gets the flank off. A classic Com flank. And then also being able to win the 1v2. The C's is so beautiful there as well. When he throws the C's in that spot, it either latches onto a couple of people and he's able to swing them, or if it sees no one, he knows for sure they're tucked in the corner, because that's the only place it wouldn't catch him. So it gives him such perfect information to play around. We're seeing a different Com today. He was amazing on Haven as well.
He stepped up, he's near the top of the scoreboard, alongside the likes of King.
What a difference it makes. And just when you thought G2 in a 5v3 were going to be able to pull it out.
Just to earn it back. It's a hell of a birthday gift. It's been a good match. Do we have a cake? I'm not sure. We'll find one, maybe. It's G2 knocked down to the half by
3 players on Leviathan, posted up, looking over towards short, like a high, medium, low. The 3 bears looking to snack on Goldilocks coming down short. I assume this is because they're reading that G2 out the back of tank timelines like to do fast plays.
My God, what an indicator. The Dizzy seeing all that, gives them the hell of a read. And the Nays to deny, pushing forwards into the smoke. Jonah P, wait up. He's right up next to them here. There's a timing to be taken. Oh my. His feet just getting torched in the process as well. This could come down to anything, but still, in the chaos, this will be a time just trying to maintain that composure still. Aspas! Always good for it. And Leaf's left to do it all. Doesn't offer the stinger, just a classic and a bit of praying. But it doesn't do the job, not in the end of the day here. 7 rounds out for Leviathan.
That round certainly looked like it was gonna get dangerous. G2 opting into the chaos, playing inside the smokes. Those are the kind of spots that favor the team with the worst eco. But I definitely feel like it was such a huge decision, a game-changing decision to stop Aspas opping on defense side on Bind.
Yeah.
It was
as good as he's been, way too many avenues to cover.
I know. The stats were unbelievable. Aspas was dominating. He got 22 kills last time they played on Bind, but he wasn't mobile enough. He wasn't able to be right there with the rest of his team when it mattered. That's why the numbers don't always tell the story of the game. Now though, 10-3, and I feel like that is pretty representative.
Oh yeah. But the eyes set on that title and trophy to earn the rights to be called the best in Americas.
Well, here's the Rays on the other side, getting Showstopper online, looking to apply pressure. Com in hookah, smoked off.
Yeah, there's an ult into his hands as well. That will clear out most of the side as well. It's most likely not going to be finding too much value. Probably ricocheting against the back wall. Painting it some nice pretty colors, but not much more past that. It does get them access to the side though, and that's the important part and element. There was a TP.
They're looking for Com.
Yeah, Com. They should know about this. They should know about this, but the crosshair placement is perfect. Walks and wades right into it with Leaf gone and deleted. It's another element now to just add into the mix. Leviathan can start to increase that pace and the tempo in and through. Icy is going to lock this one down, but he's the one who's been locked into place. The Tether, again the util is perfect. The Mazzino on the defuse, sticking this through. The noise cues have been cut away entirely. And another round earned.
All of the post-plant spray there, missing its target. Com, another round where he has massive impact.
holds on to Hookah, smoked off, didn't get contested, but also didn't give away his position particularly. Held onto the Haunt, held onto a Prowler and a Seize. And while Leaf and Jonah knew there was a possibility of the threat, dealing with it, finding his off angle, getting the kill on him today, an entirely different issue. Aspas and Tex are going to maintain control of short again as Lev fully in control. Aspas up, fighting them at Showers.
He hears them, yeah, taking that Showers control. What a shot by Leaf. Straight to the temple.
I think that's a situation where the showstopper must have blocked it, actually, the view model disguising where Leaf was. Do you get the read that Tex, though, is pushed all the way up short at this bench?
The way Leviathan have been playing, they are eager. They've got an appetite to try and take up most of the space, especially when it's going to be taken, and yeah, they don't clear it.
How do you get
up onto the high ground? How do you get out? I mean, okay, straight through. That's a nade. Rebounding, bullets through the wall. Leviathan, though, they were putting that squeeze the entire time.
Yeah, that's lovely from King and Com adapting to it.
I can't believe this. Mazzino just going for these early peaks as well, straight out into the open. Shots just whistled straight over and about. The pit is now placed, so G2 might be sitting nice and pretty into this post plan. A potential.
I mean, I think a re-wrap through Showers here would be justified too. G2 cleared that one out earlier on.
Stim beacon down.
How do you clear it? Com does have the util. It's a Haunt and a Prowler. Side by side again. Straight from the playbook, Leviathan shying away from what has been working for them. They're going to be diving straight into it. Can't be following the Prowler, but the pit does go down. Time, though, it's away from them. Over the strike, committing. That's a hell of an ult to be used, but it's brought it down to a potentially winnable scenario. I'm not too sure. Time is short, and against him entirely. Com forced just be that sitting. Duck Icy plucks him away.
Last round before the switch.
So another situation where Leviathan potentially over-investing slightly in that fight towards short. Aspas was certainly bold taking the showstopper deep like that. Oh, if there has been anything that Lev are doing badly on the defense side, it's been that duo of Aspas and Tex maybe overreaching slightly. They had the previous round where they went through the TP, but they're doing so much well that I find it difficult to criticize. 8-3 in the lead, heading into the final round. Once more, Valent's call-in has not made the difference on the attack side. It's been Lev in control here today.
It just feels insurmountable. I mean, G2 are going to make a good go to get that fourth round on the board before we just drift back into the second half of Bind, but even then it's going to be a hard ask with the pit. Didn't play it once more, Leviathan. They've just locked up so much of the map already.
Individuals on G2 that we've previously seen step up massively. Valen, in big and important situations so often this year. Jonah P as well. He was arguably the difference maker in the last Leviathan game.
Yeah.
And at Shanghai, both of them not finding their impact today on Bind.
Trailblazer, thrash through and followed up almost entirely here. Mazzino! Oh, he's ripped away the hopes and dreams, hasn't he? Beautiful ult that was expended.
But they have opened up the B site. They decided to go for that Showers crunch. It gets massive value. But could G2 win a 3v5 when Lev don't have any idea where they're positioned?
Leaf up and forwards.
It's possible.
He knows he needs a kill here. Trent still, ult in the back pocket. Might be time to use it, but potential's there, they're worried. Still, he dodges out through and wide with the mosh pit, but Entertainment has to just send it, whipping right round to the corner, up and through and around. The flanks are being watched. G2 are finding it, but it's fast and through now, at least with the Dizzy. It's a flash in their face, and Icy still going to lock it down, out through into the corner. Wingman leading the charge. Dizzy up and over. The util is perfect. Mazzino down to it, 1v1. And on for the ace to potentially win the round, but just can't quite get off it in time. G2. They earned themselves that potential lifeline, that fourth round that eluded them.
A 3v5 to recover, absolutely huge. Those are the moments where you see the in-game IQ of the G2 players. They recognize B is open despite this early devastation. Their players taking the risks where it mattered, being able to find it. But Lev, they've been in control, and now they're only one half away from that trophy.
Despite everything against them, they have got their eyes set onto that trophy. They want it, and they want it now. They were going to try and end it. We'll see on the other side of the break.
What's going on, everybody? Back to the Riot Games Arena in the streamer booth. We got Zalsis from Sentinels and Coach Emmy from Cloud9. These guys seem pretty liked in here. I just want to get your thoughts on the game so far, the strategy of the game, whatever you want to dish out. What are you thinking?
Well, you know, I was expecting as close as the game was, but I think LEV is kind of just running away with it. I mean, I think Mizzino's been my MVP so far. Aspas has been good, but Mizzino's been unreal.
All right.
I agree. Mizzino's been unreal. I had G2 winning 3-2, but they had to win the first map. Losing that map was pretty bad for them.
I like it. I like it. So one of the rounds I heard, obviously LEV is incredibly loud here. Even Josh RT said there are a lot of LEV fans today. Zelsis, I got to ask you, what is that pressure like, right? You go down and around, you hear LEV scream. How bad do you either want to get back on a kill, or how much do you need to level yourself in that situation?
I'm not gonna lie, usually when I'm playing, the crowd is pretty loud, but I mean, it's nothing like standing here and listening to you guys right next to you. It's kind of insane. Like, it's pretty loud, so I mean, that's like, I'm sure they can hear it, so that's insane. But yeah, the crowd's amazing.
All right, Emmy, you got some strats, you got the knowledge. Do you see a comeback at all in the future here for G2?
I think they need pistol and they need bonus, otherwise they've got no chance.
All right, you heard it here from these two, Zelsis and Emmy. Thank you so much for your time. Back to the casters.
And I'll agree with Emmy with that assessment. It's G2 that are on the back foot here. Needs to be a pistol round win, needs to be that full conversion all the way through to get them even just back and even here, because it's just that uphill battle, man.
And G2 have been good on the pistol rounds today. We've seen them generally find a huge amount of success. They just didn't at the beginning here on Bind.
Toxins going up.
There's a group up though from LEV. 4-1 split in through A. Late wraparound from Com, most likely, just trying to use the wall to get themselves into position. You see the explosion occur. There it is, Dizzy out and through. Good adjustment by Lee. Looking snappy, enough to clear it. Nade is also going to be rebounding there, denies them a chance to let's get that plant down, but it's been waited out. LEV going for the second wave of things here. Plant down, not denied. Nade sailing through, Leviathan looking to try and take back control here, out through lamps as well, but there's been no casualties on either side, just a bit of damage. It's exchanged. And pause, Buffer waiting for the util here. The Dizzy and now to swing, they want to try and overwhelm this one. G2 out through the front of the site and landing the shots. Need to be the pistol round win, and now just looking inevitable. Sticking all the way here. It's Wingman on the defuse and covering fire available from G2. There's the first step of the puzzle.
Exactly. Emmy's called it out, and G2 deliver, at least with step one. It's going to be difficult. Leviathan's attack side, it did end up being really effective in the prior two maps that we were watching. Good shots being hit here. I think with all of the skill on LEV, they have been struggling recently to get it working in pistol round situations. Hasn't mattered today though, really. Only one taken, but they've still been in control, and they maintain control right here on Bind. It'll be round 15 before we can know for sure whether G2 are starting to get back into things.
As Josh RT said as well, beginning of all of this, got to take it one round at a time, and it starts by trying to be as clean as possible. Can't give away damage, guns, whatever it might be here.
Toxin screen down.
Level lockdown, knockdown to the eco.
Seeing that classic combination of the Brim and the Rays playing over towards A, just looking to try to deny plants if it comes through. Here's G2 getting a little aggro, clearing out B long again, taking those kind of risks that we were giving credit to LEV for. I don't think they realize that everyone is in hookah here.
Oh, they've lost it. There's a slight gap in terms of their understanding, and Leaf might have just been spotted. Get the knife out, not too sure as the wall was dropping down. He's just trying to cover most of this for his team at the same time. Pings on the minimap. Out towards A, that looks like to be the goal for Leviathan.
Yeah, it feels like a call from Com. Can step up, doesn't die to Valen, so he keeps taking that space.
He's all the way up, man. This guy has dropped down. Doesn't matter that he's been weakened as well. He wants to just make sure he sucks up most of the space out towards lamps. Plant. Inevitable, really, at this point here for LEV, unless they've got something to stop it. That might do it.
Spike down A.
Bullet straight over the top. Horn over. Xeno's now. His turn. Time to shine with the plant down at least, but G2 should be playing this one with a little bit more discipline. Stick together. Got to be really uncertain though about these potential angles. Com is hoping to take cheeky timing just against them. Tucked down into triple as well. Guns in hand, it's not quite ideal. Mazzino swept his way all the way behind, but he is the last one left now. I don't know where he is, but only with the frenzy, it's not quite enough. Still, G2 survived, 3 players, keeping the weaponry going into the next.
And this next round is going to be so pivotal as to whether G2 can get back into the game. Their weaponry is not amazing that they've kept in. There's a Bulldog upgrade, though. That could make all the difference. 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger being kept. Normally, though, it's going to be your attack side that can come up with the ideas on the bonus round and really push the pace. Without an ultimate to work with, G2 are probably not going to be able to go super aggressive down short, set up some kind of trap play. You know, their ideas on the bonus round here are going to be limited. I think they'll be hoping that LEVIATAN make a mistake.
Right there. Right there.
Guns looking good here for LEVIATAN. Very spread attack side. Making sure that Com's got the watchful eye out towards Showers as well. Nobody deep pushes. Now through a short. Slowly but surely.
5 rounds away from picking up the Americas trophy. They can see it in their periphery.
LEVIATAN to all come down to this map here. A little bit of pressure just applied. A bit of noise. Might force G2 for the reclear.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. Dizzy, if it spotted anything, they'd be ready to explode. But are they doing this quickly enough? LEV are already grouped up down short, looking to apply pressure to Valen and Icy. No molly for Valen either, so a piece of important plant denial util not there.
How do you even deny the plan from going down in the first place? Jumping through, Dizzy spots it out. Acknowledgement onto the 2 of them, in through the smoke though. Valen, that's matters into your own hands. It's answered though. Com straight there was an 8 at the back. If the nade didn't do it, Com definitely would have. This is a fast flank that's also occurring. G2, we're gonna wrap this one all the way round, through the back. Map control. There's for the taking. It's all about how they take these fights as well together. High-low setup, the discipline on display, and again catching Com unaware. Out through the side, wraps this one around, and the advantages are just flowing now for G2. A bonus round is in sight, but down to King. Can he play spoiler to it? Can he land the shot? It's not quite there, so G2. Second part of the puzzle, maybe being found out. Economy's going to be looking good.
And the game is on.
Exactly.
I was talking about G2's reclear of B long and whether or not it was quick enough, because it looked like LEV were about to explode onto A. But not only did they reclear B long and grab that information, they kept going. They pushed down, cleared Fountain, got the flank on, and not only did they push short and trade this one out impeccably, they also sent Leaf to go over towards Showers, where he managed to pick up Com. So they've got the flank with 3 people going 2 different ways to apply pressure to LEV's post plan. I think that's a nice call. Good identification of the fact that neither team has any sentinel to be able to get them info in spots like that. Not looking too stressed just yet. LEV are up by multiple maps here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of room to work with, the amount of buffer zone that they've got is, like we say, I mean, it's almost insurmountable. There's a reason you don't see these reverse sweep comebacks in best of 5s. When the pressure's set, the trophy is just within an arm's reach, but barely there.
Yeah, I mean, you say we don't see them, but they were literally had never been seen up until recently, and there's been a little spurt of them over the recent history. I think teams getting better at being able to adapt on the fly, and also the game being a bit more back and forth. So G2 with a great opportunity here. They're having to be pretty mobile though, pretty aggressive on the defense side. It's B long that's been the major focus. I mean, of all the places that G2 have been looking to push out and maintain information, that's been the biggest spot. Both initiators playing on that side of the map and putting bodies on the line as well as utility.
Proactivity is vital for G2.
I think if LEV wanted to try to punish this, they could try running a 4-1 where there's only 1 player B long and the 4 people who could jump out onto.
Double flash, I think. The contact seen, yeah. Up and over the top as well, with the orb in their face. Decayed down. Barely able to escape the ire of it, but Tex does survive. Lets them know that they've got at least 3 of their players waiting into that direction.
honestly, the success that G2 are having on that side of the map is probably going to mean that they keep doing it. So next round, when LEV have rifles up, they should be looking to try to punish that.
A lot of space given by G2 though. Look at the amount they've afforded. I mean, they're already in lamps for goodness sake here. Smokes and util out into your hands. The Caesar's just about missed there. Molly's flying forwards as well. That will cause that evacuation, but luckily Valorant does have that stimmy. Tap from Valorant, at least from Mazino, I should say. Excuse me, out through the back and into the side. It's going to be called out and comes out here. They're trying to put a stop to it. G2 route from the side, wrapping around here. Got to put an end to it. This hold into lamps. Walking away, backing away. Mazino, how the hell is he getting out?
Yeah, surely Mazino can't get away with it again.
No way. Alt earn Tex. He's got this one to play with. He's going to be sending it, leading the charge all the way through. The detainment just misses. Trent, defuse online. That's from the wingman and is covered with the rifles, holding it down, locking it down.
That one got way too tight there for G2. If they want to make this comeback possible in the grand final, probably got to be a bit cleaner than that. If Mazino had got a kill off the back of the Thrash, he then had Orbital Strike, and at that point, the round's very quickly flying out of your control. End of the day, though, I think they'll be happy that the Thrash got used. So Leviathan, they know that this three-player stack over towards B long is happening all the time. So you could try to contact A, you could try to punish it.
Where are you?
What are they going to go for? Early showers take.
What is that of them? Nothing to really root Icy to the spot there. He could easily get back and away.
Yeah, I thought maybe there'd be a seize on top of it or something, but doesn't look like that was invested from Com.
So another big ultimate just going to the wayside here for Leviathan. I mean, only consolation prize being they've got showers control.
Yeah, and to be honest, I feel like Mazino's ult is one of the most important.
And they're facing into this Trent. He's got the info. He sees two of them. Juggles out wide here. I see. That's nice. Aspas falls. Many more to be followed up through and away. I see with the second before the trade is online. Com. It's back up and through. He hears that. At least the TP, Jonah P. Oh, it's Manak. Okay, it's good with the movement.
Spike dropped as well. Almost impossible for LEV to recover this. G2, they've well and truly come back into this game.
Yeah.
Pistol, bonus. Now this important eco swing round on top of it all.
Not just that, I mean, it's Leviathan just been throwing away their ults. Past 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Crash gone, orbital strike gone. These are big tools that you want to be trying to maintain your lead, to break that economy that G2 has. At this point, it's out of control. I think fully out of control.
I think the Thrash, I'm on board with. I kind of like the way that Tex used that in the previous eco round, because I really feel like that one was winnable. This orbital strike, I'm not quite understanding the reason for it. I think the idea is probably that you're supposed to push people into showers. They're hoping those defenders are committed enough that the ult pushes them forwards and forces them to take the fight into everyone on LEV. One of the reasons I'm not really on board with that, though, is that G2 have generally been playing kind of a soft retake setup on A. So if you could get into a post plant, the orbital strike would be monstrous.
This is different now. Might be to his own dismay, but Icy is holding this one. Close to the corner, info's gathered, at least from the jiggle. And crucially, Icy holding onto this ult as well. He can play this one up close and personal. It's where he's going to be getting the most value. Players are walking up, though. He's going to have a flash in his face. The question is he there to receive? Okay. Instead, they want to set the pace themselves. And a rocket. It won't collect. A reward in sight there with Aspas being dropped.
Go get him.
Immediately looking to re-clear showers as well. Not calming down for a moment here, G2. Always looking to win the info game.
Gotta be careful though, because the space is also being picked apart. Already up through short, and King, there's the timing here for him to take off of the chaos and the noise and the cues that are being made. As soon as he hears the fire, running him down, out through into the smoke. Tex, he's there ready, waiting, and spraying and praying, apparently, is the play.
You gotta be winning those, I feel. Everybody on LEV flashed up.
Oh, Jonah P not expecting it. The off angle by Com. These are the win cons that are getting LEV into these rounds as well. G2 just being caught unaware by the timings, and Leaf has asked to do it all again. Plant position. It's tucked behind. Finds the first.
My ultimate is ready.
There's chances, there's possibilities. Leaf, half on the diffuse, the wing con, finds it, and now down to that 1v1! And a haunt! just saving him. Adjustment in aim there from LEV. He had to deal with it, and it gives Com the perfect time to strike.
Another massively important round that Com closes out. What a recovery as well. After Icy wins the opening duel against Aspas, again, back-to-back rounds where the rookie overtakes the veteran. LEV are still able to come out on top. As soon as the reclear through showers was called, LEV started taking space on short. They understand the openings here. They've got a good visual map of what G2's defensive rotations look like. And a bit of a blunder from Trent following up on his Dizzy. Aspas can come and get the orb over here.
Hello. It's an orb for the... Okay, showers, TP, maybe.
Broken.
No, broken.
Broken. You don't want to follow up on that one. You're just asking to meet your demise. And the battle over this ult orb now looks like it's inevitably going the way of LEV. I would assume it's Aspas picking this up, but to be honest, you could put it onto Tex. He's just not with the pack in showers. I do like this reaction on the other side of the map from the initiators of G2.
Yeah.
But my concern is, are the rest of G2 on A going to be able to hold off for long enough that this flank would make a difference?
Awful strike. Okay, that will definitely push them back. Nightfall exchanged.
But that pushes them back, yeah, but into a solo flanker.
And here's the ult from Aspas. It's a rocket out in his hands, still with the satchels. He's hoping for a bit of a peek, and there it is, spotted. Not before Icy can take out King away from the fight. Com is always potentially trying to play up into this position, but doubled up, and that is nice. G2 making sure that they can try and take this one. Cool, calm, and collected, but already Tex has answered back with a thrash. Out in play, dodged and avoided. Trent is running and scurrying, and Jonah. Hey! The Professor delivers.
Tex with a double, and I thought that was going to be the round over. Jonah, who took fountain control early in the round, manages a ridiculous double kill towards the end. I'm not sure he even saw the second player.
Get out of my...
I mean, the margins that these round wins are coming down to is insane.
Yeah.
Every single map so far.
LEV were in control of this game, absolutely. An 8-4 half almost looked like it couldn't slip away from them. Now G2 are in the lead, and not just that, they've got a massive eco advantage.
Pit dropped, Trailblazer as well, making sure that nobody from Leviathan takes up that timing, but watching for the wrong areas, I think, in that regard, because King and Aspas have already lurked their way forwards. Have control of Hookah. Wall is up and down. Jonah P. He's not watching his exit. You have to cross back into him.
Yeah, I mean, he is now watching it, and also is just making sure that LEV can't get backstabbed, even if they do explode out.
That's where the pressure might come from here. The flash indicates quite a lot, at least with the Dizzy as well. Sent flying, smokes, dropped down.
Well, now LEV's on his own.
Exactly. Separated, he's got to dodge most of this coming his way, but it is a bit of a blessing for them. Mazzino sticking his plan, a pit of their own. Play around and play in. King's drop, that's the pit down early in G2. That is what you need. The tempo increase is called an injection of the pace. Leviathan are the ones who are left reeling in the moment.
Nicely salvaged there from G2. It's looking like LEV had almost found an answer. Both teams end up investing the pit. I'm not sure who that favors more, to be honest with you. But 11-9, the score.
Planted.
Could we possibly be seeing another overtime? I think it's entirely possible. But it would require a turnaround from Leviathan. They've only won one attack round this entire half.
Yeah, and it came down to those cheeky timings they were taking, weaving in throughout the gaps that were created just in the midst of all of it. But G2, they've got a handle so far in this half, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm surprised that King is not reading into is the idea that early on in this half, G2 were only playing defense on A with Valin and Icy, and it was quite easy actually for them to get plant down on the site. But it looks like LEV are almost pre-cooking rounds before they go in. they're not really doing as much of the defaulting and trying to figure out what the defensive setup looks like as we saw from King on Haven. At any moment, though, we might see one of the LEV players step up. They've had enormous impact. People like Mazzino, Calm on Haven, Aspas the entire year, his entire career. They got players to turn the game around.
Exactly. Individualism. Potentially there for him, but still, for now, G2 have control, not willing to lose it too easily. I see that's an operator in his hands. Down through the short angle. That's a difficult one to try and find value out of, but it's a high-low setup, I believe, that he's working with. Dizzy from Trent as well.
No resistance to the showers take at all.
No, they've given up that space. Still cool, calm and collected, but not enough to land the shot there. I see. In all the silence that was that round, we are watching. Wasn't able to really land it, and so setup disjointed. Broken apart here in a full rotation. Getting a bit of a run on here if you are Leviathan.
It's the same protocol from G2. As soon as they lose short control, they're re-clearing over towards showers. They've got to be worried that Alert would be coming down, but the Seekers are very useful for that kind of... Actually, yeah, this is really giving them wrong info.
Might not expect this one. Straight up through B long. Taking up space once more, out through the hookah angle. Leaf is going to try and lock that down. Aspas, he's already glided in, but there's nobody to back him up still. Rifles, outwork, outplay, but not enough to get it over the line. And past that initial choke point.
30 seconds left.
Spike drops down 4, and this is G2 up to that 12th round, a critical one. Unless King can do the most, but he just doesn't even expect the corner angles here. Barrel out wide, Leaf will drop him down.
Absolutely beautiful there. Towards the end as well, the little jump bait play, but on the site as well. Trent insta-rotating over towards B, making it 3 players defending here. Runs through a Brim Molly to get in and help the rest. Also, Jonah and Leaf just holding such nice angles. You see Jonah's winning 2 straight-up duels and then shooting 1 in the side while distracted. LEV have certainly let their grasp on Bind slip away, and they'll be hoping that that isn't a metaphor for the entire match.
That's the trouble with best of 5s. More often than not, sometimes the preparation can go out the window the deeper you go. It comes down to that battle of the mind. Endurance test.
This is very classic play from G2, having both initiators in spawn, just waiting to react to noise.
They hit a Prowler. It's going to be called out. Nade, Dizzy, out and over. This is Lev. Going to be given access here towards the B side. Leaf is in trouble. Those bullets flying towards him. Tech's even eager to try and take up that space once more as well, but through the back of the side, the heal is online. Mazima's still with the ult as well. This looks like a play that they want to try and take. Aggression, Trailblazer spotting, doubles up as well, but the Rifles, who's going to be winning this one? It's important, jumping round, trying to bait it out. Orbital strike again, cuts it up into the corner, out through and into the back. G2 are delivering it. With the bullets raining down, it's only up to Tex. And he has way too much to overcome. G2, still alive, still kicking, still fighting for a chance at that trophy.
What a comeback in that half from G2. Our first map to not go overtime. And LEV had 8 out of 9 of their rounds when we hit the half. Leaf with an insane resurgence as well, over 300 ACS in the map. So G2 take that first step to being able to make the reverse sweep a reality. Have they started to believe?
They've been taking it one step, one round at a time. As Josh was saying, that's what it takes, honestly. Full focus on the path ahead here. Ascent's going to be coming up next. That's map 4. But for now, time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts are going to be getting us all nice and ready for the rest of the series.
So I'm here with NG from Loud Game Changers, who's also going to play the next phase of Game Changers, but she's here with us at the São Paulo block party in Brazil to follow this finals between G2 and Leviathan. So NG, who do you think is gonna win? Who do you think is the favorite team here, G2 or Leviathan?
Hi guys, I'm so very excited to be here. I'm Aspas fangirl, I have to, but I think G2 will win today, 3-2-2 I think.
3-2?
But it's a good game, I'm excited to hear.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, I'm with Leviathan, but 3-2, of course, it's gonna be a very close match and an amazing one to watch live, so back to you guys.
Thank you so much for that. And yeah, I mean, look, we are on the cusp of maybe seeing a potential reverse sweep here from G2 Esports if they're able to pull it off in maps 4 and 5. But for now, though, they walk away with the dub on Vine. And it was not looking pretty for them a few points in that matchup.
No, it was dire, right? They lost the opening pistol, then they end up losing the bonus round. They come out of that first half
and they look boomed
at a 4-8 scoreline. Yeah, we were ready to wrap it up, and then they go almost perfect in their second half.
Yeah, I mean, the second half from G2 was honestly completely night and day. When I was watching the first half of this map, I was convinced that G2 was out of it. You saw on the faces of these players, they looked demotivated. You saw heads in hands. They could not find a solution. But on this defense, I don't know what Josh told them at the halftime, how they turned that one around. But these guys, they're just impeccable at the comebacks. We've seen it so many times this year, and they've done it again here to give themselves a chance in the finals.
I mean, seeing G2 leading in the first kill category, pretty significant there, 13-9. That's been something they've been struggling with all day up against Leviathan. I have to actually shout out Icy, who was able to find in that second half Ospas multiple times to just take his head off.
And that's so important to get these players online, to get these early advantages. And I think the most impressive thing to me was the retakes. Most of the rounds on the defense that they won did come down to the retakes. And honestly, they looked impeccable. This is all the things we've been priding G2 on throughout their season. Doing a good job of knowing when to pause in the mid-round, when to go for their set ideas, how to play off each other really well. And it was just so well executed throughout this whole half.
And in these slower rounds that Lev were playing, G2 found so many times for Jonah P to get this flank going, like stepping down outside of long B, having that forward position made it very easy for G2 to stack 3 or 4 members on the A site with that eventual flank pressure coming in too.
After map 2, Coach Josh of G2 was talking about the fact that he felt like G2 was not playing to the right pace. They were playing these really slow rounds. Lev was taking control and kind of finding control. In this half, I felt like G2 were really the ones leading the pace. They had good early ideas to stop Lev from going for these faster hits. And in the late round, I think they did a really good job of knowing when to concede space and then fight back in together as a team. It was really a complete turnaround.
Is that because of Leviathan's ability to just be able to get forward very quickly here? Because it feels like whenever I see Lev play, they're constantly in your face, constantly trying to disrupt what you want to do and set the pace of the pace and tone of the game on their own.
That's definitely something Lev tried to do, but I think the way G2 were playing defense was very sort of like magnets repelling each other, right? When Lev would run down a short, for example, they were stepping into the back of site or taking showers control and allowing time for Jonah P to work on those flanks. So in that sense, they were trying not to give so many of those early fights unless it was just Icy looking for a quick snap kill. And in that way, those refights are coming in much more coordinated. And I think on the flip side, Leviathan in their fights, especially over towards U-Haul, were not as together as they've been the last few games. I think that's something they need to lock back in on.
One of the big successes for Lev on both of the first 2 maps of this series, I think, came down to how disruptive, like you're talking about, they are in the post-spawns. They're a team that puts a lot of emphasis, I think, of, well, their teammate is planting, fighting forward, having that next layer ready to go to stop teams from playing these faster retake ideas. And here, like you're mentioning, there was a lot more of those individual mistakes in those moments, and G2 did a great job of punishing that aggression.
Yeah, it was weird because I think Leviathan were losing their U-Haul fights consistently, and there was never really a time where they were actively fighting into backside because of how much utility I think G2 was actually putting on the spike itself. There was never actual space for Lev to get that forward fight going.
Yeah, well, let's now look forward here as we get ready for Ascent, 4th map. Now, we know that Leviathan, especially with Aspas on the team. We were talking about this yesterday with the crew game, how pivotal this ascent was for Leviathan. So now you're wondering, okay, a lot of tape, a lot of material on this, and you know what you got to do to stop Aspas here.
Well, that's the thing, is that I'm not sure it's that simple. VALORANT is very good at calling into ops, especially on the ascent. But this is the first map of the series that Aspas is going to be locking in the Jet. The first time this series, we're going to have an actual Jet head-to-head versus him and Icy. And don't forget that this is still a very lopsided matchup in that department. Icy had a much better game 3, and if he can carry that over, I think they have very big winning chances. But it's going to take a big effort from G2 to shut Aspas down.
Yeah, it absolutely will. I think as well for Leviathan, this is a map where a lot of their just solid fundamental play tends to shine through. I think especially their flood retakes on this map are on point. This is really comfortable for them to bounce back from that loss.
It's the double Senti comp as well for Lev. You can't forget about that.
That's right. All right, well, the question is it happening again? Oh, boy, can G2 push this to a 5th and final map? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Yet again, the melon and the lemon.
Yeah, the melon and the lemon. I mean, fortunately, not on camera for that one. So, got a little bit of a flop, but I appreciate the effort, GB. It's map 4. It's Ascent. It's our grand finals here for Stage 2 of Americas 2024. And everything to play for, really. G2 have been fighting tooth and nail, some hard-fought maps so far, but they finally got one on the board of that bind win.
And we are expecting the double Sentinel to be coming through here for Leviathan. Here we see, and it's the Deadlock Cypher. They ran this last time they played, and strangely, they had more success on their attack side than their defense side, with both Mazzino and Tex fragging to a really high level. So that's something for G2 to maneuver around. If you allow the Deadlock Cypher to set up in post-plant situations, it's very difficult to deal with. You're trying to retake into
stuns, grab nets, barrier mesh if they haven't used it, like, the world's their oyster.
Sometimes trips as well, depending on how Tex has played their attack side. And both, especially Tex, is also going to be applying lurk threats.
It's a very good comp. It's been making waves, I guess, in a lot of the tier 2 scenes.
We haven't actually seen a huge amount of success from Deadlock in Americas. It's been off and on.
Yeah.
A team like Sentinels really tried to index heavy into it towards the end here. On here to show us what that development looks like. We'll have to wait for champs. G2 have won all but one pistol round in this series. Has it made the difference? Not particularly, but it is important to get you on the right footing.
Up they got through mid there. The drone is dealt with. It's going to put a bit of fear into the back of the minds of the LEV players, wondering if it's somebody that's going to be hard committed on G2's side of things. But Cage up through and around that barrier mesh. We've seen this one before. Blocks off the rotate. So looking to try and make this feel like it's a B hit, but meanwhile, rest of LEV heading over towards A. And guess what, G2, there's an awareness there, especially now we're going to be knowing it. Jonah Pedo, doesn't matter if you know about it, you're going to get barreled over anyway.
They were not ready.
At work, they really weren't.
Not ready at all. I was all ready to give Trent props because he was in the perfect position, got that kill through mid, and was still on the right side of this wall to be able to rotate. Now LEV can wait for it to fall, pivot in either direction. I mean, look how separated the G2 players are. There is no way that Leaf can reconnect with the rest of his team. He just has to hope if they end B that nobody's waiting to catch Icy and Valen on the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Even a bit of a pause into the round here. Silently now going to be creeping up towards that A side. Contacts core. That's going to be Valen. And now second up, straight up, trying to take up that fight, but Icy can't quite land it. Not with a Sheriff. Shock dart, rebounding, dodge and avoid it, still jumping around and away! A lot of damage done. Potentially there, but a slam dunk finish. Leaf, gonna be hot. Trying to buy Aches, so he can find that timing, but he is in this 1v2, doubled up, Aspas and King side by side. Trying to play this one with the numbers advantage.
One headshot each.
That could do it, drops down, makes the sound cue. Waiting for that repeat, but maybe hearing both of them there. Could have been comped out, flashed up into his face! Jumping blind as a bat, and he's going for round 2. So much damage done, King. Single digits of HP, and Leaf just runs them down.
What a ridiculous way for the pistol round to go towards G2.
He's sat there chuckling. He knows that he's just done him.
Yeah,
A classic right click is filthy in those kind of situations where the rest of your teammates can communicate the damage done.
knowing that they were low enough.
Oh, it doesn't matter what LEV do today. They are struggling so hard to win pistol. King had so much value here. The call was so nice, you know, the pivot up through heaven, recovering from Trent's early kill, the pathing, the use of the timer.
Three suppressed.
So it doesn't really matter how much Leviathan will cook up. Can't quite get those pistol rounds over the line here. Valen happy to hold them back as well. Just trying to shoulder check their way through that initial choke point, but now thinking twice about it. So Leviathan, options limited for them. And for G2, I want to cast your minds back to a narrative that we've kind of forgotten at this point. G2 getting absolutely stomped in the first map, running it back, adapting over time, and usually closing out series. They are a team that, once they get their bearings, once they learn to adapt, over time, the more time that you give them, which is useful in a best of 5.
You're right, generally the better they
Okay, hold on.
It's time to start getting worried in this round.
I am getting worried. I went into story mode. Just trying to put everybody to sleep here, but the plant is down here for Com. Watching this one down. Just need to land these reloads inside. Sidearms being pulled out. King is on a single digit, but eventually cleaned up. Com, he's repositioned in the middle of all of this. Out through main. The question is it expected? The gun's not too ideal for this scenario. Icy's going to be trying to lead this one in again with an outlaw into his hands, and he's heard the double jump down. Com, he's been given the timing. It's all about when he chooses to take it. Knows that they passed him now, and he just rips it away. Valen's gone. Smoke burst. Cloud burst just denying a little bit of this one here, but straight through the wall as well. Icy has to dodge and juke around. Com, 70 health. Icy sticking. It's the only real wing con available. Half onto the board as well. Needs to land this shot as well, but he's been absolutely played like a fiddle. Oh my! Icy just about there.
I got your back.
That's unreal.
You know, from the front.
There've been so many of those kind of spots where a team wins a pistol round, mostly G2, and then things get dicey straight afterwards. Big shots. And this was a 3v5, and Tex and Com almost turned it by hitting Sheriff shots.
Enemy remaining.
Com plays that one really nicely too. If Icy wasn't jumping around once he was lit up by the recon dart, I think Com wins that.
Well, that damage done though. Just on the eke around for Lev means that the money's bad, but TP forwards, they don't expect this one right behind them. Grab net, locks them all down into place. King, happy to take it all the way around and through. Delivering the death blows, one after another. That's 3 in a round. 2 left to stand.
Icy should find it very difficult to get any more value from this position, but the Outlaw does do decent damage. I think there that was the stun being thrown out from Mazzino, actually. He has been using those sonic sensors early on to stop A main pressure.
Bot coming back.
Lev take A main and then they throw down a sonic sensor, and it makes it very difficult to re-clear or re-fight over A main control, because then you're just getting stunned up. It looks like it found value there. Lev calling the pause, hoping that G2 spread out.
The gamble from G2 though, they are sticking to the side, running them down with a bucky in hand. Leaf only gets to 1 hit. There's so much damage being done to Icy, you can't imagine there's any way of winning this one, but never say never. Here's it, into the corner, a couple of shots fired out, just praying.
And Aspas with full armor as well, so not really ever in danger there. This is the round where G2 get rifles back. All of that damage that Tex and Com did in round 2, and that previous one didn't have too much sting to it. Yeah, look at that.
It was a stun, yeah.
I really like it, the way that Mazzino plays around that.
Oh, that's nice.
Just locks down A main control for you. And I think that's what the double sentinel comp on attack does really nicely, is that it makes it difficult to re-clear. You just take the map piece by piece. There's that sonic sensor being thrown. I mean, it's offline now because of the suppression, but you'll see it pop back on the mini-map in a moment. So, you know, you have your Deadlock is helping you take some A main control, your Cypher is helping you take some B main control, and slowly the defense gets squeezed out.
Options just start to run out as well, unless they go for these re-clears in space. G2 Potential is there, maybe. Looks like they maybe thought that they might want to take a fight out towards Catwalk, but not likely. Just locking it down, making sure that they hold any avenues and lanes that the VALORANT could be approaching from. And now there's a big ask onto the shoulders of these players here. It's Icy and Jonah P. Left to push all of this back here, but it's util in the hands of LEV players. Could spell their defeat. There's a jump all the way through. Mazzino, his position's noted. It's cleaned up straight away. And that Hunter's Fury cannot be evaded.
Absolutely beautiful.
This guy now is going to get minced and pinced out through. Round to the side, VALORANT. It's beautiful in terms of the protocols. You can see it.
Yeah, I love the jump peek from Mazzino. And then Aspas swinging in afterwards.
Right here.
Trent and Leaf, they had enough of a job to do, just trying to regain B main control throughout all of this round.
Yeah.
Using the Odin, using the recons, using the drone even to try to figure out whether Tex was really there or whether it was just cage pressure. Now, being asked to win at 2v5, it's just too much. It's not possible.
Defaulting back, just making sure that they keep control. Keep the rifles in their hands, at least.
Jonah P's positioning is supposed to be an off angle that you don't expect. And yet the jump peak leaping over side to side. And now he's looking to try to clean up. It's that same duo again. Yeah. And everything's ripped away. No expensive weaponry the G2 can take into the next.
It's 2-2. Very well called on the attack side there by LEV.
Yeah, the execution, I think, is marvelous. It checkmates the professor.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do in that spot. Mazzino already grabs that information. He set himself up, or at least Aspas, right behind him for an easy kill. Another week again here for G2.
Yeah, I think G2 are going to find it quite difficult playing against this composition. You have to be really creative with the ways that you regain information on the defense side. If you can tuck players into wine, like Valen is now, maybe that's an option. If Icy's confident to fight through mid, and if he gets a hot hand going, then maybe that's something that G2 can rely on. But as Ender was making sure to point out, as we head into map 4 here of Descent, Aspas has been getting the better end of this matchup.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's disrespectful to Icy either. He's going up against probably the best duelist in the world right now.
Trying to cement that GOAT status. Already lifted the trophy of Americas last year, proving that he was the best in the business, at least in the region. And now looking to do it again. Nice and grouped up here, shock dart. Not quite on the timing, so the drone's going to be getting off, but still not enough to push back Leaf. This guy willing to take this fight. It's Annihilation. It does wrap its way straight round and behind, and there's no real direction. Leaf doesn't know which way to look. Inevitability there for Trent to be finished off. It was just a weaker buy at the end of the day here for G2, so anything they can get out of it, they will be happy for. But for VALORANT, this is an attack side on Ascent that is being called very well. Momentum on their side, money's building up.
Yeah, I think ideally they would have liked to save that Annihilation headed into the next, but when Leaf hits a shot to open, suddenly you're not feeling as confident about your chances of flawlessly taking B control. It's a good one, and it does force out that ult.
One enemy remaining.
So now, what have LEV got cooked up? A slower round perhaps, with Aspas picking up the attack side off. G2 looking like they want to fight through mid instead of focusing on B main. You see Icy, Leaf doubled up. This could easily be a clash between our two jet ops to see who can get the most value.
Use that. Sound sensor
Stalemate for now. G2 just trying to hold on to this B main control.
Yeah, it's so tough. Your info's getting constantly denied by cages, and then you know, you can't re-clear A main into that stun. It's really tough. You'd have to break the stun first. So now it does come down to the jets.
Icy. It's not overexposing his body just yet. The alarm bot gives him an indicator, but again, it's being watched for. It's seen, shot missed from either side. They're whistling past each other there. Lucky to be alive as well, counting their blessings. But now both of them know that the op is online. Going to see the rotation. LEV.
Look at the sonic sensors. I mean, there's one from Mazzino, but gets pulled back. Just maintaining that attack side control.
Making sure that you can't refight as easily if you are G2.
Readdressing the line of scrimmage, pushing it ever further forward, inch by inch into G2's half.
This is the danger. The moment right here. Smokes drop down against Valen. Bit of an indicator. There could be players about to swarm the site any minute now. Bolt's online. Dash forwards, at least with a Blade Storm in hand. Aspas willing to take the fight in case there was that anchoring player, but it's not. All offsite here from G2. Make sure to group up. They do have the lockdown for this. That's maybe why Aspas is playing in front of it. He knows that that's the spot for it. Barrier mesh up on Heaven needs to be broken.
This is going to buy time for Tex on the flank too. He's made his way all the way deep down mid.
Wrapped around, and the lockdown has to be committed up through into Heaven. Tex, this timing has been jiggled and spotted and watched. So, choosing to pick and choose your timings. Aspas might be going down with a ship. Indeed he is! Not even blessed with it. Couldn't get the one. That was the goal of all of it. Com. It's down onto that double digits. Needs to try and get a kill here. It's nice with the movement. Still a jar. Valen diffusing all the way and being covered in kind by his team. Tex, they know where he was. Kicking around in mid. They were spotted him earlier. And not giving him any sort of an easy fight. Valen, the safety in the back of his mind. Will he be able to stick that defuse? That is now 3-3.
Good work there from G2, making sure to shut down the different win conditions that Leviathan was setting up. Lev knew that that retake was going to come through with the lockdown, and so they got Tex deep down mid. Trent watches for it. They get a couple players up on Catwalk. Jonah P's watching for it. At all points, G2 are covering the various different things that Lev can do to tip the tide in their favor. Zeno, by the way, already almost back to an annihilation. And that can be used as a big ultimate to open up a site or to get a pick sometimes.
Over there.
5 players grouped up though from Lev. Very clear indicator, at least for us, that they're going to be trying to send this one out onto the B site. Leaf only has the stinger. Crossmap knife is very good.
Ultimate's ready.
Yeah, I mean, that knife catches everything. Mazzino, I think, was holding a grab net, looking to try to punish any Odin spam, hoping to bounce it off the wall and catch Trent.
Thrown up and over, and watched. Icy still with that dash as well, but doesn't choose to step past that smoke. Instead, 3 positions here by Lev. They don't want to engage into the B site. A little bit too obvious at this point.
This is huge.
Cross! Is it damage done? I'm not even too sure. No. Potentially, no. Players unscathed, but wrapping all the way around, not for much longer. With that discipline in place. Jonah P, steady arm, steady aim.
What value from his info earlier on. That knife giving him the confidence to push out A, realizing nobody was watching it.
Aspas is alone, spike in hand. Worried, thinking he has to re-clear this one. Tex as well, just trying to make sure that he feigns that he could be pushing deep into...
30 seconds left.
And up through mid. It's being watched for though. G2 eyes on almost everything here. And with how split up Lev are, with only 20 seconds left, looking like a done deal in this round.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was a deliberate call to save, just a product of the circumstance that they were in. All 3 of those players looking to see if they could force G2 into giving away a pick, an opening, but it's not to be. Yeah. G2 stabilize and take the lead. A huge round from Jonah P. And that's one of the few where we've seen Lev move away from their more standard, like 1-3-1 kind of default setups. Or at least defaults that focus on B main and A main at the same time.
Yeah.
This round, we didn't see any control or pressure towards A main. Valen one-wayed it, jiggled it, and realized everyone's in B. As soon as Jonah gets the knife, he pushes out, flank through top mid. Easy as you like it. Where are you?
Weapons exchanged here early on. This time you can see them. Vietana quite split up. Cage nice and early.
Remember, Mazzino was going for this last time, where he was looking to try to throw a grab net, get confirmation, and then follow up a kill with the annihilation.
Over there.
I'll go for it again. Just holding out that util. Jonah P, what time are you trying to take? He's got a flash out into his hands, underhanded.
Off turret.
Again, players don't think they're going to be blinded. This anti-flash position, that's where Tex is playing. Tucked to the side. Turret doesn't see anything. Cage forwards, Leaf.
Yeah, you've got to give this up now.
Yeah.
The turret's not going to give contact through that cage. They might have tucked in the left corner. So now, more traditional crossfire setup.
Going back to B. Trying to feign Leviathan here, at least with the drone. A bit of util as well. Smoke's propped up. Pull players out over towards the A side. Jonah P. He's side by side, man. Still with a flash. This timing is everything. There it is. Hunter's Fury and a flash. All combined, connected. But where's the damage? Needs to get done right now. Annihilation. That's out through the window, I believe. Jonah P. He's going to be plucked out of sight, out of eye now for them. And now one less player to deal with.
Mazzino was looking for that the last 2 rounds. Eventually found it. They still have a site to take.
Leaf Spray and pray with this one as well with that Odin's fan. They do still have that site to take. 20 seconds left. Luckily, nobody from G2 hard anchoring into that spot, and the players are being caught way out into the open. Aspas has worked the man purely into the neutral. Didn't look like there was too much in terms of util to set that one up, and now G2 forced to back away.
Tex just as the distraction, Aspas doing the damage, taken down eventually, but this time they swap roles. Aspas distracts, Tex closes Valen. Icy tries to save the operator, but it's not going to be. Great response from Leviathan. They've been trying to work that deadlock setup on B over and over. They dodge the trap play as the turret takes contact for a flash, and immediately the response is there. Look at that bounce off the wall. He's been looking for this the entire time. He just couldn't get a confirmation that someone was actually there. He didn't want to waste the ult.
Yeah. Thought I was going to be going through the window with the way that the wrapped up player just started elevating into the sky. 4-4 though, G2 and LEV. This is LEV answering back. These teams have been going pound for pound, right? We know this. We've been watching the series so far. You've been treated. Two teams that are really pushing each other.
My ult is ready. Icy could be the difference maker here. Tex is looking to apply a little bit of pressure over towards B, just lock that one off. I thought for a moment, I mean, they have still inserted King into Wine, so they could return back to him at some point. The A split previously worked very nicely. We saw that jump over the choke point from Mazzino. But this is the strength of this composition. Look how locked off A and B are for the attackers.
Yeah.
G2 forced to turtle on sites.
Listening.
They're pretty comfortable in that spot, though. Generally speaking, G2 do play a little bit more of a passive defense on this map. Looking to rely on good anchoring.
Aspas is really getting a move on. I think the requirement here from LEV is to create some pressure onto the map. Knife up into mids. A couple of connections, maybe some good information as well. Smoke right at the top of the mid. But what is the goal here for Leviathan? Into the B split? Looks like they're heavy committed into it. Even King for the backstab, but what comes down to that? Dart through, in through the back of the site. Onto B, Hunter's Fury out into the open. Nobody watching as the smoke fades and dissipates. Just running themselves away here. Odin spam and praying that they get that open access. Spike has been dropped down, out through mid as well. It's Chaos and Anarchy, but at least it is Leviathan that maybe able to salvage most of this. Aspas, operator in his hands, making sure that nobody can overstep their mark and into this space. Not a chance there for Trent.
Two players for G2 fall at stairs and everything crumbles to pieces. It did look a little aimless there for a moment from Leviathan. They threw that barrier mesh over the top. But a couple of kills gained here for Tex. And Aspas, again that duo. They're playing so well off each other. Finding their moments in post-plant setups, in their ability to get into the site. And I think another reason why this composition looks good for Leviathan is that it does allow Tex to play a bit more aggressively. If you think about how the Killjoy plays on this map, generally speaking, you're going to sit back a bit on the attack side. You're going to look to swing off your turret. The Cypher is looking to move forwards, cage forwards, cam forwards, look to take space.
Unleashed.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I think Irpad has come up with a very nice comp here. And LEV are putting together a really good attack side. This could be even a better opportunity than Bind to close out the series and hoist the trophy.
Got to maintain this lead though. They have the economical advantage. G2 are the ones who are knocked down to the pistols once more. And for the attack side as well, I mean, listen, we talk about a centers of map. If you can string together even 5 rounds sometimes on your attack side, you're going to be happy with it. They've already got to that point. Threshold has been hit for Leviathan, and they only need one more map to be crowned our 2024 America's Champions.
Bad weaponry here for G2. An opportunity for LEV. Struggle for G2 to be disruptive at any point here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to fight over any of the extremities, good luck.
I think they've got to find some opportunities, though, even if it's through mid.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the classic way that G2 play, but when you're at this point in the competition, when you're fighting for regional trophies, you actually should be good enough to come up with stuff like that on the fly. You know, put 2 players inside a smoke over towards Catwalk, off Icy's contact, explode through it, crunch mid. These kind of ideas, not really seeing them from G2.
Drone potentially spotting it. Icy's supposed to be the bait here. Straight from the side as well. That was valid. Flash not really getting any value. Still crouched down, by the way, and Mazzino knows exactly where he's off to.
Mazzino building up another Annihilation would be another problem for G2 to deal with. But it's Aspas. That lands a blow to Jonah's chest.
Yeah, at this point, it's an old farming round, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Aspas really needs this one, but he's going to go for it anyway. Tex steals it away. A lever up to 6. I think in some sense that's good for G2 that it wasn't the Deadlock ult that came online. With how passive G2 are playing, trying to anchor the sites instead of crossfires, the Annihilation can be a massive tool to open the door. And they've relied on Icy's operator to be that X factor for them in a couple of these rounds. In fact, in many of the rounds, he's tried to get it as much as possible. But only 4 kills for him. Hasn't found those moments, hasn't been as aggressive as perhaps he needs to. And once more, Icy starts in quite a passive position on B.
This is the round that matters here for G2. Money's booming for Leviathan. They're not really worried about missing out on any buys. I think the deeper this half goes, there's not too many rounds left to play for. They're going to be sitting comfortable. Aspas set up with the updraft now. Watch for that peak.
G2 are just giving them so much room.
They are.
No contest over towards Cap. Very passive position from their off player. Playing behind the turret contact for a while, but Leaf loses alarm bot, loses turret, and G2 can't really retake info anywhere else. They are getting slowly pushed further and further back.
I mean, look at the player positions.
At least they've got a crossfire going here in mid.
And it might have to be the one to do that damage. Leaf and Trent joined up, watching it out for each other, moving off the position, but no, grooving back again, just thinking twice about it. It's a high ground off angle. He's flashed up, blind as anything. Tried to adjust the aim in time. Yet Trent and Icy at least are there, ready to respond, ready to at least maybe even this one out. Grab that. How the hell does that connect? Updraft will only save you for but a moment. Quick scope, and they're okay. I mean, pistol out. Got to make a go of things, I suppose. But Aspas is quick on the cleanup. 14 seconds left. Dart not being broken. The Blade Storms are out, and Tex is still defending. Both players of G2 now, Valen and Jonah P, are locked out. Pretty initial choke point, but the smoke will at least get them from section to one of the sides of the sites. Aspas, though, is still this problem. You need to deal with this guy. He's taking over the game, step by step, shot by shot.
I can't use that.
And last time we saw him on Ascent, it was a miracle worker there too. Dominated, huge amounts of kills. That's what you expect from a player like Aspas.
Yeah.
It'd be disappointing if he didn't. But
14 kills, 5 deaths to him.
But also, how are G2 supposed to win rounds like this? Their crossfire is going to get blocked by a smoke. Trent doesn't feel comfortable even holding the crossfire because they don't have enough info on Cat.
Yep.
They're just losing map control and making it far too easy for Lev.
Gonna see that proactivity, and it's immediately punished on the back of all of it. Trip in their face, just trying to crunch these players. Potentially, Tex might have been playing there, but
where's King gone?
I'm not too sure. TP's committed all around. King's up into the spawn. He's flipped the map for them.
He's cosplaying as a defender.
They're just trying to spot these players out. For G2, though, they're scrambling, looking for that information, and ORFF reveals quite a lot for King. He knows the position to be played, and they just don't expect it. Hello, Leaf. Spots him out. King's worried about the re-flying and a repeat, but okay, composure's there. He's from the IGL.
And Trent's trapped.
Yeah, nowhere to go. They know where he is now.
The saddest way to end a half here. A desperation play from G2. Bit of early round aggression, and it goes nowhere.
8-4. At this point, we set it for Bind, looking inevitable that Lev might be lifting that trophy soon. But here and now, it feels a little bit different. G2 just lacking the ideas, I think. And again, we look towards that pistol round.
It would have to be another incredible performance pistol bonus Valen's calling, going through double Sentinel.
Yeah.
Cypher and Deadlock.
That's such a hard ask.
They recovered it on Bind, but how much more have G2 got left in the tank?
LEV in control, the driving seat is theirs, the title almost for the taking. But we'll be finding out how this map follows through on the other side of this.
We're back outside for the block party here, hanging out with the lovely people. There we go, there we go. Love it, love it. Can barely even hear myself think. What? Yeah?
I think we should keep this going for like 2 minutes. We're good.
I say you just keep going. Keep going. Wow.
Is this cheering for LEV or is this cheering for G2? Who's going for LEV right now? Wow.
Okay.
They're almost there, TV. They're almost there.
Real quick, though, let's set up this second half here and what we've been seeing so far from Leviathan, because I really do like what we're getting with that deadlock.
Honestly, their split B hits were so sick. Like the different deadlock walls Mazino was throwing back into spawn to cut off the rotates. On top of the fact that Ospas was just absolutely frying with the op. I don't think LEV are losing, guys.
Yeah,
you're going to need a lot of expectation here for Common for Aspas, though, on the attack side, because they are playing double Sentinel on the defensive side, and it's going to be hard to do retakes without the KO. So you need to get those two players active to really block them.
They're not going to need to retake, though, if Ospas is playing like that, man. Like, his op is insane.
They got to shut him down.
It's true, but let's not forget, though, that if Leviathan walk away with the dub on this one, that's it. They will be the Americas champions. Can G2 force out map 5? Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow, and we're going to have some more fun with the people out here. Make some noise!
We've got to carry that energy forward as well here. I mean, these teams been at each other's necks in terms of the rounds they've been putting up again, but it starts at a pistol for any chance, any semblance of it for G2. Leviathan, they can feel it. They're on the precipice. Pistol in the hands of Aspas! That's an early one. The stage is set after that. A first kill that goes their way. King with all the information in the world and a scramble from G2. Putting some pace into the round now. It's the only option left available for them, and they've got to even it out somehow. Tex still going to be anchoring. Cuts it up closely with the cage. Reveal of the recon, but that reveals his position, and the kill does not go his way. Flooding straight back in. Leviathan attempting to offset this one, but they're right out into the open, and they maybe have made one too many mistakes. Started off so damn nice here, but again, they're showing no signs of slowing this one down. Where does the time in the fight gets taken? Jonah P just looking out aimlessly. Down to just one. Trent reveals his position, the reload turns! What is going on?
The closeout from LEV. They get a pistol round to try to put the final nail in the coffin for G2. What an opener. Aspas being able to take down Leaf early on. These kind of pushes out through mid. That's what Icy was looking for. It was the impact that G2 were hoping to find. But the sides flipped around.
Enemy remaining.
LEV now in a great position to close things out. Starting to build momentum here on the defense side. And look, trips that you have to get through. Deadlock util on the other side of the map as well, that Leaf would have to navigate to make a lurk play work. Knife broken, trips stay up.
Smokes and paranoias to avoid.
And G2 have struggled to disrupt this composition the whole of the previous half. If it was to start now, it would feel miraculous.
The energy level's just petering out here for G2. Still got to hold on somehow. Be thinking long term as well, just trying to get these ult orbs earned. Any potential ultimate advantage, anything you can work with, the deeper this map might go, but you're running out of time. Leviathan, full control still of the site. Slight weak point here. Com, it's the acknowledgement there with the dart being broken.
Right here.
Now with a shock dart in his hands, he hears it. As soon as the orb's being taken, being covered onto the one side, he has to give this one up, and luckily his teammates are there, ready to send them all packing. Mazzino denied the ace.
A tragedy. Certainly been the MVP here today, Mazzino. Would have been a wonderful feather in his cap. But LEV refocused very quickly. This round matters. At least damage matters. And certainly Aspas, with Outlaw still saved, is going to be looking to try to put a round on the board. It's 6 rounds the lead here for Leviathan on the favored side of Ascent.
Yeah, it's almost insurmountable. G2 can't be thinking like that, though. Got to be coming into this round of absolutely everything they've got. Leviathan with the bonus round weaponry now, and Aspas going walkabouts. This guy is taking liberties, and he might be taking names! Oh my goodness! No punish in sight! Doesn't matter about the return of the fire.
That is just filthy. There's nobody that's doing that like Aspas. 2 shots, one to the chest, the other one to deal with a player that could have full armor. Couldn't get more perfect.
Backs away in a reposition as G2 who are left trying to find these answers. There's a gap into the smoke, it's a blast. Oh my goodness! The damage done! It's G2 hanging on by a thread. And it looks more and more inevitable.
Last player standing.
Picked to pieces, plucked apart, the tapestry is falling.
11-4. I mean, what is that? Instant onto the second player. I thought he was going to get a 4th through mid. Apart from the Outlaw, they only had stingers in this round. If Aspas doesn't find value there, they're not winning that, they're just playing it for value.
Sitting at 20-7. Aspas is just taking over.
Yeah, I don't think there's an individual who's as consistently turned up every match, day in, day out, across Americas, sure, but I can't think of another player in the world that's been like him. And over his career, that's always been the case. He's always up towards the top of the list when we're talking about best players in the world, heading into big events. On Ascent here, it's his playground. He's got 20 kills in 15 rounds. Consistency is measured by Aspas.
He leads the charge in so many statistics across the board. If you just hadn't totaled them all up, there's no one that's overtaken him across almost every other region.
Yeah, it's monstrous what he's been able to do.
With that, the money sent spiraling here for G2. Their hopes and dreams in the map, potentially there with them. So close to being dashed away. It's only 2 rounds of stand between LEV and that trophy. Early knife just disrespected. Aspas is straight there, even tagged up as well, but just skips and hops. Backs his way around the corner.
What heartbreak this could be for G2. Valen spoke about seeing that trophy from stage 1, eluding them, going over to 100 Thieves. They want this, they need this.
They were hungry for it, you can feel it. Just in terms of the tempo, it's been increased massively. Valen, he's the first one to answer, at least finds that kill! But Gorm! Odin in hand! It delays them, pushes them back, and brings G2 to the brink. 2v3. Post-land position is dire for G2. It's going to take hero plays. And you got to do it against Aspas, King, and Tex. Heavy hitters in their own right. especially in this map here. Spotted it out. Shots fired and missed. Jump spot, seeing if they can bait it out. Here's Leaf, stepping forwards. And again, he wants to take matters into his own hands. Forwards and around. With the kills just flowing in.
No team has had a lead like this in the match so far. 8 rounds ahead. LEV, 8 chances to put G2 away, to get revenge, to overcome the double veto disadvantage, to win Americas, to lift the trophy.
All that weight and expectation that's placed on both of these teams' shoulders. Making it to the grand finals all the way, and you could tell, you could feel it. I'd heard from the players themselves just how hungry they are to lift that trophy, to lay claim to the title of best in Americas. There's no more room to breathe for G2. Viatan can feel it. Out in the open. Aspas picks them apart. Updraft, knives out. Wants to make a play, but here comes a tempo increase once more. And water. But Mazzino just boiling him right back at you. Sprayed all the way down. Leviathan, your 2024 Americas Champions.
And of course it had to be Mazzino at the end. Huge impact. At the beginning of this year, LEV assembled a super team, a cold, calculated restructuring, abandoning the LATAM roots. They went for glory. I think other teams this year would have taken their stumbles as excuses to crumble, to fold, and this LEV team just over and again used the failures as fuel for the fire, to find new reasons to step up, to fix mistakes and errors. Aspas said when he left Loud, the Champions winner in 2022 and America's winner in 2023, he wanted another title. He thought Leviathan were a safer bet. What a risk! What self-confidence for Aspas. What a way to end this year and head to Champs with this trophy in hand.
Soak it in. This is their moment. Right for the taking. Your 2024 Champions of Americas, Leviathan!
This team's remarkable. The amount of effort they put into the final few days here. The difference today compared to the last time that G2 played against them. When Valen's calling, picked them to pieces. Iropada, well-deserved hoisting the trophy as well, because what a recovery this team's had since Shanghai, where expectations were not met, and that guy right there, I mean, Mazzino, today, electric.
He's got to be the MVP. He's got to be today. Lights out, King's calling, masterclass.
And Aspas as well, the first player to win consecutive regional titles in VCT since we've had that partnership system in place.
Team effort, man, across the board, an absolute team effort. This team has had trials and tribulations, but every single time they've come up with the goods. And now we're going to send it down to Golden Boy, down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Leviathan! Unbelievable stuff that we just saw from you boys. Congratulations. I got this MVP trophy here. We're going to find out who it's for in a little bit. But first, brother. Hold on, let me move past here real fast. So let's go to the man, the myth, the legend, two-time America's champion. How you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling really good right now, really happy. We practiced a lot for this, and it worked.
What makes this team so special as you guys get ready for Korea?
I think we are from a lot of different cultures. Now I'm communicating in English, and I'm very nervous right now, but I'm super happy, and my team is really good.
Hey, you have no reason to be nervous because you're a damn champion, baby! Let's move over here to the IGL, the in-game leader. You got King. King, my brother, you came into this team as the in-game leader, needing to really rally the troops around, as Aspa said, a bunch of different cultures to bring everything together to be a truly international team here in Americas. How does it feel to know that the project so far has been a success?
I mean, me personally, I feel really happy. I think when we went mixed as a team, we got a lot of hate, like because of LATAM org and stuff, and like everyone was just giving us like bad luck, you know. Yeah. So for all the haters that just wanted us to lose, like I hope you're just mad right now. I'm so happy. I'm hella happy right now. My team is just the best, and I cannot be happier, to be honest.
Hey, I'm sure everyone else seems to be happy as well. Let's move on to Mazzino, your brother. You were unbelievable this series. You oftentimes go under the radar, yet here you are on the stage in front of everyone. It's your opportunity to tell everyone what Mazzino is all about.
I'm gonna say like first thank for all the support, for all the people like supporting us every time we lose, every time we are down. Yeah, you said like I go under the table. I'm silent worker, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
And chilito lo más alto, bueno.
Well, you know what? Mazzino may be a silent worker, but he's also your MVP. Congratulations, brother, real fast. You were the MVP, most valuable player of this grand final. How does this feel, knowing these people are cheering your name like this?
It's an incredible sentiment, you know. I really didn't expect it. I was just playing, you know. But thank you so much for all the support, and love you guys.
Hey, and we love you too, brother. Congratulations. Let's move on to Big Tex. Big Tex, my brother, you came into this team. You were a part of that G2 organization beforehand. You talked to me yesterday about getting your revenge. Now that you got your sweet revenge, how does it feel?
Feels good. It feels good to take the trophy from them. I can't lie. They're my boys, but hey, I'm happy to steal it from the org, though.
Yeah. Hey, and one thing, you came into this squad, a team of different cultures, as we have already pointed out before. How's this experience been for you now that you guys are America's champions?
Honestly, it feels great. I couldn't ask for better teammates. We have so much fun in and out of the game. They're such amazing players, and this is still a win for LATAM. I know some people might not agree, and if you don't, I don't care about you, bro. But I was about to say something crazy, but I stopped. But yeah, it's a win for LATAM.
Awesome. It is indeed a win for LATAM. And let's go ahead, though. Coach Itapata coming in hot. Middle of the season. And a lot of people were wondering what you were going to bring to the table. What makes these boys so special that they were able to get this win here today?
This is all the players. Like, honestly, they're insane. I told them today that we're gonna win as long as we preserve our energy, and this is exactly what they did. In whatever situation we put them, they've been responding amazingly, and yeah, with this team, sky's the limit.
Hey, well, you got Korea around the corner. You ready? You excited?
Yeah, of course.
What's the result there for Leviathan in Korea?
We're gonna be lined up again, and we're gonna lift a different trophy this time.
Woo! Think the people like that. And let's move on to my boy, my brother. Oh, I'm so proud of you, man. Calm. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Calm. This was the trophy that eluded you last year. You got it this time around. Now that you've had the opportunity to hoist that trophy up, how did it make you feel?
I mean, amazing. I mean, I wanted to come into this year, at least win one trophy. Now we got a chance to win two. Yeah. And I got one thing to say. People can talk about my stats all they want, but the one thing I do is win.
Woo! Oh my word! Appreciate you, brother. Folks, give it up one more time for your 2024 America's Champions, Leviathan! Don't forget, coming up next, we have the draw show. We're going to find out who Leviathan, who G2, who our America's teams are going to be going up against. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us. And on the other side, we find out how all of Champions unfolds. We'll see you then.
It's time for the VALORANT Champions Grand Finals!
Welcome to the finale of the 2024 VALORANT Champions Tour. The stage is set, the lights are bright, and anticipation is building for the biggest tournament of the year. After a year of relentless competition, heartbreaks, and triumphs across the globe, the best VALORANT teams have battled their way to Champion Seoul. From August 1st to the 25th, competitors will kick off in the group stage, push through the double elimination playoffs, and reach a grand final that decides who will lift the Champions Trophy. The action ignites with the group stage, featuring 16 teams spread across 4 groups, each hosting 1 team from VALORANT's 4 international leagues. In this stage, teams will battle through a double elimination format, advancing 2 teams out of each group. The 8 teams who make it out, they'll be randomly seeded into a double elimination bracket, placing teams from the same group on opposite sides. Teams will compete through best of 3 matches until the final 2 matches, which will be a best of 5. The last team standing will claim the title of VALORANT World Champion. Join us for every nail-biting moment of VALORANT Champions 2024 live from Seoul. We'll see you there.
Welcome to the Champions Seoul Draw Show. Victoria and I will be hosting today's draw, and here's how it works. This is a 16-team tournament with 4 qualifying teams from each of VCT's 4 regions: Americas, China, EMEA, and Pacific. Regional seeding for Champions is based on the top 3 placements from the Stage 2 regional playoffs, and the teams that qualified through championship points are the 4th seeds. Using a random draw, the teams will be selected one at a time and placed into the 4 group stage brackets, A through D. The 16 teams are sorted in 4 pools, grouped by regional seeds. The first pool is the number 1 seeds from each of the 4 regions. The second pool is the number 2 seeds, and so on. We will draw the number 1 seeds first. Teams from the same region cannot be placed in the same group, and if we double up, the team drawn will move to the next available spot. If they were drawn into the last spot, they will swap with the team immediately before them until a valid draw is complete. We good to go?
Good to go.
Let's do it.
All right. We'll start with Group A. We have LEV, EDG, Fnatic, and Gen G.
All right, from across the pond, we have Fnatic. Got some Fnatic fans in the crowd.
All right, we'll move to Group B.
Second up, Gen G. No, they're not playing each other.
yeah, not yet, not
Getting
yet.
a little too excited out there.
Group C.
Oh, I've got a good feeling about this one. Leviathan!
All right, last but not least, our Group D number 1 seed.
EDG.
EDG. All right. So move on to the 2nd seed. They will be on the opposite side of the bracket in each group. Again, no regional matchups, so the pools aren't locked until the end of the pool. So we'll see where we end up.
We're gonna start it off with DRX.
DRX. So, they're good. We'll move to Group B.
And we have FPX.
All right. Again, they are good. It's just Pacific and China there. So we'll move on to Group C.
EMEA's Vitality.
And again, we are good.
And that leaves G2.
All right, we'll move to the 3rd seed. So we have Crew, Trace, Heretics, and PRX.
Smooth sailing so far. And that is going to be Trace.
Trace. Okay, so they will be here. There are no double regions. We're good. We'll move to Group B.
Team Heretics.
All right, they're good too. Let's move to Group C.
From right here, we got Crew.
All right, so they are actually, so Americas is already in Group C. They're also already in Group D.
Right.
So they'll be swapped here. But then, here we go. I'm illustrating this so they can't actually move here.
Yep.
So they will move here. And then we will go here. I think. Did I mess that up? Hold on.
Can Crew...
I moved too much.
Can
Hold
go
on.
into Group B.
Yeah, hold on. I messed that up. Where were we?
We're all good. I believe we had...
So we just moved them to Group D. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. So we just drew Crew.
Yes.
Correct. All right, so they will move to Group D.
And Trace go back.
And Trace goes back.
We're all good.
I got ahead of myself.
Wait, sorry. No, Crew Americas are here. We're doubling up.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh,
I believe Crew are going back to Group B, no? It's complicated, folks, okay?
Well, here's the issue. So then you can't swap. I was right the first time, and then I second-guessed myself. So you can't go here.
Correct.
To Mia. So the rule is they swap immediately with the team before them until a valid draw is complete, right? So then they'll swap here because that is the last time they were valid. So they're swapping with this team.
With Trace.
Does that make sense? Okay.
That makes sense to me.
I know, it's complicated, but we're all good.
All right, moving along. We got our last team here in Group 3. And that, of course, leaves Paper Rex. Oh, now that's spicy.
That is.
All right. Our 4 remaining teams here.
And there's only going to be one spot that they can be in, so we'll fill in the gaps.
Starting things off with Talon.
So the only group without a Pacific team is not Group A, Group B. It is going to be Group C. And that one's locked, so we are all good with Group C.
Whoop. Yeah, Sentinels. Oh, I don't know if Sentinels fans are gonna like that or hate that. Next team we've got here is Billy Gaming.
They slot into Group A.
And last but not least, we have Foot Esports.
All right. I think we're good. I know it got a little spicy there, but that's how the rules move. No regional teams in the same group. So we're all good? All right.
We're all good.
Cool. Champion Seoul kicks off August 1st. Good luck to all of our teams.
All right. Look at this here. Oh, boy. Oh, it's going to be a hard one. Good thing we got these guys. Go ahead and stand right in front of those podiums for me, just so this way we don't block the view. This is what we're talking about here. Of course, you guys know them. You love them. Let's go ahead and introduce all the way at the end there. You got Crew's coach, Adam. G2's Jonah P. Leviathan's King. And the Merchant of Vibes himself, it's Zelsis. So, let's go ahead and talk about this bracket and how it plays out. First things, I'm gonna start with you, Celsius. That looks fun.
Bro, this is rigged. I'm convinced. This is rigged. Listen, it's just Madrid all over again, no problem.
Yeah, right? I mean, hey, but seriously though, looking at Gen G, I mean, that is going to be, you guys are 2 excellent squads. At the very least, you're going up against a top tier team like that. How does it feel at the very least?
I actually did have us playing Gen G for some reason. Don't ask me how I know that. But yeah, I had us going against Gen G. Honestly, the only team I didn't want to face was Fnatic, so I'm pretty happy.
Okay, and they're all the way over there, so you're good to go. King, as we see, you guys are going to be taking on talent from the Pacific region here, but you fresh off of the win, feeling good, feeling energetic. What do you got to say to your opponent, Talent, as they watch this right now?
I mean, we're feeling pretty good as a team right now, and I want to, like I said it joking, I want Talent, give me Talent. I mean, I feel they're just like, I feel they're a mid team, so I'll take it.
take it.
Okay, I love it. I love it.
I got forced.
If he wasn't gonna say it, I was gonna force him to say it.
I have a weapon. I have a weapon in my head right now.
It's called peer pressure.
I have peer pressure in me.
Exactly. All right, well, G2, Jonah, brother, you're going up against W Gaming in Paper Rex. That is just, and you're familiar with those guys. I mean,
very familiar.
What do you think of this matchup, man?
I mean, they're a great team, but they're bigger chokers than we are, so.
That's good. All right.
Should be good.
I like that. I like that. Well, then, as we take a trip over to crew, Coach Adam, you got DRX, prolific team from the Pacific region, one of the most well-prepped teams as well. But you come into this one with your prep work. Are you looking forward to facing off against DRX?
Yeah, I think that our team is really strong against two calm teams.
Yeah.
So if they are calm, I think we can get the win.
All right, I like it. I like it. Last question, and it could be for any one of y'all. Is America's going to take Champion Soul? Oh, of course. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, folks. Give it up one more time for Zelsis, King, Jonah P, and Coach Adam. All right, folks. That's going to do it for us. Champion Soul's right around the corner. The action's going to be kicking off August 1st. And, of course, you have 16 of the world's best teams going head-to-head for the biggest prize in our sport. A very big thank you to everyone here. Thank you so much to all of you guys for coming out week in and week out, supporting what we do here. Our production team, incredible work all season. Our talent team, our pros who continuously put their heart out on this stage each and every week for your entertainment. We thank you so much for tuning in, folks. And most importantly, we'll see you right around the corner, baby, because Champion Soul's happening, and it's going to be awesome. We'll see you then.
We're back, baby. There's a new patch in play. You got big roster changes, and Champion Soul is on the horizon. We are in for one hell of a month. Microphone, please. It's your defending Game Changers champion. Welcome to the stage, Mel! Why didn't you pick NRG?
Because Sentinels is gonna win, so that's why everyone picked
Gonna get bodies onto this one for any chance of winning. Sticking, crashes forwards all the way, but not enough. Zelsis wraps it up.
Am I allowed to keep these? Yeah, I'm definitely taking these home with me today.
3, 2, 1.
Even if Arsenal falls, but Arsenal will get two before Big Daddy does three. Oh my God! Khalil inside the orb. That's 2 kills, chasing for the third, and he is not missing with this rifle today. Furrier comes out with magic somehow and get the upset against 100 Thieves.
If you want to take a selfie with Potter, she's live in the flesh for you.
NRG has no chance of making it to playoffs.
You gotta wake up, man. Come on, man. We gotta win, man. We gotta make a chance, man, and then you can retire.
Left it just down to Moose now. Lack of weaponry because they got the man advantage. Spraying it through almost there with the transfer. Finally with the bullets landing. Leaf in a 1v2. Damage under Vanity, still with the ult. Into this post! And that's how it ends!
Super Week!
You lose 2 games in 3 days, and all of a sudden your chances are nothing or next to nothing.
It's time to put up or shut up.
Really nice paranoia.
No way.
Unbelievable from Superman again.
What is going to be the answer from crew here? Surely you back away. Do you refight this? But the spike is hard committed. Kesnet is way ahead of the curve. The rest of his team cannot stand to it. And Sentinels, the momentum is building.
Paul just got tagged again, and Tui's confident on the swing.
I mean, he's going to get another one right here. Oh, my gosh.
The good teammate that he is, handing it over. The iBuyPower race for Loud.
Boostio will be dropped. Same with Asuna. Has he done enough? Dizzy locked on. King is on top 4.
Have you ever had your ankles broken by evil geniuses, George Emo?
I mean, I gotta do what I gotta do to get the team to the victory. So.
Maybe you're like our last dish. It's a European, you know.
Where are you from now?
I'm from here.
What should the developers add to the game?
Make everyone use a send bundle.
Zelsis on the prowl. Look at his positioning. Look at his timing. Look at his discipline. Send City on top. They obliterate Cloud9 in 2-0 fashion.
We're running a lot of ISO Neon on Abyss, so...
Zach doesn't even know Abyss.
It was a banger.
Oh, nice.
Tex will be the man of the hour. One player on the site. Calm has a trade angle. And Nature, that was an opportunity with shots from Calm could lose this round, but Messino, Leviathan, welcome to playoffs.
It's a waiting game to see who's the first to move. Furia fall in a massive way, but Nas, we're getting two back with Alt online, tagging him right up. All of Loud crumble. It's the Dia de Furia, undefeated no longer. They cut down Loud.
How are we feeling, Wyatt? Sad. Because it's the last day of Super Week.
What? The bit's dead. It's killed. VCT is serious now. We are locked in, and it's any other week.
Sunglasses emoji, thumbs up emoji.
He's got one, the support of the turret for a double. And MIBR are ripped to shreds.
Fight! Position has been given away, drops a little bit to Util, understand. Swing is on the other side! Unbelievable finish!
They've won their first match of stage 2. They've kept their playoff dreams alive.
LEV number 1. We're in the home stretch, all right? And we got last 2 weeks of the regular season. They're doing their gentlemanly handshakes, but it's gone a little too far.
No huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now. And they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of Crew. G2 return to Americas, and they've locked up another playoff berth.
But the rounds and the kills in favor of Loud until last boss! And Leviathan wins and clutches top 2 seed in the Americas playoffs!
Oh my God, what is that?
Back through! Gets a headshot on the Storm! Oh my God! It's a ball 3! How did you do that, Storm? Pincer maneuver on both sides, and that's Oxy opening it up with 4 in a row! Cloud9, welcome to the playoffs!
I don't know what happened. 3-13 is crazy.
You guys mind if I just come up on the desk right now?
What the? He's been in the studio the whole time?
No one's stepping up to challenge this though. Jaw still able to find his first, and in the waterfall we go. Finds Sue, and he almost gets away with it. Can they capitalize? Nature trying to cut through the TP, it's Boostio!
100 Thieves revitalized at just the right time to clinch stage 2 playoffs.
Where is and
Surprise! There he is! I was under, now I'm over.
Rattled and firing off. Turret popped up, popping heads. Down to the 1v1! Oh, no way! Crew looking on fire.
I play Valorant on console, and I am a gold player.
Nowhere to play, nowhere to hide. Still, Texas covering it! Jesus. No one can stand a touchdown. 13-6. We'll put a pretty bow on the finish.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How you doing? You look rather yellow today. Fashion.
What's it say under that?
Fashion again.
You gotta pick and choose your targets quite carefully. Right from the side, a second. He will respond in kind. Out wide, snappy. And Sentinels just can't quite manage it. Kills need to be found. Flooding forwards. G2, patience, wins the day.
G2 in control at every point today.
She's willing to take everything away. She's willing to take everything away, man. You've got to believe.
And now there are only 2 members left on LEV. King is one of them, though. And he's doing his best to keep them back into the face of 2. Looking for 3 on the round. The 4th not connecting. Aspas with the blades popped. And this is Aspas at peak vintage form. Delivers once more. Champs bound, yes. But holy smokes, these guys are the real deal.
I've just got blank stickers.
There's a TV towards the back, though the crowd's gonna fall. Advantage now coming up for G2, and a punishment. Beautiful crossfire. It's too good now for G2.
You guys are insane.
G2 ascends from challengers to champions.
Same height when he's standing up as opposed to sitting down. Boostio.
One spot left for grabs in Champions Soul, and it's going to be one of these 2 teams to nab it.
Big paranoia and a recon, and it goes back and forth. A fight inside the smoke. EU! They still have a stronghold inside the A site, and that's Melzer with the first blood, and they're going to walk right into a trap.
Crew Visa all the way to Seoul now. Their ticket is locked in.
You look like Raggedy Ann, but if she was like in the Bronx.
I'm British. I don't know what you just said.
Waiting on the other side. They have so many things that they can do to delay this. They can do so many things to deny this, but they've run out of numbers. The dart back site, but nothing's been cleared for heaven. It wasn't being watched. It's not that simple, but Tex just picks them apart 1 by 1. Full 5 full. Leviathan are grand finals bound.
What a spectacular fashion they did it in.
We're finally here, baby. The end of the line. Today, the Americas Trophy is up for grabs, and we're ending the season in style. Yar! On one end, you have G2 Esports, a team that has been forged through the fires of resiliency. And then on the other side of the stage, it's a Leviathan roster bred for greatness, created for perfection and championships. You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better setup for this matchup.
Bit of pressure definitely applied now towards his anchoring players. Valen, it's up to him to offset that. Again, plenty of bodies just ready to wade right in front of him, and he will mop them up. Let's try and push them back. Aspas, rifle in hand now, trying to make the play in the moment, and he makes it work. Leviathan, it's precision, it's surgical, and Leviathan ripping away the opening map of our best of 5 grand finals. Feel like they potentially are squeezing, but it's committed in still. An offset again by that util. Now ultimate coming in handy. Dash active, sees one, knows the second. It's closely behind. He's so damn eager for it. Icy though will defend. Mazzino still. He's there with a bullet straight through and beyond, and just indecisiveness might be all that's necessary to close this one out. 16-14. These teams are pushing each other to the brink. There's no way they're pulling this one right back and away. Come on the flank, wraps it round, running them down, but again, there's no trigger onto it. Damage done, one player left. Come! Insanity! And that is nice. G2 making sure that they can try and take this one. Running and scurrying, and Jonah P! G2 still alive, still kicking, still fighting for a chance at that trophy. On the eke around the LEV means that the money's bad, but TP forwards, they don't expect this one. Right behind them, Grabnet locks them all down into place. King happy to take it all the way around and through. Aspas though is still this problem. You need to deal with this guy. He's taking over the game, step by step, shot by shot. He hears it as soon as the orb's being taken, being covered onto the one side. He has to give this one up, and luckily his teammates are there, ready to send them all packing. Leviathan, your 2024 Americas Champions.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.